What's up, everybody? Happy Monday. Junkies with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. In 2026, we're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Monday morning, June 29th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Johnny Cakes Hallville.
Hey, what's up? Hello.
And Jason Bishop this morning.
Yes, sir. What's
Coming up on the program today, Sebastian Salazar is going to join us to talk some World Cup.
Got some big games coming up, especially
We're in
today.
The knockout round that officially started yesterday with Canada getting a win.
Mm-hmm.
They advanced, beat South Africa 1-0, so they're now in the round of 16.
So they'll play the winner of today's game, Netherlands and Morocco.
Getting ramped up for the United States. They play on Wednesday, so we'll talk to
Can't
Sebastian
believe how
Salazar.
into this I am. I watch it every day.
Yeah, you get
It's awesome.
You get
I know.
into soccer once every 4 years. It's kind of your thing.
Yeah.
It's awesome, and it's a bridge to football season.
Yes,
It's
absolutely.
a bridge to
I
football
mean, we're
season.
almost to July. Think about
because we've basically got a month till training camp.
it. Isn't that crazy? Training camp's a month away.
It's awesome.
I know it's awesome.
So
I mean, I don't like to rush life away, but, in terms of the sports world, there's just not a lot going on in the month of July. So you kind of want to just, even though the training camp is not much going on either, but at least it's a few weeks after that before the regular season starts. So
right. So the World Cup is kind of bridging that gap. We'll
Yep.
talk to Sebastian Salazar at 7:45. He is our official soccer and World Cup analyst. Also on the program today, the Capitals had a busy week.
Really
because
busy.
they made some moves, made some trades, and then they had a draft. We're going to be joined, though, by one of the newest Capitals via trade. That was Alex Tuck. He's going to join us at 9:25. He's one of the new studs on the team.
Alex Tuck, he came over from Buffalo.
He did, yeah. Spent the last 5 seasons in Buffalo. He's 30 years old, and, I mean, he's basically, you chalk him up for 30-plus goals if he plays in 75 or more games. Like, in his 3 of his last 4 seasons, he scored 36, 36, and 33 goals.
He's a pretty big dude, right?
I think
6'4".
Yes,
Tuck is the big one in the-
6'4", 220.
The other guy they traded for from St. Louis is the speedy one.
Jordan Kyrou.
Yes, Kairu's speedy.
Yes.
At least that's just my very simplistic interpretation of their games.
You're right, JP. Speedy guy. Quick on his
Right.
skates.
Kairu speedy.
Yep.
Tuck big.
Yes.
But both can score, which is something the Capitals have desperately needed. So he'll join us later in the show at 9:25.
So for some reason, all weekend, something resonated for me. Right towards the end of the show, it was during a commercial break. Mike Marr came in here all hyped up for his weekend.
Yeah.
And he was like, "What are you guys up to this weekend? You fired up?" And EB looked at him with disdain and goes, "I'm a dad." And it's so true, the difference in weekends. I asked Jason, what'd you do this weekend? He was like, my kid's birthday.
Yeah.
And my daughter, I can't believe my daughter's 25 years old.
I know. It's a gut punch.
I know JP's got a daughter that's older.
Well,
Yeah.
Cakes has one closing on 30.
And
Yeah,
you
my
got
son will be 30 next year.
I know. I just don't think about your lives.
3-0. I
I
understand.
think about my life.
Look, I get it. We're all selfish. We look at it for our own interests for the most
I will
part.
say that her birthday was actually Saturday, but we went out to dinner on Friday to a restaurant called Lockett, which is owned by the same company that owns Open Road and
yeah.
Metropolitan Hospitality, and it's down in Roslyn.
Tyler.
Yes, Tyler Lockett. Yeah. Anyway, it's called Lockett because it's attached to a hotel called the Key. It's the Key. It's the Hilton Key.
It's right off the Key Bridge.
Right off the Key Bridge.
Okay,
Right,
yeah.
down there in Roslyn.
Yeah.
Fantastic restaurant. Went there and had dinner. But on the 36th floor,
high.
you can go up to the 36th floor of the hotel.
Yeah.
And it's just a big conference area. And it's got a 360 view of the city.
Ooh, that's cool.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's very cool. So we did that.
Now it's not a restaurant that like slowly rotates, is it? It just
doesn't
has
rotate.
Okay.
You have to walk it.
Okay, got it.
What's the name of that one in Vegas? I went. One of
I
my
don't know.
buddies.
Oh, yeah.
One of my buddies got married in Vegas.
Is it at the Stratosphere? Maybe
That's it, Stratosphere.
Okay,
and then
yeah.
his rehearsal dinner or whatever you call it. It was
Yeah.
small little wedding, like
Sure.
20 people. And then we had a dinner at Stratosphere, and it
Well,
rotates around.
This is the equivalent. This is DC's Stratosphere.
Yeah.
Except for it doesn't rotate.
Nice.
You have to walk it. That's your rotation. But it's a really cool view. You can see the monument, the Capitol, the White House. You can see Georgetown. You can see Arlington. You can see every part of the city.
Did you order chicken? Did you go off board? Did you
I ordered
something?
rigatoni with chicken. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you get this?
It was. No, not all of it. No. I mean, we got a nice little discount,
Yeah.
but no, I had to
You had
pay
to go
some.
in pocket for some of it.
And my man Marco, who was our server, got a fat ass tip.
Very
He got-
good.
He got a nice tip.
Take care
Good
of your
job,
servers.
Marco.
Take
Marco.
care of your waiter or
No,
waitress.
Marco was great. Anyway,
Polo there?
Yeah.
I didn't see Polo, but that's what we did on Friday night, and then Saturday had a neighborhood birthday party to go to, and
Of course.
and then just chilled for the most part. Watched some golf, watched some World Cup, watched some Nats. So Saturday was kind of chill.
Yeah, Mar said that, and EB with the disdain goes, I'm a dad. And I totally related because I had 2 swim meets. Not one, 2. So that's all Saturday morning
Yeah.
in Poolsville, Maryland.
Yep.
All Sunday morning in Poolsville, Maryland again. Got home for a little bit, then had to drive to Alexandria for a soccer game.
Yeah,
It doesn't leave that much
You
time.
got young kids and activities. That's going to take up the bulk of your weekend.
But I got to tell you, I started watching I Will Find You on Netflix.
Okay, I have not found that. Whatever
which
that
is a Harlan Coben
I will find you.
series.
Okay.
Apparently, Harlan Coben has written a bunch of books, and Netflix has turned some of these books into series. They usually have to do with either a kid being lost, somebody being killed, and then there's twists and turns.
Yeah.
I'm the opposite of Jason. Jason goes to bed early. I've struggled with discipline
You're a night owl.
throughout the history of this morning show. I stayed up until about 2:30 on Friday, just mowing through shows.
2:30 a.m.
8 episodes. I finished it over the weekend.
I can't relate. 2:30 a.m.
It was a good show. I got sucked in. My
I mean,
wife's sleeping.
I don't care how
I
great
was
the
just
show
like,
is.
next episode.
I'm
Next episode.
So how do you? What time?
tapping out at like 11 o'clock.
Yeah, what time do you get up the next day?
I got up at 6:45 because we had to leave for a swim meet at
I mean, it's
7:15.
a weekend. You're
I mean,
supposed
he
to
kno-
sleep in
like,
and catch up on
He
your sleep.
knows that he has to wake up at a super early hour. Yeah,
No, he doesn't care. He disrespects sleep. Always
can't
has.
go to sleep on time.
And I can't remember what World Cup games were on Friday because I probably started that series at 10 p.m.
I can't remember which day this was, but the
Friday
tournament-
was-
the
there were
tournament
6
that I
games.
entered, the World Cup tournament I entered, that I have no chance of winning, but it's got a huge prize at the end. You need to pick 4 teams to go through from the first round, and I got my first 3 through.
Okay,
And
nice.
all I had to do was I was
But you
sweating.
probably picked powers there, right?
No, you pick teams that you think have a good chance to win, but you don't want to burn the powers because you got to
Okay.
have them alive.
So it's essentially a
Yeah.
survivor pool.
So I picked Ivory Coast, I picked Austria, and I picked 2 others. 3 went through.
Right.
The only thing was just hinging on Austria playing. I think it was it Algeria, Drab? It was the Austria-Algeria
Yes.
game.
Saturday night.
Yeah, they
So
played
basically,
Algeria.
they were playing for the chance to advance, and if Austria lost, Iran would advance.
Correct.
And it sounded like they had had a gentleman's agreement to try to play for a tie. But then I think Algeria scored late, like with 92 minutes in, made it 3-2.
Yep.
I have Austria. If Austria loses, I'm boned.
Right.
My team of 4 doesn't go through. I'm eliminated from the contest. And then Austria scores in like the 95th plus minute
Wow.
on a header. Like, it was
To tie it.
absurd
Hooked ya.
to tie it. Iran,
Bounced.
they said, you know what? You guys have to get on a plane and go back to Iran because you're eliminated. Austria goes through. I'm still alive. My one measly entry, still alive.
Nice.
But it's not going to win, but I still have a micro sweat. I need to at least have a micro sweat going forward. So this week, big fan of Los Estados Unidos and Germany.
Well,
Be ready for long
Hopefully I'm
games
not
now.
boning the U.S. by picking
long
them.
games because of the extra time.
Yes, because the rules in extra time, if you're not familiar with it, it's not sudden death.
they
so-
play a full 30 minutes.
Yes, they'll play the full 30 minutes plus extra time within those 30 minutes.
I mean, I can't imagine.
No matter what.
Yeah. Do they?
And then if it's still tied after that, then you have the penalty kick shootout.
Yeah. I was trying to look to see where the schedules were because the heat is going to be so bad, especially in the from the middle of the country to the East Coast.
The Heat Dome.
The Heat Dome is here starting Wednesday. Wednesday to Saturday, just going to be brutal. So I was trying to see where the games were going to be, or the matches, and I didn't see many of them. I mean, the ones that were on the East Coast or in the Southeast were inside. There's a lot in Canada, and there's some in Mexico, and of course, obviously out there on the West Coast. But the heat is going to be brutal. They're talking about 107 to 110 degree heat index on Thursday and Friday. I was supposed to play golf. I took both days, Wednesday and Thursday. I said,
You
done.
duffed by heat.
You're out.
Well, my buddies said, "Yeah, you know what? That's a great call. We're not going to. We'd have had zero fun if we played
you'd be
in heat
sweating
indexes
buckets.
of 110."
Yeah.
So,
So you got anything lined up for Thursday or Friday?
nope. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna watch World Cup
Maybe but that's at 8 p.m.
on Thursday.
United States.
Oh yeah, Thursday.
That's Wednesday.
That's Wednesday.
Sorry.
U.S. plays Wednesday
Yeah.
night, 8 p.m.
But Thursday there's a three. Spain plays Austria at 3:00. Boom.
I need Spain to take care of the business.
Yeah, we're going to go through the World Cup pool standings later in the show, but today is a huge day for moi because I've got Brazil playing, and I've got, I believe the Netherlands are playing today.
Yes, they play Morocco.
They play Morocco. Yes.
That's the last game.
Brazil, Japan, Germany, Paraguay, Netherlands, Morocco.
Netherlands, Morocco should be a high-scoring affair. We're going to talk more soccer. Sebastian Salazar joins us at 7:45.
By the way, I've got to hear Matt Valdez talk about his Pinehurst trip at some point
Get a
today.
recap on that.
Yeah, I want to hear about that.
We can get into that next if you want. Lot to get into on the show today. World Cup with Sebastian Salazar. We're going to talk Capitals. Alex Tuck, the newest member of the Washington Capitals, is going to join us at 9:25 here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Valdez back from a big golf trip.
I am.
And I saw one picture. You were posting pictures of like statues and stuff.
Oh yeah, the Payne Stewart.
Oh,
statue.
Payne Stewart, yeah. It's
Statue
very
of,
cool.
Pinehurst. I was there.
It's where he won the U.S. Open.
Yes. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Got back last night.
Right. So you played.
I played number 2. That was the last.
Yep.
That was the last course I played.
Right.
My legs feel like Jello. I walked number 2, and it was about 150 degrees out.
Do they have mandatory caddies at Pinehurst?
Yes. We had 4 caddies for every
had
round.
4 caddies, right,
But
okay.
they had traditional walking caddies for number 2.
Right.
All right, you guys are going to mock me.
What was-
I'm not sure what state Pinehurst is in. Can you fill me in?
North Carolina.
So North
Okay.
Kakalaki.
I might have guessed New York.
It's about an hour and a half from Raleigh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Flew into Raleigh.
So my younger daughter, when she worked for the USGA, covered the U.S. Open when it was in Pinehurst just a couple years ago when Bryson won it. So we went and visited her. Very cool town. Very cool area.
Yeah, Jason, we had 36 guys competing in a Ryder Cup style.
I don't know how you get 36 guys to do a golf trip every year. I don't know how you
everyone,
do it.
Everyone looks forward to it.
Oh,
And,
I'm
there's,
sure.
and there's a wait list for it, too.
It's crazy.
And what are the accommodations
you
for
just
everybody?
rent out a couple big
share-
houses, or
We stayed at the Manor, which
Okay.
is basically a hotel, and then shared a room with RP.
got it.
Did you go to the Carolina Inn at all?
We went to the Carolina. Very fancy.
Yeah, very cool. They got
very-
a nice bar restaurant right there. In the
Very,
lobby.
very foofy. Cakes, this is your nightmare. I
Okay.
played for 3 days. I
Yes.
played 117 holes of golf
Oh yeah,
in a 3-day span.
man, that is too much golf.
So what is that?
Look,
36 a
look,
day?
if you-
70 is that
Yeah,
30?
I think one day we did 27
You
with the
guys are all
cradle.
golf
So
nerds.
par 3, I counted
The cradle is the
And
par 3 course.
Pinehurst is a golf mecca.
Yes.
Because it has
Yes.
multiple courses. Obviously, Pinehurst number 2 hosts majors. Like
Yes.
it's huge.
Yes.
But I believe they've got 10 courses. Are they building an 11th, or do they have 11?
I believe they're building an 11th. The
Yeah.
10th just opened, I think, this
Right.
past year.
Right.
Which is supposed to be
10
sick. It's supposed to be
10
baller.
courses.
When you
Think about that.
That's the
plan this
entire-
out for a year, because a lot of golf courses, do you just block out? Do they just block out times for you guys?
Yeah. They have it all ready to go, blocked out on this course. Your bag just magically appears
Just
at
sits
that course on that day at that time, and
Very
you go
organized. Yeah.
out. Yeah. You don't have to lift a finger. It's
So
awesome.
Is there one guy of your buddies who organizes
Yes,
the trip?
Brian.
Yeah. So
Yes.
he organizes everything.
Oh, yeah,
Gets
yeah.
all the payment together.
Yes, I can't. He's doing the Lord's work.
Yeah, I don't know how he does it for 36
That
guys.
is a lot.
He's the organizer, takes care of it, has everything laid out, has all of the rules laid out, has Golf Genius ready to go for all of the matches.
Right.
It's payments.
How
the hotel.
How much money does each player put in for each round for the prize for the
It's just there's no real big pool at the end. It's just the cup.
Okay, I got you.
We were big losers this year after 2 straight
You
wins.
couldn't hoist it.
Yes,
Didn't have it.
yes, we weren't drinking from the cup this year.
36 guys on a golf trip. That is
Yeah.
crazy.
Oh, so you had a team of 18, I'm assuming?
Yep.
Wow.
So how do you organize dinners with so many people?
Well, we had separate team dinners, and then that's organized through Pinehurst. It's set up in like the banquet room, and then everyone just shows up to dinner at like 8:00.
Right.
And then in the package, it has breakfast that's included,
Okay.
and then for lunch, you just after you're around, you just hang out at the restaurant bar. You sit down, you grab a bite to eat before you go back out, like at 3:00.
Right.
Any women
Sorry.
part of the 36?
What do you think?
I just want to throw it out there. There are
Okay.
female golfers.
That might be
No.
the dumbest
Yeah.
question he's asked in a month.
No women allowed on this trip.
Right.
The bros trip.
The boys trip.
Yeah, bros trip.
So you played 2, you played
Played
10, you played 10, right?
We played 3,
Right.
2, the cradle,
Cradle.
4, and 8.
Oh, okay. The cradle looks very cool, by the way.
Yeah.
There's a big bar right out there.
Huge,
At the-
massive, huge outdoor
bar.
Outdoor bar. Shout out to Billy. His first swing at the cradle got a hole in one.
Ooh, Look
Wow.
at that.
Came out of the car, first swing,
Man,
boom.
that's impressive.
Way to go, Billy.
Belly.
Wherever you are.
That's very cool.
Yeah, I love Pinehurst. I want to go back. It's just all golf all the time.
Do you want to be buried there?
Yeah.
To have
Was
your
it
ashes
super
spread there?
expensive?
all in
Sounds
all,
expensive.
All in all, it's not that bad for the amount of golf that you're getting with the meals. I mean, it was $2,500, so which isn't too bad.
$2,500 all in.
Yeah, all in,
yeah.
and that's not too bad because golf trips nowadays
Yeah, it's
are
not. I mean,
pretty
considering
expensive.
the amount of golf you played, and you're playing at a really nice spot, like
Yeah.
that doesn't sound outrageous.
So they played 4.5 rounds of golf plus all the dinners, staying at the Manor, Yeah. flight. Yeah, it's not bad. Is the trip for next year already getting organized?
Yes, it's already getting organized.
And it's going to be where?
There's talk about this would be the 15th, so it was kind of special.
Okay, yeah.
So that's why I was at Pinehurst. They've done Bandon Dunes trips before with
Okay.
36 dudes going
Yeah.
out there, which is unbelievable. But I think that next year is going to be a little more low key.
Right.
It's probably going to be like Ocean City or Kings Mill.
Yes.
We've done Kings Mill before.
Yeah.
So it's going to be
OC
scaled back. It's going to be scaled back a little bit.
OC would be cool. Play an OC or play, Dewey or Rehoboth or
Yeah.
play all those courses. That would be very cool.
Plus, it's an easy drive to get there.
Yeah.
But that's what he'll do is he'll send out a survey and then everyone can kind of vote on where they want to go next year.
Nice. Democratic process.
But he's
Like it.
floating the cost to an extent.
I don't know.
He must be rich.
I mean, he's not like rich, but I don't know
He's
how.
not filthy, yeah.
I don't know how he organizes that. Like we pay like a fee up front at first to like cover to hold the
Okay, gotcha.
reservation.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But he's not like plunking down his card for 36 other or 35 other dudes.
Yeah, that would be very cool if just as long as someone else is organizing it. Because
Would you want to do it? You want to be part of the 36?
No, that's
Is
too
it a first
much.
come, first serve?
that's too much for me at my age with all my injuries that I've had. But I mean, 4.5 rounds of golf and
It's a lot of golf.
It's a lot of golf for me. But I mean, I've done Pebble before where we played 3 rounds of golf. We played Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then leave Sunday. But that's about max for me.
I'm supposed to play today. I don't know how I'm going to do it. My body feels awful.
Did you get hung over at all?
My back hurts. What?
Did you get hung over at all, like from drinking?
The first night we went pretty hard. The first and last night we went pretty hard.
Yeah.
But no, my back is killing me. My legs are jello. I got limited bendovers. I'm supposed to play with my brother today.
Oh,
Oh, he might be getting a duff
you might
out.
have to cut that down to 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then this week, because you're not going to play. You don't like to play in the bad heat. You don't like to play.
Jason, I'll play in anything.
Yeah,
will?
he's a
Yeah.
grinder. He's a warrior.
I'll do whatever for golf.
I would think that
I'm a slut for golf.
I would think that golf courses around the area on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday are
Yeah.
going to be empty.
Most likely. You got to be.
I mean, unless there's a bunch of guys like him,
Yeah.
that like to play in extreme heat. But I couldn't do it.
I mean, I just walked number 2 when it was about 105 degrees.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. I don't know how you did it.
he can handle it. He's built
just put
for it.
just put a towel with ice around your neck.
Yep.
Yeah,
And just walk.
yeah.
I'm not as
Sorry.
into golf as you guys. This is the luck I've had, though, this year. I think I've signed up for 4 rounds, maybe 5. It's rained every time. Now, a couple times I've canceled because of rain.
Yeah.
And could have played yesterday, but me and my buddy were like, game time decision, like, maybe we'll pass. Maybe we'll pass. It's going to be too wet. Had a couple, you know what you do? You can play 15 holes, though, which we did one time, and then it starts raining. You don't have to pay because they give you a rain check.
Beautiful.
So that's
So,
happened.
I mean, if you get 15 holes in, I just feel like
Kind of nubs.
I don't know if I'm going to give you a rain check for a full 18.
But they
if you've
do.
already played 15 holes. That seems like a bad business decision. But
Not my business.
I don't know anything about running a golf course.
Let's put
So
it this
what do
way.
I know?
Would you not accept it?
No, of course you would take it.
Right.
But I would question what sort of business you're running if you let me play, I don't know, 85% of my round, and then you give me another free round just because it's sprinkled a little bit.
Yeah, sprinkle a little bit.
Well, at that time, it was actually a downpour.
Yeah.
Thunderstorm.
Well, I'll tell you what, it poured for about an hour and a half up in Connecticut where they were holding the Travelers. And it was basically just coming down. Morikawa shot 61 yesterday, but he got off the course before the rain came. 61. Scheffler shot a 60 on Friday. Hovland shot a
Pretty
60.
tough course.
Hovland shot a 61 on Friday. So Scheffler and Hovland shot 60-61 on Friday. They were kind of trying to separate themselves from the rest of the pack, but
And they get to play extra golf today, right?
well, I mean, there was an hour and a half delay, so it got dark, and it was about 8:30 before when Scheffler dropped like a 12-footer on 18 to force a playoff. It was just too dark. Now, if you're watching it on TV, it looks but light, but that's
Right.
because the cameras add the light. It was dark, so they have to come back today at 9:00 and finish off the playoff. But it poured up in Connecticut for a couple hours. It was very cool. Did you watch any of that, Matt?
I did not.
Yeah.
After getting in and then getting all my crap together.
Yeah, you
I
had
got to get ready for the work week.
you'd had enough.
Yeah.
I needed a little golf detox.
Yeah.
Well,
Sounds
hopefully you
like
got your clubs and your cars. You can play your brother.
I do.
All right, let's do a little junkie sports page.
Well,
Bish.
I want to say hi to Matt Cahill. See what happened in his weekend. Matt Cahill,
What's up?
how you doing? How was,
I didn't
how
have
was
an
the
ex-
weekend?
I didn't have an exciting weekend like Valdez. I don't think so.
Kind of boring.
I watched a lot of World Cup. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of boring. Hung
Yeah.
out with my kids. Did some dad stuff. Yeah,
Okay, good.
I don't know.
Good. Well, it's going to be brutally hot this week, starting Wednesday. So if you're going to be outside, make sure it's today or tomorrow, because Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you're not going to want to go out. I'm supposed to go to a July 4th party on Saturday at my buddy's house. It's out in his backyard. I mean, it starts at 5. I might just either show up at 8
Yeah.
or bail again. I might just bail.
That's
Bring your bug spray because it's bug spray season too.
Oh, he is going to have misters out there.
Oh, really?
He's going to have misters. I don't know how many misters, but he's going to have a bunch of them. But that's not going to be enough.
Got to keep the guests cool.
Yeah, but that's still not going to be enough. I mean, I'll
I can
just
tell
stand
already
there.
you're not going.
I'm probably not going to go.
I can tell.
All right, Junkie Sports Page, of course, brought to you by our good friends at Open Road. Elevate your home bar with Open Road Distilling Company spirits, locally crafted in Reston, Virginia. Get your Eagle Eye Rye, your Maple Old Fashioned, your Indy Bourbon, now available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia. World Cup. One match yesterday. They are into the round of 32, and that was Canada beating South Africa, scoring late. They scored in extra time, I believe.
I think it was like 94th or 95th minute.
Yep. And,
Really nice goal. Guy brought it down with his chest and banged it in.
That was great.
But they have a guy who's their best player, and now I might botch his name. I think his last name is Davies,
Jonathan David, I
who
believe.
hadn't been playing, and he came in and he was a difference maker. You could tell for Canada.
And
But they're fired up. I think that's the furthest they've ever made it.
Yep. I think it's the first time they've ever won a game in the knockout round.
yeah, so they had the one match yesterday, and now you've got 3 today in the round of 32. 1 o'clock. All these matches are on Fox.
Some of the big boys playing.
The big boys are playing today, at least 3 of them. Brazil is playing Japan. All right, so that's at 1 o'clock. They're playing that game down in, or Matt, I keep saying game. Is it okay to say game?
Sure.
All right, they're playing that game down in Houston. Germany is playing Paraguay at 4:30. They're playing that in Boston. Also, known
Germany
as
should handle the business there.
Foxborough. Germany's a pretty big favorite, minus 275. Brazil's minus 140 in the first one. And then the Netherlands are playing Morocco.
That's a pretty close contest.
Drabby, this should be a really tight match, right? Netherlands and Morocco, I would
It's
think.
probably the best match of the third round of 32 for sure.
Is it?
Yeah.
Should be a high scoring one. Both of them are offensive teams.
And that's at 9 o'clock. And I need Brazil and I need Netherlands, Cakesy.
Oh, so I'm rooting for Morocco
You
tonight.
get-
Oh,
Big-
you're rooting for Japan and
It's a
Morocco.
big day for you.
Yeah.
It's moving day for
I don't know how
Jason
many-
But I'm
Bishop.
assuming somebody's got Japan and somebody's got Morocco.
Of course.
Yeah.
I don't know how many points you get in our pool for the first win of the knockout round, but I assume it's probably pretty 8 or 10 points, maybe.
It's very doggy.
A round of 32 win is just 5 points.
Oh, 5 points. Sorry.
Let's see.
So I can get 10 points today.
Nice.
That would be nice if I can get 10 points.
Old Cakesy has a lot of teams that got sent home. A lot of them. Turkey, Czechia, Qatar.
Yeah, you're probably cooked.
Yeah, I need
here-
I need Portugal and Norway basically to face off in the final, if that's even possible. I'm not even sure if they're on the same side of the bracket.
Here's a little preview of the standings. Cakes is in last place.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great when you have 3 of your 6 teams eliminated.
and his top teams look like garbage.
Yeah, Portugal's had one decent game, and it was against a nubber.
Just tell me who I owe and how much money I owe.
I think that's coming for you.
Yeah, it's fine.
It'll
I
be-
think Zlatan was joning on Cristiano Ronaldo because remember when he scored his 2 goals? He said, I'm back. He
Yeah.
said it's easy to say I'm back when he plays. I think it was Uzbekistan.
Yeah, if you play a stand and you're bragging about scoring multiple goals, you might want to just pump the brakes a little bit.
So the U.S. will play Bosnia Wednesday night. I believe that match is in L.A.
Santa Clara.
Oh, Santa Clara. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's West Coast. That will be at 8:00 on Wednesday. And so it's knockout stage. It's win or go home now. This is fun to watch. I can't believe how much into the World Cup I've been.
You're in.
Now, a lot of it, let's be honest, is because I'm
It's
wagering.
gambling. It's gambling driven.
And yesterday I had Canada, and I parlayed it with Scotty Scheffler to win.
Okay.
But it's also the passion of the games. I don't necessarily care about those countries that are playing,
Yep.
even when it's not the United States, but you can see how important it is to those teams.
Oh, 100%.
I mean, the
Means
fact
a
that
lot.
Cape Verde makes it through. I mean, now they're going to get smoked by Argentina, but that's their World Cup, is
Correct.
qualifying
The fact
and
that they got there.
making it to the knockout stage.
By the
It's
way, you didn't
huge for
mention
them.
this. Messi has now scored in 7 straight World Cup games.
Hmm.
Now, he came in third game. A lot of people didn't think he was going to play. Much like Christian Pulisic, he came in right around the 60th minute, and he scores on a free kick, which may be the goalie. I don't know what the goalie's doing. He's like buried behind a wall. Didn't even see the kick.
didn't
It's
see
like,
it?
be on the other side.
I didn't see that.
That's
but
why you have a wall.
Yeah.
Not that he can't kick it over the wall and dip it down because he can do that too, but kind of terrible positioning by the goalie.
Aren't you kind of jacked up for the triple header today?
It's going to be
I'm
fun.
jacked up for the last game.
Oh, Netherlands, Morocco. I won't be watching that. I'll definitely watch all of the Brazil-Japan match
I'll have it. I'll have on
and a
the-
lot of the Germany-Paraguay
It's a
match.
good chance that I'll fall asleep during one of those early games for a nap.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you got like 3 hours sleep last night.
Soccer can it can lull you to sleep at times.
Oh,
even
yeah.
even World Cup level soccer.
Yes.
So you've got that going on. So we'll be talking about that all week, whatever countries are playing. The Nats took the series up in Baltimore, up in Camden.
They woke up the last 2 days. Luis Garcia.
Luis Garcia, I mean,
What a year he's having.
he's 13th in the league in RBIs. I mean, is he going to be an all-star?
Doubtful, but he's on a heater.
He should be. He's got 6 bombs in his last 6 games. He's got 16 home runs this year. I believe his career high is 18.
Yeah. Well, he's going to destroy that number.
He's going to hit 33.
He's batting 280.
They haven't played first base.
He has been on fire.
When they moved him over to first base, I was like, you can't have a first baseman that doesn't have a bat. I guess he's got a bat.
He's got a bat. So Garcia had 3 hits, drove in 5, hit 2 bombs. His second one hit the top of the wall.
I think they had another blown save, though, over the weekend.
That wasn't yesterday because Poland got
No, I think maybe it was. I think it
On
was
Saturday?
still in a win, but blown save.
because they win in 10th inning, right? Yeah. Well, they beat Baltimore and they won the series, so they took 2 out of 3.
I believe they won 4 of 6 against Valdez's
did.
A's this season.
They did.
It was much needed these last 2 wins because, at the start of last week, we were fired up before the Phillies series, the 4-game series, and they could have won every game in that series, but they blew the last 3 via bullpen, and things were starting to spiral a little bit. They fell below 500, so now they're back above 500. I think a game above 500. So
Correct.
2 back in the wild card, still in the mix.
43 and 42. Didn't score a lot of runs, but they were much better in pitching. And Zach Littell was really good yesterday. And then Mitchell Parker came in, had a 5-2 lead, I believe. Either a 5-2 or a 6-2 lead, gave up a 2-run bomb, so it was 6-4. But he had to leave the game. Threw a pitch and then started to shake his left hand, his throwing hand. I don't know what the update is, but they took him out. He was not feeling great. Then they brought Lovelady in, and then Pullen got the 2-inning save. So they take 2 out of 3. They beat the Orioles 6-4. Now they go to Boston tonight. They go up to Fenway.
Boston's been hot.
Boston's won 7 of 9. Their starting pitching's been unbelievable in the last 2 weeks. Sonny Gray had a no-hitter through 8. They won that in extra innings. To take a 4-game sweep of the Yankees. Since Aaron Judge got hurt May 31st, they were 13 games over 500 when Judge was still in the lineup. They're 500 since.
Oh.
They've lost 7 of 9 in the Yankees. So the Nats are going to play a hot team. They're going to play Boston, who's been pitching great, getting some timely hitting. And the first game of that series is up in Fenway tonight.
Coming up next, a legacy tainted.
We've all seen it before, the underdog trailing at halftime, written off by all the critics, but then something changes, a strategy, a spark, a comeback. Your finances can be the exact same way. Maybe you've made some mistakes. Maybe your investments aren't where you want them to be, but it's not too late to turn it around. You need to start right now. Call Trajan Wealth, 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors are here to help. TRAJANwealth.com. They'll analyze your portfolio, optimize your retirement strategy, and make sure your money is working for you, not against you. Make your comeback today. Call Trajan Wealth at 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1, or visit TRAJANwealth.com, because winning in the fourth quarter starts with planning in the first. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
OER has a new song out called Legacy.
Yep.
Phil Mickelson certainly built a legacy, winning majors in golf, making hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Besides Tiger Woods, the most dominant golfer in our era. And he's completely tainted his legacy now.
A lot of besmirching of his own legacy.
An article came out, and we had talked a few weeks ago about some sort of rift he had with Pat Perez. And there are details because Pat Perez's now ex-wife came out with some of the details.
I can see why this would cause a rift, by the way.
And so
Yeah.
Perez and
Slightly.
Mickelson were boys to some extent.
Yeah.
And the story is they're hanging out at dinner, and I think Mickelson had already invited him to some sort of suite, like stay in his fancy.
Yeah, like Phil was staying at a villa,
Right.
like outside of an event. I think it was right outside of New York
Barclays.
City.
Yeah.
Right, so
And
he
it's like, hey,
invites.
bring your wife. Come on, stay at my fancy place. You know, we'll hang out, have dinner, drink gallons of red wine together, just have a good time. Basically, rolling out the red carpet. Now the problem is, once I guess Pat Perez at one point got up to go to the bathroom,
Yes.
leaving Phil alone with Pat Perez's wife, and I don't know how long.
who, by the way, is a smoking hottie. I looked at a picture of her.
Yeah, yeah.
So
course.
Phil immediately from the story from Alan Chipnuck, this is when Phil pounces. Phil then approaches the wife and basically propositions her, and then shows her a dirty picture on his phone of him naked, flexing his bicep, and he's in a certain state.
Yeah, right.
He's in an
He's a physical state. Yeah.
He's in a certain physical state.
Yeah.
And this is while his friend is in the bathroom.
Was he excited?
He was definitely excited
Yeah.
in said picture. And then he basically told the wife, I'll leave my door open if you want to come hang out with me later.
Right.
And she's like, she's horrified. Like she
Of
doesn't,
course.
She
Just
didn't
no-
tell the husband that
Until-
weekend because she didn't want to affect his play.
I understood. I mean, you're going to throw your husband for a loop if you tell him that his supposed friend is propositioning her, showing her dirty pics on his phone. Like that's like, I think she made the right move by delaying telling her husband.
Apparently, Phil apologized, and they have a 26-minute voicemail, I believe, apology.
I mean, if somebody
from-
leaves me a 26-minute voicemail, I can
Or maybe
tell
it's not a
you-
voicemail,
I
but
thought
they
it was
recorded. Yeah, they
it was a
recorded
conversation.
Okay.
Bottom line is they have a 26-minute recording of Phil saying, I'm sorry, but also claiming he didn't remember a lot
Right.
of it.
Well, I mean, he was
Well, that's the
probably
other.
hammered.
Well, that's the other thing. According to all these stories, he's a drunk.
Yeah.
He just gets hammered and doesn't remember anything, or he claims he doesn't remember anything.
But he's been booted out of a bunch of country clubs
At
where
minimum,
he
like
was
4 or 5.
members. He was either a member or honorary member, but his go-to move was he had a creeper apparently who basically lived full-time in one of the spots he had. And to cover his tracks, because maybe his wife had a locator or
Oh,
something.
yeah. You think Amy Mickelson didn't have a phone tracker
Of course.
on her philandering husband? Of course she did.
He would pay a caddy
Yeah.
to have his phone. He would say, "Here,
No, you give him $500 and say,
Right.
"Hey, stick my phone in your cart
And just drive around.
Drive around the
So
course
she
for
thinks
like
I'm playing.
4 hours to make it look like I'm playing the course."
Or he'd get other people that were members to
Yeah.
carry his phone around.
So I saw somebody comment, "Do you know how much you have to do to get kicked out of a country club when you're a multiple majors winner, like the level of Phil Mickelson? Like how scandalous you have to be to get kicked out of multiple country clubs with this sort of behavior?" Like it's an explosive piece written by Alan Chipnuck. You should read it if you haven't at this point. It's pretty crazy the level of detail he goes into.
Wow. It's crazy.
then
Some of these stories
think,
are nuts.
I think Phil tainted his legacy to an extent just when he moved to live. Now, some people don't think that was a big deal. A bunch of guys
that-
moved
Well,
to
he-
live.
That
Well, he did it
pales,
for a
that
bunch of money.
pales in comparison to these allegations.
Right.
This just is way beyond him switching tours and
He's a creep.
turning his back on the PGA. Yeah, he's a bona fide creep.
yeah.
Because we speculated when the most recent thing happened, and it was a cart girl, right? Mm-hmm. That maybe he's just drunk, hollering, like verbal
And,
assault.
and you don't know what to believe when you first read the story and hear about the story. But now that you hear all these other backstories from 10, 11 years ago, I believe it.
Totally.
There's no way they're all these people just making it up.
No, and it fits the profile in the article. They go through.
Now, Phil has been
they go through like
out
a
of
lot
the
of his
picture.
addictions.
Yeah, Phil's been out of the picture for a while because of a health matter with someone in his family. I've heard stories. I won't go into it. I don't know what to believe. I know what I've been told, but I don't know what to believe now that all these other stories are coming out. I mean, there could be something a lot more serious. I haven't heard anything about Phil and Amy, his wife, if they're still together or if all of this has just forced her to say, Phil, you're out. But you haven't seen Phil in a few months.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while.
This health matter, this so-called health matter. I don't know what's going on, but these stories are crazy. The fact that he would drink a bunch of wine and then send a text to his buddy's wife saying, I'm going to leave the door open, and then send her a picture. I mean, he's got issues. Major, major issues.
Yeah, I mean, he's like...
Do you think that's worked for him? I guess maybe it's worked for him before. I don't know that would really work for a guy. A naked picture in a certain state
I
with
guarantee
a
it's worked for him.
bicep flex.
I mean,
if you read the
I
stories,
would think that most women would
he
say
would
you're a
have-
creep.
he had affairs all the time with girls, and I guarantee he was doing the same thing. Probably sending texts and pictures.
It probably
to them.
worked to a certain extent. I'm just guessing. I clearly don't know. Sounds like a move that he would use.
His legacy is completely. It actually makes Tiger Woods seem sympathetic at this point.
Yeah, like I mean, if you're the PGA Tour, you can't let him play in any tournaments going forward.
And the crazy thing is, when the Tiger Woods scandal broke out, you found out that Tiger had roughly 20 different women out there.
Mm-hmm.
Phil was kind of the goody two shoes married guy, right?
You thought so?
The perfect family. That's how it was portrayed.
Mm-hmm.
His wife was pregnant. They write about it in the article. His wife was pregnant. He was going to be willing to leave a major.
Yeah.
And it turns out he's just as much of a creep as Tiger was.
You just don't know what people are really like behind closed doors. You just have no idea.
I mean, it's sad. Like his entire legacy has unraveled.
Wasn't he hated by a lot of golfers though?
Remember, it wasn't just this
Yeah.
this addiction he's got. Remember, he's got the big gambling addiction too.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't Shipnuck originally, maybe 20 years ago, say that a lot of the golfers hated him because he called himself Fig Jam?
That was his nickname.
Yeah, well, he wrote that
Yeah.
article about him, and then Phil, I don't know if it was on a golf course, can't remember exactly where it was, but he threatened him. Don't you remember that?
Cakes
When
was
he
about to start.
threatened Shipnuck?
It was, I'm good, just ask me.
F word, I'm good. Just ask me.
Right.
Fig Jam. Great nickname. Definitely full of himself. Definitely
Yes.
big. Phil Mickelson, big fan of Phil Mickelson.
Phil Mickelson's legacy, tainted, done.
I mean,
You can't take the majors away from him.
yeah, but
But now you just look at him like a creep.
his legacy's officially destroyed
Absolutely.
at this point.
Coming up next, the Wizards are coming up in trade talks. We'll get into that here on the Junkies. We're talking a lot of World Cup here. It's the world's biggest soccer tournament, and the world's biggest soccer tournament is heating up in the U.S. On Kalshi, you could trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. How about looking at the winner? Spain right now trading at 10.4% to win it all. That means a $100 trade is going to pay out $904.71. Not bad if Spain can win it all. That is a good score on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Then contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
With his best game to date, 2 home runs, a double, and 5 RBI, Luis Garcia Jr. led the Nationals to a 6-4 victory over the Orioles to clinch another road series and prove once again the resilience of this team that just keeps shrugging off bullpen blowups with bounce-back performances. There might not be a hotter hitter on the planet right now than the Nationals' first baseman. Over the last 7 days, he's gone 10 for 19 with 2 doubles, 6 homers, and 9 RBI. Speaking of hot hitters, we're keeping it in the NL East. Kyle Schwarber became the first major leaguer to reach 30 home runs this season. Thanks to his big swing, the Phillies beat the Mets 5-4. And your Sunday night baseball game could not have been any better. Jared Duran walked it off in extras as the Red Sox swept the Yankees. Final score, 5-4 in 10 innings. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Johnny Cakes Allville and Jason Bishop. The whole 30-year deal, somebody asked me over the weekend, how's the show going? And I say, well, we're celebrating 30 years. And I'm getting kind of sheepish about it because we're celebrating basically a birthday, and I know it's an anniversary, for a year.
Yeah, I think it's okay. It's a big
it's
milestone.
Good. I then
Like, we
explained
should
to
milk
them
it for as much as we can.
It's a branded deal.
Yeah.
So it's a 30th anniversary all year long.
Yeah, it's
And we
okay.
have some things coming up in the fall. I've seen the dates.
Yeah.
I think we all had to approve the dates on those in the fall, so that
Yeah.
should be big. But that's how I kind of explain things when people, how's the show going?
Never apologize for it, JP. Don't feel sheepish or weird about it. It's all good. Not going to stress about it.
I don't know what we're going to do in the 31st year. It'll
I
just
don't
be a
know.
regular year, I guess.
Yep. Till the next milestone.
Normal year.
Yes.
Till
Yes.
our 60th year anniversary.
That would be a fun one. Sebastian Salazar is going to join us coming up in about 45 minutes. We'll get some insight into the World Cup from Sebastian. Alex Tuck, one of your newest members of the Washington Capitals, a right winger who came over from Buffalo. He's going to join us coming up at 9:25. Last week on this show, spent a lot of time talking about the Wizards because the NBA draft was on Tuesday. And we actually did a show live from the Anthem on Tuesday evening, but a lot of it was in anticipation of the draft. Who are they going to take? Will it be DeBonsa? Will it be Peterson? It ended up being DeBonsa. And then just kind of getting to know him. He threw out a first pitch over the weekend. I don't know if you saw it. That was actually at Fenway. He threw it. He's from Massachusetts.
Boston,
from
yeah.
Some people
Brockton.
wondered if we should be upset about that. I'm like, that's where he's from.
He's from there.
I just saw some people on social media like, shouldn't his first pitch be at a Nats game?
Let's not create controversy where it doesn't
Yeah.
exist.
Why are
he's
people
from he's from a Boston suburb. He spent his formative years there. It's okay for him to throw out the first pitch at a Red Sox game.
And I'll say this about his
I would
first
assume,
pitch. It was a lollipop, but it was kind of a strike.
Yeah, it was fine.
I would
it was a
assume
big
he would
lollipop.
eventually he would throw out a first pitch here. I would assume.
I would assume he'll do that at some point at Nats Park.
Yeah.
It's way better than most. You usually you just remember the terrible, like John Wall's first pitch. You
Yeah.
remember those.
Mariah Carey's.
Like this one wasn't, it was probably
It's
25
fine.
miles an hour.
It doesn't matter.
But it got there.
He got it over the middle, and the catcher caught it. That's all you're asking for.
Yeah. So obviously there's a lot of excitement because they draft DeBonsa and the anticipation is, well, how good can this team be with the guys they're bringing back, including now Trae Young and Anthony Davis. But Anthony Davis potentially could be dealt. And I mentioned a possible trade, which seemed unlikely, but listen to what Shams said.
What if you, Shams, can you make this work, whether it's Jaylen Brown going to the Wizards and then someone like Anthony Davis going back to the Celtics, because it is going to take a lot, but I don't know if all teams are going to be willing to part with those 4 first-round picks. That seems to sort of be that starting price.
You could imagine it. That's why I think it's going to be interesting to see which team gets Jaylen Brown potentially, because it might not be someone that we expect, given the asking price and given all these things. But going back to the Celtics, to me, it's clear that Brad Stevens and that group has gone into this offseason seeing how can they.
that it? Oh, sorry.
I guess the
Yeah,
audio
that's
got
the
cut
clip.
off right
Yeah,
there.
that's the clip.
Yeah.
I mean, I threw it out there that I don't think that they would target Jaylen Brown, but a guy like Jaylen Brown is going to require another star. And I don't know that the Celtics would take Anthony Davis, but if I was the Wizards, I would explore it.
At least offer it. Why not?
I mean, Jaylen Brown's a great player. I mean, he'd be a ball dominant player, and he would score a bunch of points.
The Wizards are just loading up on those guys with Trae Young, DeBonta.
You're right. I mean,
Jaylen Brown
There's
would
only
be the
so many
latest.
shots to go around.
It would take
but-
more than Anthony Davis.
Oh, it would take
probably have to
first
do
round pick, maybe two first
Anthony
rounders.
Davis, maybe ship him Trey Johnson.
Trey Johnson makes sense. A couple first round picks, or at least one. I don't know what year, but yeah, I mean, I understand that people are throwing out teams that are a possible destination for Jaylen Brown. I mean, if you're Brad Stevens in the Celtics and Jaylen Brown's been talk of trade rumors for weeks, I mean, Jaylen Brown's pissed. He's got to be. Probably feels disrespected. So can't imagine he's going to be there next year. So he's going to be dealt somewhere, but I don't think it's going to be here.
What do you think
it
the odds
would be
are?
a big deal if he was dealt here.
Oh,
What are the odds that Anthony Davis plays in Game 1 for the Washington Wizards? I still think that's more likely than not. Game 1.
I would say pretty high. I don't know what percentage
All
I give
right,
it. I would
give
say
me-
pretty high.
Give me game 50 during the season.
Ooh.
Assuming that's after the trade deadline. I'm not quite sure.
All right, so post trade deadline, I would say game 1, 75% he plays after the trade deadline. Depending on how they're playing, I would say 20%.
yeah, I think 20% sounds about right.
Is that a number you would give?
Yeah, unless they're playing really good
Unless they're
basketball.
playing really well, right.
I mean, there are some that believe that the Wizards, as currently constructed, can go on a run in the Eastern Conference.
I know. There's a lot of people who think they could be a high 40s win type of team, maybe in the 50s.
If they win
I've read that.
If they win between 45 and 50 games in the first year of DeBonta,
Can you imagine? That would
Anthony
be,
Davis,
that would be
and Trae
so
Young,
sick.
Oh, I mean, the town will be absolutely
Now,
on
I
fire.
don't think that's going to happen.
Probably not.
But I do believe if those guys are all on the floor, that they are easily a low 40s win team.
Brought it up a couple times last week. If you just looked at teams that won in the high 40s last year, whether it's the Raptors or Orlando Magic, the roster compares favorably to those teams.
It does. It does. Now, who knows how that roster is going to play together because they've never really played together before. When you add DeBonta and Trae Young and Davis never played with those guys, but I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of enthusiasm for this team if this roster sticks together.
So another wacky Anthony Davis rumor has to do with LeBron and reuniting with LeBron James, but not in L.A.
Nope.
where they won a championship.
Someplace else in California.
It has to do with several teams, but LeBron and Anthony Davis would end up with Steph Curry in Golden State.
Yeah. And
That
then,
would be an old team.
and then maybe the Wizards would acquire Jimmy Butler in his expiring deal.
I think Jimmy Butler would end up in Washington.
Okay.
I mean, we've heard so many rumors about so many teams and players.
I love that the Wizards are
Just kinda want it to happen.
That they're in the mix in these conversations.
Oh, they're definitely in the mix.
I love that.
Will
Dawkins has said
Will
that
Dawkins
they plan
likes to
on
talk to other teams.
He says that they plan on keeping Anthony Davis, that Anthony Davis is going to be here long term. Do you believe that? Or do you believe there's something to all these rumors? Because all the rumors, there aren't any trade rumors of anybody else in the Wizards. It's always Anthony Davis.
Will Dawkins may have a different terminology for long term than the people in this room. Long term to him might be through 40 games next season.
Yeah, right.
Like we just don't know.
Long term might be a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, but these deals that are being discussed right now are off-season moves.
Right.
And free agency is about to start. I've seen some names that the Wizards are supposedly interested in. I think trying to get maybe some big bodies, front court depth. They've looked at like Mitchell Robinson is a name that I've seen who just wanted a ring.
Well, if they're looking for a terrible free throw shooter, that's your guy.
Yeah,
Wow.
but if you want a
Yeah.
great offensive rebounder
Sure.
and a
A
good
great guy
defensive player.
on pick and rolls and a guy who can finish,
just hope he doesn't get fouled
no.
while he's taking the ball to the hoop. It's going to be ugly.
But, we always say where there's smoke, there's fire. Do you believe there's fire here in the Anthony Davis rumors?
I believe there's some, but I still think Dawkins and Winger and the Brain Trust, they want to see what Davis, Trae Young,
what they can do,
Bonsa, and the young core can do when they play together.
I also think Davis's value increases if he actually plays.
Sure.
Because if
only
I'm
help.
a team, I'm very reticent about trading for Anthony Davis because he didn't play in a Wizards uniform.
Right.
Now
Never saw him.
maybe you realize, okay, they were tanking, they couldn't play him, but it also adds to kind of this lore that he gets hurt every season.
But they threw Trae Young out there, even though they were trying to tank.
Barely.
I know, but why couldn't they have?
He was on minutes restriction when he played.
He was. I know it was 5 games.
And then once he kind of got hurt again, they shut him down.
Right. But what I'm saying is, why couldn't you have barely seen Anthony Davis for a few games?
Maybe he wasn't willing. Maybe he wasn't on board.
That could be the case.
He didn't seem as happy.
Yeah, that's true.
He said some things, but nobody really bought what he said.
He wasn't as bought in as Trae Young.
Right.
Trae Young was clearly into being a part of the Wizards, mentoring the young guys, being on the bench even when he was injured. Like you could tell he was all about being here.
But it's a little different. Yeah, because
not so sure.
Trae Young early in his career was the man in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then he wasn't the man anymore, and he realized join a team like the Wizards, he can be the man again, right? Anthony Davis, he's been part of a terrible team when he was with New Orleans. Then he became part of a champion and was part of a winning
The Lakers.
franchise in the Lakers. And for him to come to the Wizards was a step back.
Sure.
It was like, I'm going back to my New Orleans days, and I don't want to do that. I want to be the contender.
If it's legitimate that he just does not want to be here, if it's legitimate, then Will has to make a move. You can't have Anthony Davis here when you know he doesn't want to be here.
1-800-636-1067.
Is that accurate?
I think that's accurate. What would you do with Anthony Davis? Do you force him to stay? Now, apparently he wants an extension too. I can't give him a big fat contract for two reasons. One, I'm mostly a young team outside of Anthony Davis and Trae Young. And two, he just gets injured too much.
Always hurt.
I would have no faith in giving him a long-term extension.
I'd have to look up his contract again, but isn't he going to make somewhere in the $60 million range?
Yes. I think it's over $60 million.
For 2 years.
Yes.
They've got control of him for 2 years.
Correct.
And he wants an extension beyond that. If I was Will, I'd say, bro, I can't give you that right now. You haven't even played for us yet.
Well, then he might say,
and if you say,
you're not going to give it to
trade me.
Trade me.
Sure. And I'd say, okay, we're working on it.
Right.
And I don't know if Jaylen Brown's the guy that they're targeting, but I mean, I want to see Anthony Davis here with this group, but if it's legitimate, like I said, that he does not want to be here, then I don't want to see him.
I've seen LeBron James linked to the Warriors a lot in these trade rumors.
Seen it for the last couple
You know
of days.
how old that team would be? So they'd have LeBron, who's going to be 42.
Yep.
Draymond Green is no spring chicken. He's got to be 35 plus.
Steph's up there too.
Steph's got to be like they still have Jimmy Butler, who's old. I assume maybe Jimmy Butler would move. I mean, I guess Anthony Davis is not that old, but he's in his 30s.
He's the young pup of that group.
That's an old team.
32 or 33.
That feels like what the Rockets did when they had Charles Barkley and Drexler and Hakeem at the end of days. They had Scottie Pippen too.
Pippen was there too.
A bunch of old farts.
And I would feel like if they had an old roster like that, it would probably happen again where those guys are going to get banged up.
Mm-hmm.
Older you get, you're going to get banged up in long seasons, and they had a bad year. They got into the play-in, but they had a bad year compared to what they've had in the last 7, 8.
And the Wizards part of it too. So if they ended up with Jimmy Butler and you get it just feel like, would Jimmy Butler be happy to be here?
No idea.
Feel like he'd be just like Anthony Davis.
It's just a pit stop for him on the way to his next destination. But
Yeah.
again, that sometimes that's the way things work when guys have expiring deals. They get dealt, and they just have to live with it until they get to their next
If
destination.
I'm the Wizards, I'm less interested in that. I'm more interested in the Jaylen Brown one.
Yeah.
Jaylen Brown is in his prime.
He's 29 years old.
Now Jaylen Brown he'd be your leading scorer.
That's fine.
Oh,
Would
yeah.
he take too many shots away from DeBonsa?
It's okay. I'd be okay with that. Just need DeBonsa to get to 20 as a rookie. That's all
And then
I
you need a little front court help to go along with Sarr.
Yeah.
Jaylen Brown
Oh, he makes a big amount of money.
This is his deal. So he signed a 5-year, $286 million deal just last year, 24-25. So he made $53 million this year. Next year, he'll make $61 million. 27-28, he'll make $65 million. And then in 28-29, he'll make $69 million.
It's the NBA.
It's great to be a baller.
That is unbelievable.
All right, let's go to the phones. We can go to line 1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in on the Anthony Davis rumors. I believe it's Brandon. Brandon, you're on with the Junkies. Good morning.
Hey, what's going on, team? How y'all doing?
What's up, man?
What's up, Brandon? What's up?
Hey, look, man, I think the Trae Young and the Anthony Davis acquisition were two of the worst acquisitions that any team in the NBA could have made as a pairing. Anthony Davis hasn't given a producible year or season in 4 or 5 years now. He's one of the older players in the NBA. He's already made it known that Washington isn't a spot that he wants to stay long term. I'm hoping that the only reason that these acquisitions were made was to package them up in a trade of some sort to acquire something more, producible out of the two of Trae Young and Anthony Davis.
Well, I mean, Trae just signed an extension, so
I mean, to be
I don't
fair,
I don't think anybody's going to trade for that contract.
to be fair to
Not
Anthony
now, anyway.
Davis, I think you're overstating his producible seasons because it's a few years back, but 2023, 2024, a couple seasons ago, he did play 76 games.
Yeah, and he gave
in
you
the regular
24 and 12 and a half boards per game.
The next season, he played 51, but part of that is he was traded to Dallas.
Right.
I don't remember
But he was
whether
hurt.
he was shut down or not. Yeah, he was
He
hurt.
was injured.
And then, last season was a shot. Let's be real. The guy had like pinky here in Washington, and they wouldn't let him on the court.
But the caller makes a good point. I mean, all right, you're going to throw that 23-24 season where he played 76, but since he's played since 2017, 2018, that season, he has had 1 year where he's played 70 games. He just doesn't play full seasons.
Yeah, but you know that going in when you acquire him. It's not like Will Dawkins didn't know that.
That is true.
He's had a history of being fragile.
That is true.
When he was acquired.
But I can understand why some fans would feel that way.
Sure. You're hesitant at points.
Now, Trae Young, I mean, since they just gave him $200 million, he's not going anywhere.
No. He's here for short to long term.
But I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with Anthony Davis. I mean, but like I said, if I know a guy doesn't want to be here, and maybe he knew that before he made the deal, and then it was just
he's just a bargaining chip.
In their vision, they just said, all right, we're going to acquire him because we know we can get something for him.
Yeah.
I would definitely make that deal. I don't care what you get for him.
Let's go to Sean in Columbia on line 2. Sean, you're on with the Junkies. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
Lurch, I'm kind of with you, man. If I'm Will Dawkins, I'm saying, okay, you want a new contract, come out and ball with us. Show us, we have some equity in you. If not, we haven't lost anything. We'll just sit you. You can sit in street clothes for the next 2 years.
Well,
that's his nickname, right? Charles Barkley calls him street clothes.
I would think if Anthony Davis wants a new deal, he would at least go out there and, if he knows he's going to be on the roster for 30 or 40 games, go out there and prove that you're worth an extension. Because if you're not, I don't know what team's going to give you an extension beyond
Yeah, you have to go play
$120 million
to earn the extension. You can't just sit there.
You can't just sit on the bench.
Give me an extension or I won't play for you.
Yeah.
If I'm Will Dawkins, I'll say, okay, I'll find your next destination
Especially at that
as soon
age.
as I can.
I'm not giving him an extension. He's 33 now.
Correct.
He's got 2 more years. I'm not giving an extension past 35.
No, I agree.
Put up or shut up.
And that's what I mean.
Collect your $60 million and be happy.
Come out there and put up 25 and 12
Yeah.
and prove that you're willing to help this team get to the postseason. If not, prove that you're willing to play for another team and you're going to stay healthy.
It must be nice to get paid $58 million and feel like you're underpaid.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know what that feels like.
How
You'll never know
about
what
this?
that-
Yeah, you'll never
I'll
know.
never know what that
Well,
feels
he's also
like.
underworked.
Yes.
Well, he's all of those things. A lot of unders with Anthony Davis.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. Remember, later this hour, Sebastian Salazar on the World Cup. That's at 7:45 here on The Fan. Bad beat for me right now.
Uh-oh.
I need to learn my lesson.
Yeah.
So I went to get my Pop-Tarts.
Okay.
There are 2 toasters there. There's like a big toaster
Yeah.
in the break room and a smaller toaster.
Yeah.
I lost a Pop-Tart in the toaster. It slipped down. And it just
Man
it rips
down.
you.
Gotta man down.
You know, Pop-Tarts, you get 2.
Yeah, sure.
Put the 2 in, one pops up, the
Okay.
other one stayed down. Tried to get it out, couldn't get it out. It slid down to the bottom.
Tragic.
I actually got angry.
Yeah.
Unplugged the toaster, went over the sink and just started, and then all the crumbs come out. And just, yeah, man down.
Well, so you didn't get it out?
I got part of it out. This is what I got out.
Oh, yeah. Man, you were
You
addicted
got
to those.
Oh, you got a quarter of one out. That hurts. It hurts your breakfast. Your breakfast got cut by what, half? Cut in half.
And yes, Jason, I'm somewhat addicted to them. It's been a new craze like the last 2 weeks.
I was going to say every day for the last couple weeks, and it's always strawberry. Loves the strawberry Pop-Tarts. I love
Act like
strawberry
they're
too.
choices.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't have multiple choices?
No.
Oh, that's it.
You know where you have multiple choices? At a grocery store. Just go to a grocery store, just buy a big multi-pack, put them in your locker. You save money, and you get the flavor that you want. I know that's a crazy concept.
He would never do that. He would never bring a Pop-Tart here.
I mean, all it does is make sense.
It makes sense, but he would never do it.
I think at one point, I think this was like 25 years ago.
Yeah.
I think I used to bring Pop-Tarts to work.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
At one point, I was selling snacks out of a locker.
Yes.
As a side
Side hustle.
I can't
Can
believe
you
you were
imagine?
doing that.
I was doing that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what was I doing? I
But
couldn't
you-
just give people snacks. I had to charge them for them.
And you would only charge.
I was
Were
very
you charging
reasonable.
50 cents, 75 cents,
Something like that, yeah. It was-
$1?
It's very reasonable. But again, like, just give the snacks away. Just be benevolent.
Yeah.
Be the Robin Hood of snacks. just pass them out.
So I saw this article over the weekend and it got me thinking, and maybe you guys can chime in. The title was "Older Men Reveal the Things They've Completely Stopped Caring About,
Okay.
and They Have Zero Regrets."
Okay.
So it starts off telling a story about a husband
All right, hold on.
who's in his 50s. It's not like older, like
Okay,
80s.
that's what I was gonna say.
So it's
I'd like-
people in our age group, and his wife tells him, "Your hair looks ridiculous. That you need a haircut."
Yeah.
and he agreed. But then he didn't get a haircut for still 3 weeks.
so he's punting his personal hygiene.
And well, it's a haircut.
I mean,
He
that's
quit
personal
caring
hygiene.
about his hair.
Yeah.
That he needed to have it nicely groomed all the time. And the article points out other things that guys in their 50s they used to care about, but now they don't care about anymore. And we can throw this out to our callers, 1-800-636-1067. What I'll say, and I don't remember when I stopped caring about it, and you guys can chime in.
Yeah.
I don't care about clothes at all. Like there was a period in my life where we had a hookup. Now this was kind of a hookup through the show at Nordstrom, and they had this section in Nordstrom where we would get discounts, and that was really nice clothes. And I also had kind of a hookup where when I went to the Borgata, when we were doing our Junkies Poker Open at the Borgata, I would let Rom use my card, and I would get all this Hugo Boss shirts. Like it was basically a trade. Like you can use my card, get your points because he wants to play blackjack all night, and I would get like a Hugo Boss shirt every
Yeah.
time, and
You
I
get
had like
romps.
these nice shirts.
Yeah.
I can't even remember what I wore back then.
I don't care about clothes at all.
Yeah.
Like
I care
I'll
about-
wear dirty shoes. I don't really care. Like to me, it's a hassle to go get it.
I do care
and
about
I
my
don't
shoes.
really
I
care.
care about clothes.
I've been spoiled because our friend Chris Farley keeps us in nice new shoes for the most part, like athletic shoes.
Yeah.
But clothes, I don't really care that much about. As long as I have a few hoodies.
But did you
some
ever
hats,
care about it?
Not really. No.
Yeah, see, that's not. Is there something that you used to really care about that you don't care about anymore? Like you've become a beard guy. So
Yeah.
at some point, you used to be a clean shaven guy
Yeah.
for probably half the history of the show.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why you're upset about the picture at the Palm because it was pre-beard, right?
Oh, I hate that picture. And I have the horseshoe bald haircut.
Yeah.
I despise that picture.
So
But
you cared at one point about being clean shaven, like the majority of your life, and then you became beard guy.
Yeah, how long has it been?
that I've had a beard?
I mean,
don't
a
know,
full beard like that.
full beard, probably
20 years?
15-ish, at least 15 years. I
Right.
would guess.
I don't know.
Something
I mean, when
that-
you got married,
And-
you were
I
clean
know.
shaven.
I see pictures back when I was clean shaven. I don't like those pictures that much.
Really?
Yeah,
Why?
I just because I identify with myself more with
Yeah.
having a beard than not having one.
And you're probably always going to have a beard now.
Till they put this body
Yeah,
either
you're
in
going
an
to always
urn
have a beard. Yeah.
or a pine box.
when you first became
Yes.
beard guy, did
Yeah.
your wife have problems with it?
no, not
She
at
never
all.
complained when she was smooching you.
No complaints.
So she likes beard guy.
Now, if it gets real gnarly, I mean, she might be like, you might want to trim things up,
Yeah.
tighten things up. But I mean, for the most part, no, she's cool. She's cool with it.
I would say that I still care about clothes, but I don't ever go to events where I have to dress up,
Yeah,
with a nice suit,
Right.
sport coat. I mean, occasionally, once or twice a year. I still like to have nice casual clothes. And thank the Lord, I have a relationship with Golfdom because I just wear a lot of Peter Millar stuff. And Peter Millar makes some really nice stuff, especially pants.
I have one theory with you,
What?
and you could say I'm wrong, but you always were a luxury car guy. Like even in high school, when I
Right.
first met you,
Right?
I mean, maybe you
I
did
did
have
care
a
about
beater
cars.
when we were in high school, but very
I had
early on.
I had a Toyota Corolla in high school.
So maybe I didn't know your high school car, but very early on, like when we kind of re-met each other, like after college, when you come back after college, you had like a Beamer.
I did. I had a Beamer.
You had a Beamer when you're 23 years old.
I had a Benz at some point. I had since we started doing the show. I had a Benz. I had a Beamer. I had an Audi. I had. But then when I started the relationship with the Toyota dealership that I was doing stuff for years, I just always drove Toyotas.
Right.
Yeah.
And I thought my Toyotas were great.
yeah, sure.
Now I've got the relationship with Buyer Subaru. I'm not driving a Subaru currently. My wife will start driving a Subaru very shortly. But yeah, you're probably right. Maybe it's because it just got really expensive.
Yeah, that is an expensive
Especially
habit.
personal property taxes on expensive cars.
Yeah.
It just kind of bones you in the state of Virginia.
So that's more practical. It's not that you.
I still love luxury vehicles. I mean, they're nice, but I just don't feel like I feel like it's kind of a waste of money because you could still get a nice car, but not pay as much on personal property taxes.
Yeah.
If you get a fat ass Beamer or a Benz, you're gonna spend a lot in personal property taxes.
Paying all that freight,
Yeah.
paying all that extra.
So that's probably a good example.
1-800-636-1067. Are there things that you've stopped caring about as you've gotten older?
And
See,
the other
the article-
thing, and JP,
the
the other
article
thing
points-
is real quick.
Yeah,
the other thing going back to me with the cars is I was driving those cars before my daughters were driving,
Right.
so I didn't have 4 car payments.
Yeah, that is true.
I had 2.
And insuring multiple
Correct.
vehicles, which is
Insurance.
also super
Super
expensive.
expensive, right?
My bill's coming up in like 10 days. I got to pay
Now
it.
I've got 4 payments. Well, my oldest daughter does pay for her monthly bill, but I pay for the insurance.
Yeah, it adds up.
So I'm paying for basically 4 cars to be insured, and I'm paying 3 car payments,
Yeah.
as opposed to 2. That's another reason. Sorry, I busted your move.
No, it's okay. Let's go to the phones. 1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in.
Valdez is going to have to pull them up. I don't have it in here.
Donna.
Donna,
Let's go to Donna.
what's up, Donna?
Hey, good morning. Good morning. You were talking about hair on the top of the head. My husband, as he got into his late 50s, early 60s, I don't know if it's just him, but it seems to happen to a lot of men. Your eyebrow hair starts getting long, and your ear hair starts popping out, and your nose hair, and he just doesn't care. And that's very frustrating.
Yeah, you know what? That I do see some old dudes who have completely punted, especially the eyebrow hair. Like it just gets so squirrely, and they're pointing in every direction, and they just need to either take care of it themselves or go to a barber will take care of that for you.
Yeah, I tell my barber every time, can you do my eyebrows?
They'll take care of your eyebrows or whatever. But yeah, some guys definitely they'll reach a certain age and they punt that away and don't care.
Yeah, so for some guys, it just never was part of the your regimen.
Right.
And then you get older, it needs to be part of your regimen, and
Yeah.
they don't do it. Like I see Stumper all the time. Stumper's the guy whose eyebrows are always like
Explain who
like
Stumper
weird.
is.
Just one of our friends that we grew up with.
Yeah.
Stumper
And
just
Stumper's about 5'4".
And Stumper's a guy who just not. He's a little bit like me. Doesn't care.
Doesn't care.
Actually, I care a little bit more about clothes than him. He wears like 20-year-old Levi jeans. That when we were in Vegas. This is like 20 years ago for a bachelor party or something like that, and he didn't get entry into the club because his jeans were so bad.
That's embarrassing because your buddy's going to drone on you for the rest of your life.
He had
for
like
that one.
they looked acid wash, but they weren't acid wash. They were just old jeans.
Yeah.
I have a pair of jeans that I wear to work now that are like that. Like they've been in the rotation for a couple years. I need to replace.
You try
it.
to pass them off as, hey, they're trendy, or this is coming back into style when it was never in style to begin with.
All right.
Yeah, that's not going to get you in a fancy club.
But I'm just
forbid.
not into. I know Valdez. Maybe you're into like the really nice Jordan golf shoes. I know EB is.
Yeah.
So you still care about stuff like that.
When I golf, I like to look the part, but other than that, I'm kind of a slob.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
The golf course is probably where I'm most fashionable.
That's your runway.
That's my runway.
That is your,
Right, but
that's your Milan.
you probably also wear nice golf clothes when you go out to dinner.
Yeah.
If you go out to a nice restaurant, you just wear nice casual golf clothes.
Yeah.
That's what I wear.
I mean, it's nothing.
I mean, I have a bunch of jeans, but I rarely wear the jeans. I usually wear golf pants.
I will say I'm a little bit of a snob when it comes to that. And like when I see Eric wearing like 3-year-old Johnny O shirts that are out of style.
You Joan.
I Joan in my head.
Okay.
Yeah.
So inner joning.
Oh yeah, I'm doing
TJ Maxx for $10.
Yeah, I'm doing inner joning in my head because he found a Peter Millar shirt that's 4 seasons ago.
Right.
That's funny.
Mine's probably like 10 seasons ago.
Oh yeah.
And then he thinks he looks so money when he's got old gear on.
Or just because it has Peter Millar on the tag.
Just because it has a crown on it.
Meanwhile, the junkies clearly don't care about fashion. Cakes is wearing a sponsored shirt. MGM
hat.
National Harbor.
And hat.
I'm wearing one that we got for our crab cook-off,
Yep.
our junkies kickoff, and Jason has open road.
Now I'm not
Those are my boys.
I'm not any better because I buy dead guy clothing online.
Some silly Jack Nicklaus gear.
No. Like
Actually, he's alive.
No, from like golfers down in Florida.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Right.
their estate sales. Like, I buy all their.
Somebody's got to buy
stuff.
it.
Yeah,
That gear
I'll
needs
buy.
to live
Yeah, I'll
on
buy
and on.
a pullover from a dead guy.
Well, one thing I do care about every 4 years is the World Cup.
Yes, you do.
That's what I care about.
Nice transition.
I love it. So we're going to talk to our good friend Sebastian Salazar about the round of 32, of course, which started last night or yesterday with Canada beating South Africa. And the U.S. plays Bosnia Wednesday. We'll preview that match with Sebastian. Stay with us.
The largest fireworks store on the East Coast is now open. It's called Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest selection of major brands, firecrackers, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, Roman candles, and much more. Just 30 minutes from the DMV. Guerrilla Fireworks, located in Charlestown, West Virginia, 1 mile from the Hollywood Casino. Great deals all year long with all major brands. Buy one, get one free, or buy one, get 2 free across the store. Hurry in before the 4th of July. Celebrate 250 years of America with Guerrilla Fireworks. Light up the sky this 4th of July.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Later in the program at 9:25, Alex Tuck's going to join us. One of the newest members of the Washington Capitals. Comes over from Buffalo. Expected to be one of their top goal scorers. So we will meet Alex Tuck at 9:25. You don't want to miss that. But before the World Cup started, we had our buddy Sebastian Salazar in studio.
Mm-hmm. Did a great breakdown.
Breaking down the World Cup, and he joins us right now as we have entered the knockout stage. What's up, Sebastian?
Hey, man, moment of silence for your Pop-Tart. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Pour some out for JP's Pop-Tart.
I really only lost about a half of one, but believe me, I shook that damn
Second
toaster.
elimination of the knockout round.
Yes.
Big time
It was
elimination.
bad. Hey, what do you think? Were there any big surprises for you, like, say, pre-tournament to where we are now, that we should kind of discuss?
Yeah, I mean, there's some great stories, teams that kind of have made it to the knockout rounds for the first time that maybe a lot of us didn't really ever expect to see in a World Cup back when it was, 32 teams or 48 teams. Those teams like Cape Verde, who made it for the first time and get a shot at Argentina and Messi. That's an amazing, ultimate Cinderella story there, potentially in the round of 32. You got Congo. They're back for the first time since 1974, put in an amazing performance in the group phase. So, yeah, I think there's been some kind of Cinderella stories that have made it this far, and those are great tales. But really, for everybody in world football, you always hear it every tournament. This is where the World Cup begins. You get to the knockout phases. The big boys are all still left, and I think, that's what really matters most. Sometimes in a World Cup before, when two teams would go through and two teams would go home, you'd have some of the big boys that don't make it through. But this group phase format now is so forgiving that the teams that need to be here all are.
Are you surprised that Messi scored as much as he has?
Yes, for sure. I think, we all know Messi's great and he's amazing. We talked about it when I was in studio with you guys. And it was just a question of how good would he be, right? Like, we know he's electric, dropped the hat trick, dropped the brace. But I think what we've seen around him is also impressive. I told you guys, I didn't think Argentina would be able to repeat some of that history, but some of that was the team. They've looked every bit the part, and I think if you want to call it a surprise, it's that there's really only been two teams that I think have looked consistently good, and those are the two teams that met in the final last time, and that's Argentina and France. Some of the big boys, the Spains, the Portugals, the Germanys, they've had their wobbles, and they've shown some real vulnerability. So outside of those top two, I really kind of feel like it's anybody's tournament to make a run here in this knockout round.
Do you worry about France not really being tested yet? I mean, they shut out Senegal and Iraq, and in the Norway game, Norway sat their best player. Like, is there any of that heading into the matchup with Sweden on Tuesday?
No. I mean, I would say this. In the new format, it's tough for the big boys to really, truly get tested in the group phase.
Yeah.
But even that, that's a pretty good group. Senegal is the on-field African champions. That's a really good team. Norway obviously rotated their players because they had already clinched, and Iraq is Iraq. I mean, France was expected to beat them, but had to kind of do it in a slop. France looks good. I'm impressed by them. I don't think I'm worried about France at all. They've hit some footballing, some soccer quality heights in this tournament that, frankly, nobody else has hit. And I think Sweden's a little bit lucky to be here. Frankly, they took kind of the backdoor qualifying path. They have some decent attacking players because you know them from the big European leagues. But France is a powerhouse, and they should be a very, very big favorite in that matchup.
All right, so, Sebastian, before we talk about the U.S. on Wednesday, today, triple header. All right, we had Canada win the only match yesterday in the round of 32, so they advance. Today, triple header starting at 1, Brazil, Japan, then you got Germany, Paraguay, and then Netherlands, Morocco. Brazil is not as big of a favorite as I thought they would be. Japan is very good, obviously, but Brazil's minus 135. Germany's a big favorite over Paraguay at minus 275. The Netherlands are actually an underdog against Morocco at plus 130. So how do you feel about these matches today?
Can I just tell you, this is an awesome day of soccer. Like, in the round of 32, you're not supposed to get super even matchups in theory. You should still have, like, powerhouses against third-place teams. Brazil-Japan could be a quarterfinal. Brazil is obviously the 5-time champions, haven't won it since 2002, in a bit of a lull just in the last decade or so. And Japan, for me, is the next emerging powerhouse of soccer. If you see what they do on like a grassroots level in their schools, the way they train athletes and generally, they're gonna win a World Cup soon. So that's a fascinating matchup to me, and I think Japan very much could pull the upset there. Germany, big favorite over Paraguay. Paraguay kind of only there because of the extra spot that's given. And then Netherlands, Morocco. Morocco, a semifinalist last time around, kind of the Cinderella story. And the Dutch are the best team to never have won it. They've been to the final 3 times, last time in 2020. They're always kind of knocking at the door. I actually think the Dutch are the favorite in that game. Like, I think Morocco, a lot of people are buying into the hype from last time and forgetting that when Morocco advanced in the knockout rounds last time, it was smash and grab. It was holding on. It was 0-0, praying to get to penalties. I think the Dutch are a better team, and I think you'll see that tonight.
All right, how are you feeling about the U.S. on Wednesday, 8 o'clock? Yep, how are you feeling about that?
Yeah, man, so I heard you guys talking about it, I think, on Friday, and I know the big discussion is, like, did they lose momentum over this Turkey result? It had to happen the way it had to happen. You had to rest the guys who were on yellow cards because you absolutely couldn't afford losing any of those 4 dudes, Chris Richards, Anthony Robinson, Tyler Adams, or Folarin Balogun for the knockout rounds. Those are huge pieces. Christian Pulisic was never going to start, so you were going to see a heavily rotated lineup in that game, and the team didn't function, but that team's never going to be on the field in the knockout round, so I don't think you worry about it. The reality is the U.S. rolls into the knockout rounds healthy, everybody eligible, playing well, and with a pretty decent draw. I don't want to disrespect Bosnia and Herzegovina, but if you look at the other third-place teams, it's not the toughest draw. And the U.S. can just look down south at their neighbors, Mexico, who also won their group, and get Ecuador in the freaking round of 32. And my mom's from Mexico. I'm nervous about that one. That's a nightmare matchup. So the U.S. has a good draw, and the most important thing to come out of that last game is Christian Pulisic is back. Mm-hmm. He's balling. He only played 30 minutes, but in those first 5 minutes on the field, you saw exactly the type of guy he is, the exact game-changing presence you saw in the first 45 minutes against Paraguay. And I think the U.S. is heading into this knockout round just about as perfectly as you could be.
What's the one concern you have for the U.S. just in this match against Bosnia?
Yeah, so Bosnia is not a team that's going to threaten you throughout the game. I think they're going to let the United States have the ball. And if the U.S. can get an early goal, as they have in the first 3 games, I think it's curtains for Bosnia. I think that's going to be a really tough situation for them. However, if they can hold out and get to about 30 or 40 minutes, then the pressure immediately shifts to the United States. The expectation here is that they would win. And Bosnia is the type of team that is very good in the air. They're very dangerous on set pieces. They showed that in the group phase. And that's something that tends to be decisive at this point in the tournament. And so I would say, you go into this tournament, and if I have a concern, it's that this game stays 0-0, and your goalie, who we've talked about, Matt Freese, hasn't really had that big mega international moment yet. And there's a free kick or a corner kick or a set piece late in the game, and that's how Bosnia steals it. And you know what? The last team to kind of celebrate getting Bosnia in a draw was Italy in the World Cup playoff. And guess what? Bosnia's in the World Cup, and Italy ain't. So I'm not sitting here telling you to plan for the round of 16, but I really do think that this is a massive opportunity, and I would be shocked if the U.S. doesn't take advantage.
All right, good stuff, Sebastian. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, man. I'll be texting
you. Boys, always a pleasure.
Yep.
All right, bro.
Thanks for the update.
Sebastian Salazar all over the World Cup. He's our World Cup insider. Coming up next, should we be worried about Jaden Daniels' 3rd season?
It's your boy Bish. Let's be honest, we're all just trying to hit more fairways, right? Save a few strokes. My guy Josh Cochran and his great team over at Bayer Subaru in Alexandria, they're helping you with at least one of those. Right now, you can score a crazy low 1.9% APR for 72 months. if you get a new 2026 Outback or an Ascent. Or you can take dead aim at a new 2026 Crosstrek 1.9% APR for 36 months. And I'll tell you something else I really respect about these guys over there. They don't just care about what you're driving, they care about the people riding along with you, too. This month, through the Subaru Loves to Care initiative, Bayer Subaru is once again proud to partner up with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society as a drop-off location for blankets, art kits, and your personal messages of encouragement. Those items will be delivered to patients at Inova L.J. Murphy Children's Hospital, which is just a really cool thing to be a part of. So do what I did. Head on over to Bayer Subaru. Ask for Josh Cochran. He's the general manager. Keep a little more green in your bag this summer. Check him out right off of Richmond Highway in Alexandria or at BuyerSubaru.com.
The team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. Meet Super Light, the new vodka plus aid canned cocktail. Super Light comes in 4 classic sports drink flavors: fruit punch, orange, lemon lime, and blue chill. Perfect to enjoy after the game, on the golf course, or during a barbecue with your buddies. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Chapman and Porters. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Luis Garcia Jr. homered twice and drove in 5 runs to lead the Nationals to a 6-4 victory over the Orioles. O's starter Kyle Bradish retired the first 8 Washington hitters, but then he walked 5 of the next 11 men he faced before it was pulled. For Washington, Zach Littell allowed 2 runs and 3 hits in 5 innings of work, and Washington's bullpen held on for the win. PJ Pullen worked 2 hitless innings for his 3rd save. And 4 days and 72 holes were not enough for the 2026 Travelers Championship. Scotty Scheffler and Victor Hovland are returning to TPC River Highlands this morning at 9 a.m. to compete in a playoff, both of them aiming to capture the winner's share of the last $20 million purse until the FedEx Cup playoffs. Scotty Scheffler made a clutch 8-foot par putt on the 18th hole on Sunday to force this playoff. And that's why he's the world's number one golfer. From the Crop Nightcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC. Equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish, Cakes, and JP today. We just had Sebastian Salazar on the show. Have you been tailing his picks?
Yeah,
Have you been texting him throughout? Are you winning money?
I am in the positive on World Cup. I'm in the negative in some other stuff, but I'm in the positive in World Cup.
I think when I was gone, I saw on social media when I was in Outer Banks a couple weeks ago for vacation. I saw. Did you felt your account?
That was a couple weeks ago. But I reloaded just because that's what I do.
Okay, so you
reloaded.
I
It's
felt
what a lot of people do.
What did you do to felt your account?
I did a 3-team parlay, all to win, and Spain ended up having a draw, and they bunged me.
Okay, Spain. And who did they play in that one? They were like a heavy favorite.
A heavy favorite, yeah. I can't remember who it was in group stage, so one of the lower countries in their group.
Gotcha.
And they played terrible just because I bet on them, and but I've come back, and Sebastian gives me some really good plays. So
got you.
That's why I was asking about the triple header tomorrow.
Would you bet on Jaden Daniels to have a comeback season? The reason I'm bringing it up is there was an article on SI.com, and it basically is from a writer who is not buying in that Jaden's going to be back to where he was. It's kind of a fantasy perspective, but the fantasy perspective is that he has bust potential.
I just think that there's a lot of uncertainty because of David Blau and how he's going to be used. Because a lot of what Jaden did in his rookie year, he threw some touchdowns, but he was just a great rusher.
And if you're talking about fantasy football specifically, that's all about where you select him in a fantasy round.
Kind of, yeah, you're right.
If you select him in the third round and he doesn't put up huge numbers, of course he's going to be a bust. But I don't think a lot of people are going to be viewing him as that high of a draft pick coming off a subpar season. I feel like his value has been suppressed. So I think it's going to be hard for him to bust fantasy football wise because I just don't think he's going to be selected super high.
But I'm wondering, and if you're a Commanders fan, you can give us your perspective, kind of the pulse of the people on where you are with Jaden Daniels. 1-800-636-1067. Amazing rookie season. But even beyond the injuries, you'd probably categorize it as a sophomore slump for him. His passing efficiency was down. His completion percentage wasn't as good as it was in year one. Now, there are
multiple reasons, yeah. I mean,
you can point to Terry McLaurin, number one.
I think that has a lot to do with it.
But I'm sure some people are worried that the league maybe's caught up to him. And now you're going to be dealing with a new offense, new play caller. There's more unknown. And the receiver situation beyond Terry McLaurin is unsettled.
Well, you factor in his own health as well, and the fact that he never really got into a rhythm, I think, is part of the reason you saw the decline in his numbers in year two. I'm kind of banking on that he's going to be back to his year one type of magic, and he'll help elevate some lesser players that are on the roster. Guys like Van Jefferson, guys like De'Ami Brown, guys like Traylon Burks. And I think you're going to see substantial contributions.
Or if they bring in another guy.
From guys like Chig at tight end and Rashad White out of the backfield. I think people aren't talking enough about the impact those guys are going to have on the offense. Like, if you're deficient at number 2 and number 3 wide receiver, that's okay. You just look elsewhere along your roster.
You throw your tight end and your RB.
And some of those guys pick up that slack. That's kind of the way I'm assuming that the offensive brain trust for the Commanders is approaching this upcoming season. Like, those guys are going to have big roles in this offense. I'm talking Chig and Rashad specifically.
It'll be interesting to see how Blau uses Jaden as opposed to how Kingsbury used him.
Mm-hmm.
And, the league wasn't prepared for Jaden because they had never seen him before.
Right.
And a lot of that was him bouncing out of the pocket and just going and getting 15 yards. And he rushed for almost 900 yards.
Right.
I don't think he'll rush for 900 yards this year. But I think Blau's got to use him kind of in a similar way because he's a weapon in that facet.
Yeah.
He's a weapon when he runs the ball.
You don't just want to keep Jaden Daniels in the pocket all the time.
You don't.
That would be ignoring one of his top skill sets.
I don't want to see him, running the ball 8, 10, 12 times a game. But when he does run, I think he's going to pick up some decent numbers, and I think his overall fantasy numbers will be good. I don't know if they'll be great. I think we made a wager under 33.5 total touchdowns.
I think we did. We definitely did.
You went over, I went under.
Yeah, shocker. I was bullish.
Now, you could still have a great year with 30 total touchdowns.
Absolutely.
Or 31, 32. If he goes over 33.5, well, he's having a bomb year.
Yeah. And you would expect the offense to be humming along if he has 33-plus rushing and throwing touchdowns.
Yeah, but I think that's what this article's about, is just the uncertainty of Blau versus Kingsbury and how maybe you're right. Maybe the league kind of knows how you want to use Jaden and what his strengths are. But Blau may use him totally different. We just don't know. And we don't know about the other weapons because we haven't really seen these all these guys on the field in the last 2 years.
I just put up our Junkies poll of the day, brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail made with real vodka, only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. You can vote at Junks Radio. The poll is, are you confident that Jaden Daniels has a bounce-back season? So I would vote yes, but
what's bounce back? How's that defined?
Rookie season, it's
so
more like his rookie season,
so similar to that,
and that
right.
the statistics go back up. So last season, when he was on the field, he was passing for 30 yards less per game than he did as a rookie. We talked about completion percentage. There's a lot of analytics. You can go to a quarterback rating, whether it's QBR or the traditional passer rating. They were way down from his rookie season. So a bounce back is getting those numbers back to where he was as a rookie. I would vote yes, but there's 20% of me that wonders if he's CJ Stroud. Not that he's going to be a bust, but CJ Stroud peaked as a rookie, right? It's pretty much undeniable that his rookie season was his best season.
Well, yeah, but there's the same questions about Stroud as there are for Daniels.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And CJ Stroud wasn't necessarily bad, but he hasn't, as a rookie, you thought this guy's going to be top 5 quarterback in the league.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody believes that right now about CJ
but look,
Stroud.
I don't think one person would say that.
I mean,
about Stroud.
statistically, he wasn't as good as his rookie year, but they did get back to the playoffs.
Sure.
So, I mean,
they got a great defense.
Got a great defense.
1-800-636-1067. Commanders fans, are you confident that Jaden Daniels is going to have a bounce-back season, or are you worried that he could be somebody like a C.J. Stroud who peaked as a rookie? And that's not to say C.J. Stroud, he might bounce back too.
Sure.
Eventually. It's not, and again, he's not terrible.
But if you're the Houston Texans, you have question marks about giving C.J. Stroud a huge deal.
Right, and he's up for it coming up this year.
Right, there's going to be long discussions about whether you're going to give him $60+ million per season.
Right,
Jason's
that's
got
what
his
it's going to take.
Jason's got his numbers in front of us. What was his passer rating as a rookie versus the next couple of seasons?
Rating or his QBR?
Either or.
100.8 rating. QBR was in the high 50s.
That's a rookie
year.
All right,
through 23, just 5 picks.
Has he ever gotten back to 100?
No. He was at 93 last year.
Yeah, last year was better.
So,
but his rookie season was his best.
So his QBR was his QBR last year was actually better than his rookie year.
And the advantage that
but his completion percentage hasn't really gone up. I mean, it's around 64%. I mean, I know he's kind of getting killed because of the numbers, but I don't think he was as bad as some people project.
And Stroud will never be the rusher that Jaden Daniels
He's not the rusher.
His numbers, rushing wise, 167, 233, 209.
Right.
Like Jaden, if he's healthy and upright, like he should rush for 650 or 700 yards this season. I would
Easy.
think.
And I would think he would.
If he's healthy.
Yeah. Stroud will never hit those numbers.
He's not that type of athlete.
He's not that kind of player.
But I think that Jaden, and that's the uncertainty, is how Blau's going to use him. But if Blau's smart, and he's got a good staff around him. I think they're going to use him in a similar way. Maybe he's going to be more under center than what Kingsbury had, and I would assume that. But I still think that if he's out there, he's going to be able to throw touchdowns in the mid-20s and rush for a decent number. So I think if he's healthy, his numbers should be similar to his rookie year.
So you vote?
I would vote not going to be a bust. Not going to be a bust.
You're confident he's going to have a bounce back season.
But if he has another injury and he misses 10 games,
no, the injury thing is that's the larger.
Then
question.
you could call him a bust.
Because I think he showed enough.
Doesn't that have to factor in when you define the play?
Absolutely,
he can make all the throws and everything.
But I think Jaden,
he wasn't a gimmick as a rookie, and the league figured him out. I don't believe that.
No, but his numbers significantly dipped. But he only played in 7 games. So if he plays in 15, 16 games, he could have had 25 touchdown passes.
Yeah, but those are the raw numbers. The thing which worried me maybe is that the quarterback rating, QBR, pass rating went way down.
Significantly
The completion percentage went way down.
Correct. It's a bad year all around.
I'm pretty confident he's going to have between 25 and 30
total touchdowns,
passing touchdowns.
Oh.
25 to 30 passing touchdowns is my range for him. That's a bounce back year.
That would be big
if that happens, because he's going to throw some rushing touchdowns in there too.
Yeah, I mean, if he has 28 passing touchdowns and 7 to 9 rushing touchdowns, I mean that's just the bomb year.
That's a huge year.
It's a great year.
How many quarterbacks had 30 touchdown passes last season?
30 plus. It can't be a lot. I'm going to say 5 is my guess.
All right, I'm looking it up right now.
Just 5?
Matthew Stafford had 46.
Okay.
So he led the NFL. Then it drops down to Jared Goff with 34.
Mm-hmm.
Drake May had 31.
4.
Dak Prescott 34.
So it's 4 guys.
Yeah.
4 guys had 30. Now over 25, which you said a bunch of guys had 25.
Yeah.
I mean,
then
it
you
looks
had like 9
like
or 10 that had.
Looks like about 12 or 13 had 25 plus.
Mm-hmm.
Bo Nix had 25. Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, and Sam Darnold all with 25 touchdown passes.
So don't we all feel like he's going to be, statistically, especially in the fantasy world, if he's on the field, he's going to be good.
He should be.
He'll have a bounce back.
He should put up big numbers.
But there's a lot we don't know. We don't know what the chemistry is going to be like with some of these new receivers, with Chig, with the running backs, how Blau's going to use them. I just think that everything, as long as he's on the field, he's going to be fine. And they're going to figure ways out to score points.
And they're going to force feed the ball to Terry McLaurin. David Blau said as much. He said he wants to get him 10 plus targets per game.
And McLaurin has looked good in these mini camps.
Right.
And if none of that happens, which you just discussed, Jason, your boy Dan Quinn's going to be looking for another job.
Well, his seat's going to be awfully warm.
Oh, yeah. I just think if your quarterback's out there for the majority of the year, you're going to get wins. Don't know if it's going to be enough wins to get to the playoffs or win a division, but I just think his numbers will be fine. And if he gets banged up again and he misses half the season, then that's when you can say it was a swing and a miss.
I like him as a fantasy quarterback bargain, 7th or 8th round. You can pluck him.
By the way,
It's a nice
selfishly,
spot.
he has to have a bounce back. I can't redo RG3 over again.
No, we can't. No.
Because RG3, by the time it became year 3 for RG3, a lot of people were out on him.
Mm-hmm.
because Kirk was there and had shown that he could play a little bit. But then there were all the RG3 backers, and that seemed to linger for a couple of seasons until it finally died down.
Yeah, fizzled.
But even what, I mean, he got multiple shots. I just can't deal with that. Jaden has to be a success.
Yeah, need him to be a superstar.
And there's no reason to believe he can't.
And I would
if
think
he stays healthy.
I would think most Commander fans feel the same way. That he's going to have a bounce back.
I can check the early voting.
I'm not sure about the numbers, but I would think that those numbers are probably.
I feel like most Commanders fans
very
tend to be
doable.
optimistic that he's going to look more like year one than he did in year
34 total touchdowns is a lot. But we'll just see how Blau uses them. If you think he's going to throw in the 25 to 30 range, I mean, obviously that's top 5 from last year. If he gets to 30.
71% are voting. They're confident right now. You can vote at Junks Radio. Are you confident that Jaden Daniels has a bounce back season in 2026? We're the Junkies, coming right back. Coming up at 9:25, Alex Tuck's going to join us, one of your newest members of the Washington Capitals. Comes over from Buffalo via trade.
Ooh, what numbers he
They've done some wheeling and dealing.
Need to figure this
I think
out.
he's got 89 in his Twitter handle for what it's worth.
Hold on. I need to see if he's already picked a number with the Caps. I mean, I need to get to know these numbers.
I'm not sure what number he wore.
Is 89 available?
He's going to wear 89 with the
There you go.
Caps.
Oh,
Good.
it is?
Good
Sticks
call.
on brand.
Is that what he wore?
That's an easy number to remember.
Is that what he wore with Buffalo?
One would assume.
Yeah, said he's
Yeah.
worn it since his rookie season
Yeah,
in
there you go.
2017 and 18.
That's awesome. That's a great number.
Yep. It's a fantastic number.
Like I said, part of his social media handle, at least on Twitter, Alex Tuck 89. So he's going to jump on at 9:25. Now, I don't know where he was picked in the draft. I wanted to
He
bring
was-
up something.
who, Alex Tuck, I believe he was a first rounder.
I think he was like 18th
mid-
overall.
Yeah, mid.
Okay,
first.
but he
double check
wasn't
that.
1-1.
No.
And so I was driving around and I heard this sports talk show host talk about the best number 1 pick overall. I think they were doing the history of sports. And I think they
the
brought
history.
up LeBron James. And that's one that's lived up to the hype, right?
Yep.
So part of it is the hype leading into it and then the production on the field or on the court, whatever have you, afterwards. And then this may be too easy of a discussion because Cakes, when I brought it up during the break, kind of scoffed at it, but I wanted to bring it to DMV terms, to the DC teams. What's the best 1-1? Now, we hope AJ DeBonsa becomes the best 1-1. That if DeBonsa can live up to the hype where he's been compared to, well, I guess he's been compared to Tracy McGrady. That's a really, really good NBA player, Hall of Famer. I don't know if McGrady ever won a championship. He might have stolen one late in his career with like San Antonio or
I want
something.
to say he didn't, but I don't know.
I'm
that
not
for
sure. He played for the Spurs for a while, so maybe he was a bench player when Tim Duncan was carrying them. You think it's a no-brainer? It's Ovi.
Yes.
Well, I mean, who else would even come close to Ovi?
Well,
I mean, Ovi's the leading scorer all time in the NHL.
Well,
Won a Stanley
going to
Cup.
bring up the Nats players. He's
Yeah.
going to bring up Bryce. He's going to bring up
There've been some pretty good
Strassi.
ones.
But those guys aren't on the level of Ovi.
Yeah. So
You know what I mean?
All right, so now I'll change discussion because I'll agree. It's Ovi. Ovi, no doubt. The other guys to mention, Strasburg was 1-1. Bryce Harper was 1-1.
Yeah.
Strasburg delivered a World Series here, was great, just injury marred by injuries. Bryce Harper's been a multiple-time MVP. Problem is he's left DC.
Yep.
The Wizards have had 1-1s. John Wall, Kwame Brown.
Yeah. Those are the guys in the modern era. You can go back like
and I'm not
earlier.
even sure have the Redskins / Commanders ever had a number 1 pick. They've had number 2. That's what RG3 was. That's what Jaden Daniels was. I can't remember.
Ernie Davis.
All right, that's before my time.
1962.
It's before all of our time.
No, but he was the number 1 pick in the 1962 draft.
All right, so working with the guys.
But then he was traded like that, I believe.
Working with these guys, with Ovi being the ceiling,
Yeah,
and let's go Kwame Brown is the basement.
Okay.
Where do you think DeBonsa is going to be?
Well, no. How good does DeBonsa have to be dubbed a success? I think we kind of agreed that he needs to be slightly better than John Wall.
I think he's got to be, with all the hype, I think he's got to be significantly better.
Does
than
he
John
have
Wall.
to be as good as Bryce Harper?
Yes.
Bryce Harper's a Hall of Famer. I know it's hard to think of. He's been multiple-time MVP. I know he started off kind of slow this year, but it seems like he's picked up.
Yeah.
I mean, Schwarber's got 30 home runs. He's not close to that, but I think that Bryce Harper's picked. Does he have to be as good as?
If DeBonsa wants
Does he have to be better than Strasburg? Strasburg really good when he was healthy. Delivered a World
I
Series.
feel like he's got to be better than that because he's going to have more longevity. Like he's going to play longer. Like barring catastrophic injuries.
I just think there's so much hype around AJ with this draft and how many good young players that were in this draft. And, all these experts are saying that it could be one of the best drafts ever. I just think AJ, if that's the case, I think AJ has to be superstar level.
He's got to be a
better than
superstar.
Bryce Harper.
He has to lead the team to at least one NBA title, and he has to be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Like if he wants to be mentioned like close to Ovi in that stratosphere, he's got to check those boxes.
If Bryce Harper was here during the World Series year, that run,
yeah,
he would have been elevated
Sure.
significantly.
Yes.
And you can almost say Bryce Harper would have been better than Ovi if he got the championship. But since Ovi got the championship, that's huge.
I don't know that I would put him above Ovi. Like, Ovi holds the most hallowed record in all of the NHL.
In his sport, I get it. I'm just saying baseball is more popular than hockey.
Right.
So he might be looked at above Ovi if he had a World Series, but he doesn't.
How good does AJ DeBonce have to be? 1-800-636-1067. We're basically a week away from seeing him play Summer League.
Oh, yeah.
And I think he opens up against Darren Peterson in Utah Jazz.
He definitely does.
Yeah.
That's the opening
Don't
game.
they play those games during the day sometimes?
Yes.
Yeah. That might be a day game.
Yeah.
Are they playing out in Vegas?
I want to say it's
Orlando?
Vegas, like 6
Vegas.
p.m. time.
Vegas?
So it's probably like 4 p.m. our time. Is that right? No, 6 p.m.
No,
Vegas time,
it'd be
8
9.
p.m.
It'd be 8 or 9 here.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to throw out an NBA player right now who made the All-Star team this year, has been very good. This is actually a 7-time NBA All-Star. Does AJ DeBonce have to be a better player than Donovan Mitchell?
Yes.
Well, that's a good one.
Yes. There's more expectation for AJ DeBonce than there ever should be for Donovan Mitchell. And I know Mitchell's turned into a better player than where he was drafted,
Yeah.
but AJ DeBonce's ceiling is higher than Donovan Mitchell's.
Donovan Mitchell, for his career, averages, it's got to be in the mid-20s, right?
Yes.
25 a game for his career.
That's pretty impressive.
Does he have to be?
That's what you expect from AJ DeBonce.
Does he have
That
to
is
be
true.
better than? I'm just looking at this year's All-Star team.
Yeah.
This guy's made the All-Star team 7 times. Does he have to turn into a better player than Kawhi Leonard?
Kawhi's
2-time NBA champion, 2-time Finals MVP.
I'd say
Aren't
if
both
he,
of those guys going to the Hall of Fame?
I'd say if he ascended to Kawhi Leonard level, then you've hit a home run with your number one overall.
I mean, Donovan
pick.
Mitchell's going to play another, call it 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
And he's going to be in the mid-20s for his career. That's a Hall of Fame career.
Yeah.
So you're saying DeBonce has to be a Hall of Famer.
Yes.
Basically what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying. You pick him number one overall, those are your expectations.
If you said AJ DeBonce was going to have Donovan Mitchell numbers, you'd be thrilled.
Yes.
I
but
mean,
Donovan Mitchell feels like a disappointing player because I don't even know, he's never been to the NBA Finals.
no, not with Utah, not with Cleveland.
By the way, the Wizards Jazz game.
I'm just saying in terms of individual numbers, individual stats, you would be thrilled with 25 a game for his
Summer League, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, July 9th.
Nice.
7
Mark it up. Mark, put it in your phone right
July
now.
9th. All right, perfect.
July 9th.
So
let's go to the phones.
That's not this Thursday, but it's the following Thursday.
It's correct.
Let's go to line 1.
That's a huge game, by the way.
Yep.
A Summer League game.
Mm-hmm.
It's Devin. Devin, you're on with the Junkies. Good morning.
Good morning. When Dan Snyder was at the peak of his powers acquiring old free agents, the Redskins had 4 first overall picks on the roster at a time when no other team had more than 1. I wanted to see if you guys can name them.
Well, Bruce Smith was 1.
Jeff George?
Jeff
Is he
George
number
was
1 pick?
1-1. Yep.
Uh-huh.
So that's 2 of them.
Bunch of duds when they were here.
Well, I mean, Bruce Smith was at the tail end of his career.
Yeah, of course.
Deion Sanders, he wasn't
He
a
wasn't 1 overall.
Trying to.
I'd have to go back and look.
For the other 2.
Jeff George, Bruce Smith.
I can't pull
Can you give us a clue?
A receiver from Nebraska.
Oh, Irving Fryer. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the other
Who's
one?
the
Give us a
fourth?
clue.
Who's the fourth?
The last one was drafted by the Bengals.
For Bengals, that was a number 1 pick. Oh, Kajana Carter.
Carter, yeah.
No, sir. Defensive lineman.
Oh, Big Daddy Dan Wilkinson.
Oh, yeah.
You got him. Thanks, Junkies. Have a great day.
Yeah, man.
So I just want to throw out a trivia question.
Irving Fryer was the number 1 overall pick. That's a blind spot for me.
Yeah.
Number 1 overall? What year was that? Like 80,
early 80s, 82,
81 or
83.
82?
Kajana Carter was a number 1 pick.
Yes, he was.
Now he was on the Redskins roster in 2001, so maybe
Yeah.
he didn't overlap those other guys. But Jason went back and saw who the last number 1 pick was by the Redskins. It was a guy in 62.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Ernie Davis.
You gotta go way
Then he was
back.
traded to Cleveland like within seconds.
He was Irving Fryer was the first overall pick in 1984.
Yep. And he was with the Skins for that 1 year, 99-2000.
Anyway, to kind of go back to where DeMonts has to land, I'd say, all right, being Ovi's height, that's a tough hill to climb.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a high
But he's
bar.
got to be knocking on that door.
He's got to be in that same kind of level.
He
gotta
probably has
close
to be
that
better
level.
than Strasburg and Bryce Harper.
Yes.
And Bryce Harper's a 2-time MVP.
But I almost feel like it doesn't matter exactly what the stats are and what your achievements are as an individual player, but DeBonce's got to help this franchise get back to the NBA
That's
Finals.
to elevate
He's got to
them.
deliver a ring.
He has to elevate them
So
to be
he-
a consistent playoff
So his
contender.
numbers might not be what Mitchell's or what Kawhi Leonard's are for his career.
Yeah.
But if he comes and then look, he's going to have a great support staff too. But if he comes and they win a ring, or if they get to the finals,
Yeah.
NBA Finals,
And he's a big piece of it. Yeah.
then he was worth it.
Yes.
Doesn't matter if he's
If
averaging
he's like
25.
a culture shifter
Yeah.
for this franchise that desperately needs that and has been looking for that for a long time,
Yeah.
and they're hoping he's the face of that,
Correct.
then yeah, that would go
Now,
a long
I would
way.
assume that if they do get to the NBA Finals and win a ring, his numbers are going to be really, really good.
I would think.
But I think it's more about what the team achieves than him individually.
Does his rookie season have to be in the same ballpark? It's hard to surpass Jaden Daniels' rookie season.
Or could it be John Wall's rookie season?
John Wall averaged like 16 and
16,
8.
17 a game.
I need a little more scoring.
All
I
right,
need,
but you're going to have.
I need some more offensive firepower.
All right, true. But
That's
you're-
why you drafted him.
I know, but you're going to have other guys scoring.
I get it.
Now, if Davis is traded and then he's like the number 2 guy,
Mm-hmm.
looking to be the number 2 guy, because if Sar's on the floor, he's going to be putting up 17, 18 a game.
I don't know if that's right. I think his numbers could go
I
down.
I love
I would-
Sar, but I need him to take an offensive backseat to DeBonce. Because DeBonce
Well, he wasn't really
just
the focal point this year either. He just gets a lot of buckets off.
Yeah, he
you
gets some
tap ins and
Yeah.
dunks and fast break and
He
free
hits
throws.
a 3 or 2.
Yeah, I don't know. I would think that Alex Sarr was your number 2 pick. He was a number 2 overall pick 2
That's
years
great.
ago.
But I want DeBonce.
DeBonce's got to be better.
I want him
yes.
attempting more shots and being a more focal point of the offense than Alex Sarr.
Sarr will be more of a role player.
Right.
I just think that he'll be able to score some.
I would bet
And you-
DeBonce will take more shots as a rookie than Alex Sarr
He should.
does.
You can't
And he
have. You're not going to have 4 guys average 20 a game.
No, but
You're just not.
Sarr averaged 16
You might have
last
2.
year.
You might have 2.
I'm fine with him just making a leap from 16 to like 18.
Yeah,
he doesn't need to go
that's
from
what I'm
16
saying.
to 20.
I'm saying
But,
18 a game.
Yeah, DeBonce can overtake some of that scoring load.
But if Trae Young averages 20,
Yep,
which he will if he's on the floor, Anthony Davis has averaged 20.
love it.
Sarr is going to give you 18.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're not going to have 4 guys at 18 or better, especially 2 guys when they're 20s.
He says they will.
Just keep chalking them up.
Don't forget his guy
Chalk him
Bilal.
Well, I know Bilal is a defensive stopper, and he's a specialist.
What I'd say about DeBonce long run, he has to deliver a championship, or he won't surpass even Steven Strasburg. Like Ovi of the 1-1s, guys drafted in the first round by a local team that went number 1 overall in the draft. Ovi's by far the leader in the clubhouse here in DC. But Strasburg's probably number 2 because he did deliver a World Series.
Yeah.
And he was good in that run.
He was a dominant pitcher when he was healthy.
And he was a
Problem
dominant
is-
pitcher in the World Series run.
But that's what really. That's why he's in the discussions, because he was part of a World Series championship.
Right.
Like Bryce Harper's
If DeBonce-
below, even though he's a better overall player than Steven Strasburg and has had more success.
Right.
But he didn't win a championship here. He left the year of.
Correct.
It's probably kills
if he,
him, by
but
the
if
way.
he was, it does. But if he was here for that, he would be elevated in that same stratosphere, in that Ovi stratosphere, if not above him. But DeBonce has got to be part of something special as a team, not just.
Totally agree.
I mean, if you average 25 to 27 a game, but you get to the playoffs once every 3 years,
It can't be empty points.
Well, here's another player I'd bring up. Carmelo Anthony.
yeah,
Hall of Famer, great player, never won a ring.
I know. That's why when you kind of talk about the greatest players, you rarely hear guys that didn't win championships. I mean, you throw Dominique and Charles Barkley and guys like that, but it's rare that you talk about guys who didn't win championships.
Yeah, they're put on a
Most
lower
of
tier.
most of the greatest players of all time won championships.
They delivered.
Coming up next, we have a World Cup pool update, and should football follow suit from the World Cup and bring grass to all their fields? JP from the Junkies here. You know me, I'm a creature of habit. Just ask anybody who's seen my closet. When I find something that makes my life easier, I tend to stick with the program. Well, that's exactly what happened with me at Michelle Radley Automotive Group. Saw the Traverse, loved it. I get so many compliments on it. Got to work with Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg. They've got a loyal following, and I got my Traverse, and I love it. And here's the deal with Michelle Radley. They got VIP rewards programs, and it's not just at Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg. You've got all the spots in Fredericksburg, too, and they've got great deals going on right now. Now at Michelle Radley, you can snag some silly summer offers across the group, like 0% financing for 60 months on new Silverados, or you can score up to $5,000 off MSRP on the new Tahoe and Suburban. And at the all-new Radley Mitsubishi, check out the Seize the Summer sales event with 0% APR on select models or up to $4,500 customer cash. Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg, but you got Radley Chevrolet, Radley Cadillac, and the all-new Radley Mitsubishi in Fredericksburg, all delivering memorable driving experiences. Welcome back. Chunky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Alex Tuck's going to join us at 9:25. One of the new forwards
Alex
that was
Tuck.
acquired by the Washington Capitals via trade.
Got a fat 8-year, $10.5 million per deal from the Sabres, and then part of a sign and trade shipped here to D.C.
Yeah.
Should also mention we got a pretty cool prize at 9:45. We'll do the morning matchup, and you'll have a chance to win a $50 gift card to Paisanos. Who wouldn't like that?
Of course.
You know what? Just that suggestion, I might go there for lunch today.
There you go. Power
Should.
suggestion. There it is. Right
What
there
it
in your
is.
brain.
It works. Advertising works.
It definitely does work.
All right, so we talked World Cup about an hour ago with Sebastian Salazar. Got some insight into the knockout round. But let's actually see where the Junkies stand through the qualifying rounds.
Yes. We need
Every
an
team
update.
Through the
played
group
3
stage.
games.
Through the group stage. Yes.
Canada played yesterday. I'm going to leave that out.
Leave it
It's going
out.
to get too confusing.
Okay.
We can catch up on that later.
I have Canada, correct?
You do.
All right. So just add 5 points to it.
That was your third round pick.
It's
JP.
yeah, but no one
but
else
it's not
has played,
fair.
so
Let's
it's
do
not, yeah.
level playing field.
Okay. All right.
All right. So after the group stage, as I said earlier in the show, Cakes is in last place. It's honestly just a kind of a pathetic showing.
How many
not
points?
great.
And the funny thing is, you basically just used the rankings. I watched how you made your
Yeah.
picks.
I just went.
Who bunged you?
Well, I mean, Turkey, Czech Republic, and Qatar. My last 3 picks. None of them advanced.
Okay.
And Portugal didn't. They didn't do great in their opener, though they qualified obviously to get
Oh,
through.
sure, but they got-
I have
they got
Portugal,
trouble.
Norway, and Switzerland. I mean, those are my.
Yeah, you
heavy-
needed more wins.
Those are my
Portugal
heavy
was your
hitters.
first pick,
4th overall pick.
and they look counterfeit.
They
Let's
look
be real.
They look nubs. I could have had Argentina.
All right. So how,
Cakes is the only one that had 3 teams knocked out.
Yeah.
3 of his 6 teams.
how many
That's
points
hard.
does he have?
It's
He
hard.
has 38 points.
He's got 38. Okay.
Yeah. And I did the math on this, so
All right.
Is it even possible for me to win?
of course.
Yeah, Portugal wins it. Why not?
Okay.
Now look, I don't know how I'm not looking at all these brackets in front of me.
Yeah.
So and also Portugal plays Spain, I think, in this next game after
Ooh, that
this.
could
So
be- that could be
Cakes is in deep,
curtains.
deep trouble.
Yeah.
But
That's if they
you never
make
know.
So they don't reseed after the round of 32.
No,
The,
they're-
the
No,
bracket
no,
is
no,
the
no.
bracket.
Well, it's like it's slotted for whoever, like the winner of Group K is going to play 3rd place in Group L or whatever.
Right,
So
okay.
it's already preset, kind of. Like Germany has a really tough next round against France.
Okay. And if the U.S. beats Bosnia, who would their second round be?
I
It's
believe
either
it's Belgium
Senegal or Belgium.
yeah.
Oh,
Whoever wins that matchup.
that's tough. All right.
All
Okay.
right. 5th place, Eric Bickel. He has 4 teams in: Germany, Belgium, Sweden, and Paraguay.
Yep.
He just didn't have somebody racking up points. Germany lost their last game to Ecuador, and Belgium struggled a little bit. But he's got 4 teams through.
Okay.
But he's got friendly fire today. I believe Germany takes on Paraguay today. So he's
Oh, so he's got one
going
in,
to
one
lose
out.
one of them.
And how many total points does he have?
41.
41. All right.
4th place, Drab. I have 4 teams through: England, Colombia, Ecuador, and Egypt. But I'm feeling good about my spot right now. So no complaints. I had Saudi Arabia and Uzbekistan knockout.
Knockout. All right.
Colombia actually looked pretty good in their last game.
They looked fantastic.
And I watched them in person against France in a friendly here locally, and they looked like trash in that game.
And Colombia plays Ghana
Yeah.
on July 3rd.
Colombia should have beat Portugal. They called offsides. He was offside
By toe.
A toe.
Oh, wow.
It's so
It was,
dumb.
that was it was a
so
joke.
dumb.
Yeah.
It should be the torso. A foot
Yeah,
should never
Should be
like
full
it's-
body.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you have how many points?
I have 45.
Okay,
Right in front of me with 46 is JP, whose top 2 teams killed it.
Okay.
Argentina and Mexico.
JP.
Each won 3 matches. So that gave him a ton of points. And he has Canada and Ghana also through. But he
Right.
got 0 points from Tunisia and Jordan.
All right. So he's got 46.
So he's very top heavy.
I need
Very
to stay
top
away
heavy.
from those teams. Well, it
Yeah, but
doesn't
you-
matter. They're done.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I don't care
Yeah,
about
but the
those
fact that
teams.
Canada got you an extra 5 points was huge.
That
for
is
you.
big.
So,
Well,
all
let's relax. That's fine. But
right. 3 more to go.
3 more to go. Your top 3, and these guys have separated themselves a little bit early.
Uh-oh.
3rd place, Valdez. Valdez has France, USA, Morocco, and Algeria all through, but he also got 6 points from his teams that didn't make it. That's what helped him a lot. Like South Korea got 3 points, got knocked out. Iran got 3 points, they got knocked out. So his bottom feeders helped him out a little bit.
So he's got
he's got the tournament favorite.
Yeah, France looks unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even see any. I guess Argentina, one of these teams could beat them, but France looks like they're on another level. They're so freaking fast.
They got a hat trick from another guy, and it wasn't Mbappe.
They're so fast.
I'll let you guys buy out for $5.
No, I got to keep it running.
I might take you up on that offer.
How many points for
52?
52. All
It's
right.
soccer.
Way,
Teams can tie him and then beat him in penalty
If it was EB that had France, I'd do the you can't even find France on a map, but I know Valdez can find France on a map. It's a lock.
All right, so he's got 52. He's
we
in
should
third.
do a map test bit. I was thinking about this, right? Maybe you guys can set that up for tomorrow. Just it'd be embarrassing. Where you print out Europe, print out Africa, and then we'll have to you give us like a minute or two on the clock, and then we'll see who gets the most.
That would be brutal. And no studying. No
studying.
No crash courses.
Like, I mean, I can get Canada, U.S., and Mexico. Like, out of 32. I got those.
I hope you'd be able to get those.
All right. So
I think Cakes would run away with
who's second?
it,
Second place, Mike Marr.
All right.
He's got 56 points. He had 5 teams make it through. The only team that didn't make it through was Scotland, who also gave him 3 points. He has Spain, Croatia, Japan, Ivory Coast, and Australia.
So he's got 5 in.
Yeah, but I mean,
Spain hasn't looked that great.
He has Spain, but I don't think those other teams don't look great.
He has
either.
Spain and who did you say?
Spain, Croatia, who plays Portugal, Japan, who has a brutal match,
right?
Ivory Coast and Australia.
Yeah, he could lose 4 of those teams in this.
I think
knockout
Mar's
round.
in big danger.
He could be done. All right. So that means there's only one guy who's at the top of the list.
This guy started at the bottom.
Yep.
And now he's here. Bish at the top with 59 points because all 6 of his teams made it through.
Unbelievable. Look at this guy. Look at World Cup expert.
Brilliant drafting.
That is brilliant drafting.
Although my
Brazil-
last 2, someone else drafted for me.
Yeah, Brazil, Netherlands, each gave him 7 points. And then he has Senegal, Austria, Bosnia, and Congo all pushed through to the knockout stage. So Bish has a ton of teams through.
Yep.
And he's got Brazil and Netherlands who look pretty good right now.
All right. So if Brazil and Netherlands win today, it's an extra 5 points each. But I've got some teams that just have. I mean, Congo's not going to beat England.
Most likely
England
not,
hasn't
but
looked great.
But if that does happen, you're basically going to knock Drab out of the
I mean, if
contest.
Congo beats England, that would be the biggest shock of
It'd be pretty big.
the entire World Cup.
It would be stunning.
Yeah.
A little Chat GPT, though, note here at the end, as it confirmed all my points. My early favorite from here on out, despite being 5th, is Drab.
Oh.
England, Colombia, Ecuador, and Egypt all landed on the same side of the bracket where multiple teams can keep stacking up 5, 7, and 10-plus point bonuses. Bish has the lead, but 6 teams means a lot of internal collisions and a tougher path to maintain the advantage.
All right. So is it kind of down to me and you?
No.
Based on
anybody can win.
Based on the chat.
I don't like my
not at all.
chances.
No, 'cause how much do you get for the World Cup winner? What's our point system?
I don't know.
I think it's 20.
It's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, look, whoever gets the World Cup winner is going to have the major advantage. I like my chances with Argentina. I don't know how I feel about Mexico as my number 2 team. I think your top 2 teams, they got to do
They've got to go.
damage.
They got to go pretty
do some
far.
damage. So like if you lose Brazil,
If I lose Brazil today, I'm done. Or if the Netherlands lose to Morocco, I'm done.
and they could. I think
course.
Morocco was in the Final Four last time
Yeah, I could lose that.
in the semis.
Today's a huge day for me. Huge. Cakes.
Do you think
Cakes. Huge.
It's a big one.
you know, in some NFL circles, I think it was George Kittle was like watching all these games in these NFL stadiums. They all got grass field. Should the NFL adopt that? Shouldn't they?
I mean,
they make so much money. What are they doing?
The only reason they don't is because the owners don't want to pay to have fresh grass fields all the time for their players. It's expensive, but look, these guys are billionaires. They could certainly pay for grass fields if they wanted year round for their players.
Cakes, what is your lead on your entertainment page?
I'll know as soon as I look at it from Valdez. Well, actually, here's the lead. Supergirl stumbles at the box office.
Didn't even know it was out.
See, there you go. You're confirming the priors.
Who's the actress that plays Supergirl?
I don't know.
No idea.
She's blonde. That's all I know.
Oh, okay.
We'll get into that next here in the Junkies. What's up, donks? You know, I've been a bit of a weekend warrior for years and years, and it's caught up to me. I've had 5 knee surgeries, get banged up all the time. Sometimes got issues with bone and joint pain. These things can slow you down. That's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. The Urgent Ortho Helpline. It's open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call 844-VANTA-365. Seriously, I've seen how much of a difference it can make.
The Nationals grinded out yet another road series win, this time against the Orioles. Luis Garcia Jr. is maybe the hottest hitter in all of baseball right now, and he carried the offense in this one with 2 homers, a double, and 5 RBI. He's now homered in 5 of his last 6 games. He also owns a .543 slugging percentage. That is 7th in all of baseball, ahead of Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge. Your World Cup update: Canada beat South Africa 1-0 for their first knockout match victory at a World Cup. Co-host Canada hung on with strong defensive play in the final minutes, so now they advance to face either the Netherlands or Morocco in Houston on July 4th. And the 2026 Travelers Championship extends into this morning with Scotty Scheffler and Victor Hovland squaring off in a sudden death playoff. It begins at 9 a.m. on a par 4 18th hole and will continue to repeat as needed. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Coming up at 9:45, we're going to play a new game I just came up with.
Ooh,
Junkies Tennis.
Junkies
in honor
Tennis.
of Wimbledon.
Okay. All right.
It's not too far off from Junkies Shootout.
Okay. Very similar.
Trivia game, but a little tennis version.
Okay.
In honor of Wimbledon. So that's at 9:45. Your chance to win a $50 gift card to Paisanos. We've got Alex Tuck joining us coming up at 9:25 from the Washington Capitals. They just traded for him from Buffalo. He'll be a winger for him, hopefully a goal scorer. So we'll get to know Alex Tuck shortly. But let's open up Cakes' entertainment page, which is driven by BMW Fairfax.
Yep, that's DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW of Fairfax and ask for EB's girl Miriam, the general manager, or check them out at bmwoffairfax.com. All right, we will lead with the box office. Toy Story 5. Number one, again, it brought in $70 million this weekend. It's got a total gross just in the U.S. alone of nearly $300 million. It's at $297 million. Supergirl came in at number two, $38 million. Kind of a disappointing number. The studio was hoping for $50 million or more for the debut. It comes in at $38 million, so it's not great. My son saw it. He said, pretty terrible.
Dud.
Now my son has bought what is Regal's name for it? Whatever the movie pass is, or Regal Unlimited, I believe it is. And I think it's $25 a month, and he definitely gets his money's worth because he probably sees, I don't know, 4 or 5 movies a month.
Does he really?
Definitely gets his money's worth. He said, Supergirl was terrible, not worth your time. But somehow it made $38 million at the box office this weekend, rounding out your top 5.
By the way, Supergirl, the actress is Millie Alcock.
She's an Aussie.
She's an Aussie.
She's definitely pulling for Australia in the World Cup.
Yep, raised in Sydney. Never heard of her, but she's Supergirl.
Did Australia make it through?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Who's Australia facing in the round of 32?
I don't know.
Okay, so Australia did make it through. I was kind of surprised that Jackass didn't have a better debut. $8.4 million, good for 4th place at
Australia's
the box office.
playing Egypt, by the way.
Okay. And rounding out your top 5 is Disclosure Day, which has now made $94.3 million in 3 weeks at the box office.
Did you see that?
I did. That seems
Do you
nubs for Spielberg.
Do you
I'd
recommend
recommend it, but it wasn't great.
It wasn't. Oh, really?
It's
That's
good,
all I
not
need
great.
to hear.
Good, not great.
I'm not going to see it.
When it comes on,
If he said it was awesome, I'd say, okay, it's worth it.
You'll see it when it comes to a streaming platform or a cable
I probably
system
won't even watch it
near
if
you.
it did.
I do think you would like the series which I binged over the weekend, I Will Find You. I Will Find You is a mixture of The Fugitive and Prison Break.
Oh, well, that's
I'm familiar
right up my
with
alley.
The Fugitive. I don't know really anything about Prison Break other than the fact that you guys were borderline obsessed with watching it 20 plus years ago.
We loved, I would say, I mean, Jason might be different, but we both liked Prison Break a lot.
Yeah.
I liked the first season, maybe the second season. By the 3rd or 4th season, they were like breaking into prison.
They had to break into
it
prison.
It just got
so
wacky.
absurd. All right, so do you guys understand the level of popularity of Noah Khan at this point? Are you guys aware?
I do know a couple of his songs. It's almost like it's I would say pop, but folksy
It's like
a little
folksy
bit.
pop. Yeah, that's a good descriptor of it. Well, he's now playing stadiums. Like
Noah Khan?
He's coming here to DC. He's playing Nationals Park. He's playing Fenway Park multiple nights.
Is he? Wow.
Over this weekend, he played at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. Probably 40,000 plus people there.
Okay.
One of the concert goers was so into Noah Khan and not missing any of his songs that this concert goer went number 2 in their pants
Because they didn't want to miss any of the
while
songs.
the concert was ongoing. Okay, I can't get much more descriptive than that, but there was evidence of what happened. I mean, this person had like floor seats, like right next to the seat. There was evidence of what had happened. And there's video. And listen, I understand you're a fan of an artist. I don't want to miss songs at a concert either. But I mean, if that
Waiting for
overtakes
that.
you, you gotta go hit the bathroom. And look, the last place you want to go is number 2 at a huge concert because the bathrooms are going to
That
be
person's so dumb.
the bathrooms are going to be a debacle.
Did he find out about it, Noah Khan?
Yeah, he tweeted about it.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, basically said,
Go to the bathroom.
Yeah, just let's go to the bathroom because he's looking out for the people who have to clean up that mess.
Mm-hmm.
The people that work at these stadiums and arenas where he's performing. I mean, let's leave that to the bathroom, everybody. Not in section AA, row 20, wherever you were sitting at Citizens Bank Park.
Dear God, just go to the bathroom. Is that what he said?
I believe so.
Oh.
Not really surprised that happened in Philadelphia. Not shocked.
Oh,
that was the
Philly.
byline.
Of course.
More concert news. Harry Styles, Jason. I know that your daughters were big fans at one point. Apparently, he's doing just fine after briefly collapsing on stage due to a choking scare. It wasn't because he was overcome by the heat wave that's sweeping Europe right now. Apparently, he just choked on water. He was having problems having water go down the correct pipe.
Sometimes that happens.
Sometimes it does happen.
That's the worst feeling, too. You just can't clear your throat.
It was a brief mishap on stage involving water during one of Styles' signature crowd interactions. He attempted his normally perfectly executed, I don't know what this is, whale move. I don't know what that means. When he accidentally choked on water, leading to the unexpected stumble. In the video that's circulating online, Styles can be seen suddenly reacting, losing balance, and falling to the stage before quickly getting back up. But he's fine.
What's the whale move?
I don't know what that means. But I think he's doing multiple nights at Wembley Stadium. Like, is it 8 or 10 nights, Valdez?
I think it's like a week. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you think Harry Styles isn't killing it?
I'm sure the song isn't a banger.
What are we listening to?
It's Harry Styles, American Girls.
He's got some good tunes. I kind of like Watermelon Sugar. Yeah, this is one of his popular
Are any
ones.
of his
In
other
real life?
any of his One Direction bandmates having anything close to his sort of impact? Guess
No.
the answer is no.
No.
I mean, I know they're not selling out Wembley Stadium. They may be like touring arenas.
No, he's killing it.
What's Harry Styles' net worth? I feel like I need to get into his pockets. I'm going to guess Harry Styles' net worth. JP, can you look this up for me? I'm going to say Harry Styles' current net worth, $350 million.
It's got to be, I would say more.
You think it's higher than that?
I mean, I would say more, but who knows?
Estimated $225 million last year.
Oh, just last year.
No,
No,
that's
he's saying-
the most updated, I
okay.
think.
Okay. Somehow I have a story that says 9 unforgettable moments from Alan Jackson's final show. 9. I'm not going to go through all 9. I wasn't aware, first of all, that Alan Jackson was giving his final concert. I know he's like a country legend. Drab T-shirt. Do you want to weigh in on Alan Jackson?
I was bummed to see that. I mean, I knew he had had an illness. Apparently, it won't shorten the length of his life.
Okay.
But if you watch the videos, he can't even really walk.
Okay.
I mean, he was standing up, and he's a big guy. I think
Do you
he's
know
like
what his
6'4".
affliction is? Do we know? Like,
It's something I'd never heard of. I think it's something rare.
Okay.
I think it's a nervous system. But it was
Okay.
sad to see. That guy. Like, I mean, I'm not a huge country fan, but like he's kind of established like that honky tonk 90s, 80s
right
version of country. But he had this like deep. I don't know. He just seemed like a badass dude to me.
Yeah.
Over the years. So he's got Chattahoochee, Little Bitty. He sings the 5 o'clock somewhere song with Jimmy Buffett.
Okay. Well, that's a smash.
That's a smash. You definitely have heard Chattahoochee. Yeah.
I mean, this might be a first list of Roll Flakesy. But apparently, a lot of stars were sending in like Taylor Swift checked in with a heartfelt video. Eric Church honored him with like a guitar on stage. So I guess
On the Chattahoochee, is that what they're calling it? The Hoochie Hooch?
Alan Jackson hanging him up after all these years.
67 years old.
67. He's 3 years away from his full Social Security benefit.
From
At
Newman,
67.
Newman, Georgia.
I don't think he's going to need it.
Just in case you're wondering.
Yeah, he won't need it.
Hey, you can always use a little extra side income coming in. Okay, I'm sure he's paid in fully.
Are Taylor and Travis definitely getting married at MSG?
That I don't know.
It's a
It's a
definite
lot
now.
that's happening.
I think I saw that they reserved it for 999 people or something, or the guest list.
I saw that they were trying to like block off some of the streets around MSG. I know that wasn't going over very well.
When is that? When's it scheduled? Or is it going to be secret?
I'm waiting for my invite.
Yeah.
I thought it may be very soon.
Is it July?
Yeah,
Yes,
I thought
I'm
so.
pretty sure it's July. I don't know the exact date though.
Did I hear that Stevie Nicks is going to sing for the?
Ooh, that's a good act to book. To book for your wedding.
I thought
pretty good.
I thought I saw that.
I think
Although she doesn't sound as good as she did, even
Oh, she's
10
probably like
10
in
years
her
ago.
late 70s or 80 years old.
Yeah, she won't sound good, but big name. What were you going to say, Drap?
the rumors say it this week, either second or third.
Oh, it's going to be
That's just
so.
the rumors,
It's going to be
so-
so hot up there.
Oh, it's going to be the
Can you
hottest.
imagine New York City this weekend? How hot it's going to be?
No. Walking around the concrete jungle, Drab T-shirt's favorite city in the United States, New York City.
He loves it.
He's a big
Bet
fan.
it's going to smell wonderful up there.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to smell the
That
best.
trash, the juice, and the garbage just cooking out there.
It's not going to be great. Milestone birthday for Mel Brooks
Ooh,
on June 28th, which is yesterday.
don't tell me. Milestone. So he's 100?
He turned 100 years old.
Wow.
100.
Well, he's definitely the funniest 100-year-old on
100-year-old,
the
yeah.
planet.
He has to be.
What would you want if you turned 100?
To turn
Just to be able to-
101.
That's a good
Wake up.
one.
Just to be able to breathe.
There's nothing you could ask for when you're. I mean, you've already outlived the life expectancy for a male in the U.S. by what, 21 or 22 years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're just living on. You're literally living on borrowed time. If you're Mel Brooks, by the way, his real name Melvin James Kaminsky. Mel Brooks is better. Mel Brooks better stage name.
Oh, I had no idea. I thought Brooks was his last name.
Nope.
Kaminsky.
Mel Kaminsky.
Frank Kaminsky's great grandfather.
I don't know if there's any relation there. Not sure. But Mel Brooks, 100 years old, just waiting on Spaceballs 2 to come out
I
at
think
some
there
point.
is a sequel in the works.
Which, Spaceballs is so good. I feel like it's gonna be tough to have a sequel to that movie. It's such a good like slapstick 80s classic. It's gonna be tough to revisit it in 2026. But I'll watch it. I'll watch it, and I will probably slap my knee.
Will Mel Brooks be alive when it comes out? Scheduled to come out April 23rd, 2027.
Yes.
So he needs to make it.
Almost one.
Almost another year.
Yes, he'll make it. That's tough betting on
Oh man.
Mel Brooks and your family. I'm sorry. I just put the kiss of death on you. I just jinxed.
Legit kiss of death.
I just jinxed the guy who just turned 100 years old. But I think he's got staying power. He will be alive for the premiere.
You don't know who he's going to play in that.
Yogurt?
He definitely plays Yogurt.
Definitely plays Yogurt. You think Yogurt isn't funny when he says, "May the Schwartz be with you"?
Is it
You think
Barf
that's not
Vader?
funny? No,
Barf?
it's
No,
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 it's
no,
Dark
no.
Helmet.
Oh, Dark
And
Helmet.
Dark
Barf.
Helmet, played by Rick Moranis.
Barf, half man, half dog.
Barf, played by John Candy, pours him out. He won't be in the remake.
You think
Or
it's
the
not
sequel?
You think it's not funny when he has 15 commandments and he drops one? And-
Different movie,
I know,
but
but-
still very
Yeah,
funny.
that's great. That's History of the World.
History of the World. Yeah,
That's a great scene.
Yeah, funny movie, funny guy. Turned 100. All right, that's your EP. I hope
Nice.
I hope I entertained everybody.
Nice. All right. Well, we're going to have
Well,
Alex
some of
Tuck
you.
on the
It
show
was
shortly. As I'm working on Junkies tennis.
Yes, get those categories ready.
I'll explain it once we get to the game.
Okay, yeah, that's
no
fine.
categories.
That's fine.
All right, we're going to play Junkies hockey next.
Yes, we're going to get to know Alex Tuck, newest member of the Washington Capitals, comes over from the Buffalo Sabres, and he is a rich man.
He is.
Alex Tuck from your Caps joins us next here on the Junkies. You guys know it. We talk about it throughout the show. The world's biggest soccer tournament is here, and it's awesome. It's heating up here in the U.S. On Kalshi, you can trade every match. That's right, all the way starting at the opener to the final. How about today's slate? You can go with Morocco. They're trading at 40% right now to beat the Netherlands. That means a $100 trade pays out $239.90 if they win the game over the Netherlands. That's if you go with Morocco. Look, on Kalshi, you trade against peers in a live market. That means that there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Use the code JP. Don't forget to use that code JP. Get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. Must be 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Then contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory. Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the team on 980. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We're going to play Junkies Tennis coming up at 9:45, a new game show I came up with. Just a trivia game.
Just because Wimbledon's
But we're gonna
going
keep
on.
Tennis score. Yes.
Sinner dropped the first set in his opening match. He's up 2-0
He's
in
the
second.
defending champ.
Yep, and
That is not one of the questions.
He lost
but it'll be
6-4.
questions like that. Well, the big story is Serena, right?
Yeah, I mean, sure.
You don't want that to be the big story. Isn't that
I
the
mean-
biggest story in Wimbledon right now, that she's decided
That
to
she's
come back?
Probably. I mean, it's one of them, but I don't really get into it. I mean, I'd rather watch these guys. I'd rather watch Sabalenka than Serena.
I know you love big Sabalenka.
She's a stud.
You love Euro female tennis players.
But I understand why Serena's a huge story.
But people probably aren't giving her much of a chance, right?
No.
But if she wins even a match, that's a big deal.
That's a big deal at her age, sure.
Yep.
I would assume she would win a match.
Need our man Francis Tiafoe to make a run.
Yeah, he's got to do something.
That'd be fun to watch.
All right, how are we doing on Alex Tuck?
You're scheduled to join us in a minute.
All right.
Yeah.
He might be right on time. Bish Bucks. We were doing a little research on Tuck. He's from Syracuse.
Yep.
Grew up a Sabres fan who he played for.
That's right. Led them to the playoffs the first time in 14 seasons.
But he's been a big silly since he was probably 11 or 12 years
Oh,
old.
I'm sure.
Winning these Pee-wee tournaments and playing for Team USA when he's a teenager.
His brother was drafted was he drafted in the first round?
I think his
His brother's a second rounder.
Second round?
He's in the Montreal organization.
Organization.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, though, Jason brought this up earlier. It will be interesting to find out Ovi's timeline. Like, this is about when you would think you would hear from Ovi that I think he's coming back.
I would think sometime in July is when he, first couple weeks of July is when he would make the decision and Caps make the announcement.
While we're waiting for Tuck, one thing which we didn't put on the outline because we all have fatigue, but there should be a little bit of a follow-up. Brandon Ayuk continues to post videos.
Right.
And the latest was he posted almost a 3-minute video trying to explain his
Bitterness.
breakup with the 49ers. And he's upset that the general manager came to his house to pay him a visit. And he apparently told his wife to turn that car around because John Lynch was there.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some stuff with the coach. Now he's complaining about NFLPA. He was complaining about his agent. Do you think that he has scared away everybody in the NFL by all of this, including Adam Peters, who is tight with John Lynch?
I don't know.
Allegedly.
I don't know what to think about that. I've heard so many things. Common sense tells you yes. Common sense tells you why would any franchise want to be associated with that, the way he's acting. But, Eric has that theory that maybe they just kind of know he's kind of goofing off and he's a different guy once he puts the pads on and he's good in the locker room. I wouldn't want to be a part of it now. I mean, I was an Ayuk fan when he was there in San Francisco healthy because he was a stud. But now it's a totally different
My
situation.
problem would be if he has this sort of axe to grind against the Niners, why would he not grind that same axe against the Commanders if things go sideways and things don't go the way that he's expecting them to? Like, I just don't know why you would want to get into the Brandon Ayuk business. Now, if he's the Ayuk of 3 or 4 years ago and he's going to go for like 1,300 yards and score 10 touchdowns, it would be worth it. But we don't know if that's the player that would wind up here.
Is there anybody out there sympathetic to his plight? I think he's lost all sympathy.
Well, the one guy that the beat writer that we talked about last week, he still supports him. What's the guy's name?
Cohen.
I think he was out.
Yeah.
He was on with Grant and Danny.
Mm-hmm.
He's a supporter of him.
I just don't think he has many supporters at this point. I think he's
The
kind of on
question
an
is-
island.
The question is, does he have support in Ashburn? That's the question.
I wish I knew.
Well, maybe he's losing that support.
He could be.
Like if he just was quiet.
I know he could be,
but he continues to rattle the cage.
What he said something to the effect of, "I'll never play again in Levi's Stadium except for when the Commanders play there." Didn't he say that?
I believe so.
He said, "I'm never going to play there again except wait a minute and whatever date that
right. It's
October
like week 6, I think. Week
October
5 or week
17th
6,
or something."
Yeah.
Because I will play there October 17th because that's when the Washington Commanders play there.
Yeah. By the way, we have a programming update. Alex Tuck postponed.
Oh,
just to let everybody know.
All right.
Not surprised.
Hey, I don't really care if he comes on the show as long as he can score a bunch of goals and then get good again and make the playoffs.
I'd like to meet him. I'd like to meet one of the Caps' new players. But I'd also like him to score 30-plus goals, something he's done 3 of the last 4 seasons.
Well, since I brought it up and I was just trying to buy a little time, can you get the audio of Ayuk? I'm just wondering if there's, is there anything he can do for you, Cakes, to buy in? It would just have to... What could he do to make you feel confident that he would be a good move for the Washington Commanders?
I guess the one thing he could do is just try to get released as quickly as he could by the 49ers. Just put all the differences aside, go in, have an adult conversation with Lynch, Shanahan, whoever it is, and say, look, just cut me so I can move on with my life. If he's able to do that and do an adult responsible move like that, that makes me realize, okay, now he's serious about moving on to his next stop, wherever that is. Even if it's not here in Washington. But you need to see him try to make amends with the Niners, or else this stalemate's going to keep continuing.
Are you asking what he could do social media wise?
It could be social media. It could be something totally different.
What if he came out with a video and go, fellas, I'm just kind of goofing around the last 3 weeks with all these posts.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really like that. I'm kind of goofing around when I'm dancing and saying, and then this is what I'm really about. And then show footage of him working out, catching balls, looking great. And then say, this is what I'm about. This is why the Commanders should want me.
Mm-hmm.
He shouldn't say, I'm going to be playing for the Commanders. Just say, I really want to play for the Commanders because Jaden's my guy. I respect David Blau, blah, blah, blah.
But it's got to be a proof of lifestyle video. He better hold up a newspaper with today's date on it.
What if
No, you're right.
I'm with Jason.
Yeah.
So what if he's catching balls from Taylor Heineke?
Yeah.
Didn't Taylor Heineke retire?
He did retire recently.
So for some reason he's got a relationship with Taylor Heineke.
Okay.
He gets Heineke out there and he's running routes and you can see his speed is there and all of that stuff.
Heineke's throwing
then I think he can win you back.
Over his head.
And look, I brought this up the other day and just going to bring it up again because there was another tweet got under my skin. It was some sort of Brandon Ayuk post that we had.
Mm-hmm.
I think I posted the latest video and I put as the Ayuk turns because it's a soap opera.
Mm-hmm.
So as the world turns, as the Ayuk turns. And the guy responded 1067 the Klan. What I don't get is I lobby for Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
You lobby for Stephon Diggs or Keenan Allen.
Mm-hmm.
Last I checked, they're black.
I don't understand.
Just like Brandon Ayuk.
The Klan. What an idiot.
The real hardcore HTTCers, it's a special bunch of people. It
drives me nuts.
They're
They
living on another planet.
We're racist because we don't want Brandon Ayuk.
They're insane people.
Well, that person, whoever that person is, might just want a reaction from you.
Yeah, and he's getting You can't rationalize with insane people. You just have to let them be insane on their own.
Right. But
he may not back. We want some
he
people
may not
lobby
truly
for Debo.
believe that. He just wants a reaction. He knows JP's going to go off on him.
I mean, literally, you've lobbied for Debo, Diggs, Tyreek Hill, Keenan Allen.
I said last week.
They're all black guys.
I discriminate against white wide receivers. I can't make it any more clear. If you have a team loaded with white wide receivers, I'm going to show you a team is probably going to be 4-13 in the NFL.
All right,
okay, maybe unless you have Cooper Kupp at the height of his powers.
Wes Welker.
Yeah, I mean, come on. What are we talking about here?
All right, let's
Dwight Clark.
There's a small portion of the fans that do want Ayuk, even with all the question marks, but there are some that do not. Let's go to Gary in Fredericksburg. Gary, what's up, buddy?
Good morning.
Hey, Gary.
Good morning, Gary.
I've been listening. I've been listening to you all since practically day one.
Nice.
All right.
I'm 60 years old. I've been going to the Redskin games, and I call them that still because I'm 60.
Okay.
Since day one.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot believe that the media and even you guys, I'm more disappointed in you all than anything, that you can keep talking about and bringing up this Brandon Ayuk, who is a nutball cancer to a team. Would hurt your character. That is not what that is not what the Commanders team is looking for now. You don't need, I don't care if he's Superman running around. Doesn't matter. You got to think about that character and cancer and what he's going to do to a locker room when you're trying to build a team. Joe Gibbs proved that. 3 different quarterbacks. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that at you guys. I really do appreciate the show, and I continue to listen to you every day.
But you are.
Shout out to Shop 51.
But Gary, you said you're disappointed in us that we're talking about Brandon Ayuk.
Man, it's disappointing to keep hearing it day in and day out, in and day out.
To pull back the
I know it's part of the media.
The reason we're talking about him is because he's agitating about coming and signing with the Commanders. If he was talking about
agitating
signing with the Dolphins, like, we wouldn't care about it. We'd barely bring it up.
Yeah.
But he's talking about signing with the NFL team in this city that we cover. So of course we're going to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
I get that part. I do understand, and I hope you understand my part, that he's not worth talking about that much, period. But
right.
I can
anyway,
understand
I
your
do
sentiment.
enjoy your show.
I can say this. Unless he signs with some other team, we're probably going to keep talking about it.
Yeah.
I know, but you know what? I can't believe Adam Peters will be that stupid to sign him.
He might not be.
Really
He might not be.
I really don't
Except
think
it's a
I'm hoping
low-risk
so.
proposition, right? They're not going to have to pay him a bunch of money. And then he may work out. Jason
Stefon
talked about it.
Diggs is
Jason's
sitting
a
right
49ers fan. He was a stud at one point.
Thanks, Gary. Appreciate the call.
He's not 35.
No, he's young. He's just coming off a serious injury. So even though he's
Look,
young,
and
he still might not be the same player.
And if you do sign him, you sit him down and you say, we're not going to put up with the shenanigans that you were doing trying to get released from the Niners.
Or you're cut.
Yeah. If that's the way you're going to act here,
I'm guessing he probably wouldn't act that way.
I wouldn't think. Like, I think this is largely performative. Like, if you didn't see this sort of behavior from Ayuk before he had this clear. He's locked in a death struggle with the 49ers. He hates them. They hate him. The feeling is mutual. And I think once he gets past that, hopefully he's able to just lock in on being a productive NFL wideout in fill in the name of the city, whether it's here or signs with the Packers or whoever might show interest.
Correct.
I think he still has time to get his career back on track, but he's got to get away from this daily posting and just spouting off against his employer. Like, it's not a great look.
I think he can turn it around, though. I wasn't totally on board with everything that Jason said, but let's say a video came out. It doesn't even have to be him. Apparently, he doesn't have an agent. Mm-hmm. He fired his agent, right? So he's got no agent. Mm-hmm. So what if he hires an agent, one of the respected agents? And I don't expect a respected agent to do it, but the agent, number one, he has an agent, and I do want that workout video. That might be a selfish thing, but the agent set something up for him, and he's like, look, maybe he does a mea culpa, kind of like you said, and then he says, hey, I have an agent. I'm focused on being back on the field and proving that I'm one of the best wide receivers in the game.
Yep.
No more videos, except for this one, which is the workout video.
Yeah. This is what I can do for the Commanders if they want me.
Yeah.
I also think that since he doesn't have an agent, why wouldn't he want to do some local media here just to get kind of the Commanders fans on board?
We need to reach out.
I mean,
we should be reaching out.
He has carte blanche. He can appear whenever he wants. We'll give him a full hour of the air.
He's been on the show.
We'll
Today he's been on the show as much as Alex Tuck.
Right.
More than.
But that was a good idea you had, JP. I mean, I don't know how to get in touch with him. I guess just
DM him
through social.
But he only has 4 followers, or he's only following 4
But if
people.
he wanted to get the city on board with him, and he could kind of show his real character, not the goofball that's wearing all the Commanders hats and dancing, doing all the goofy dances, I think he should do it.
For some reason, I'm remembering.
I know he won't do it, but I think he should do it.
I don't think we had him, and this is before social media was in existence. Didn't we try to get Mark Chmura on the show because he was having dinner at the Palm with Dan Snyder?
We did.
Like, we had a source, and it was like, "Oh, Mark Chmura, he's at the Palm.
Yeah,
let's get him on the show."
That's going way back.
Yes.
Yeah, that's going back to.
I mean, what's the last year
late
Mark
90s?
Chmura played NFL football? It's been quite a while.
Early 2000s.
Did
Probably,
he have a
yeah.
sexual assault allegation against him?
Not sure.
I feel like Mark
something
Chmura
about
might
him in
have
a
had
hot-
something.
something about him in a hot tub.
Yeah, I knew there was something.
It's kind of bubbling
It's
to the
very
surface.
fuzzy for me too.
Now I need to look it up. Now I need to go back in time.
Mark Chmura's last year in the league was with the Packers, 1999.
Did he have some sort of hot tub deal? I think Cakes is on it.
I don't remember that, but I'm in legal
let's see.
trouble. Accused of sexually
here's-
assaulting a
there it
17-year-old.
is.
Yep. It was a
There it
Yeah,
babysitter.
so the quote is, he put himself in a bad situation by being in a hot tub drunk with kids in his underwear. Said a 38-year-old bar manager from Janesville, Wisconsin. So that's from 2001.
That's when I just remember we were doing a nighttime show.
Yeah.
We got that intel and we're like, we got to get Chmura on the show.
Yeah. I'm going to guess he's not doing too many interviews.
Probably not.
Probably not.
All right, coming up next, the morning matchup. We're going to debut Junkies Tennis. You can call in now, 1-800-636-1067 in honor of Wimbledon.
What are we giving away?
Junkies Tennis, giving away a $50 gift card to Paisanos. 1-800-636-1067.
Behind every strong team is a setup that helps them perform. That's where PVI Office Furniture stands apart. At PVI, businesses find new and used office furniture solutions for every budget, from one chair to a complete office setup. Their expert furniture consultants help you choose what works for your space, your team, and the way you do business. Then PVI's own team handles fast delivery and professional installation from start to finish. That's the PVI difference. Real selection, real service, and a massive Frederick showroom where you can see it all in person yourself. Visit PVIPVI.com or come experience the PVI difference today.
All right, we got a pretty cool prize today. I don't know if we're going to have it all week. It'd be awesome if so, but at least today we have a $50 gift card to Paisanos on the line. And in honor of Wimbledon, we're going to play Junkies Tennis. Here are the rules of Junkies Tennis. It's going to be random trivia questions.
Okay.
Cakes is going to be our chair umpire. He will keep score.
All right.
We'll have two contestants.
I do know how to score tennis.
If the contestant gets a question right,
yes.
Boom, 15 love.
Okay, perfect.
If they miss it, it's 15 love on the other side, right?
Yep.
So let's punch up our two contestants. I believe we have Brian in Columbia. What's up, Brian?
Hey, what's going on?
Hello, Brian.
Brian, do you have an all-time favorite tennis player?
Please say Yvonne Lendl. Please say Yvonne Lendl.
No, I'll go with Sampras.
You're a Sampras guy.
So
That's boring. All right,
Can you find a more boring guy to beat Sampras?
Let's go to
Yvonne Lendl. Sorry.
Let's go to Cole in Rockville. What's up, Cole?
Hey, what's going on?
How about you? Who's your favorite all-time tennis player?
How about let's go with we'll go with Agassi.
Yeah, I'm an Agassi guy.
Okay.
All right, Cole, you're going to lead off.
I like watching McEnroe.
All right, that's
how
a good
come,
one.
How come no one says
You like guys
McEnroe?
with volcanic tempers.
He was crazy, but I loved watching him.
I've never heard of Sampras, Mark.
Jeez, what's happening?
You know what? He wasn't expecting the question.
All right, Cole, you're going to lead off.
Good one.
We're just going to go back and forth trivia questions. Somebody's going to get the points. Cakes is the chair umpire. You will give the score.
Don't question my authority.
All right. Cole. Cakes' favorite player is Yvonne Lendl. He mentioned that. What country was he from?
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Yvonne Lendl was from.
As he's googling
Germany.
it, Germany.
Definitely not German.
Cakes.
He was then from
Czechoslovakia.
Czechoslovakia, now known as the
Czechia.
artist formerly known as the Czech Republic.
All right,
Now
so
that's what they're known.
you're the chair umpire. What's the score?
Score still love.
No, it's 15 love.
The other guy wins a point.
Hold on, Brian gets points. Even
Of course. How do you play tennis?
Okay. I was on this chair umpire needs to go back to umpire school.
If you double fault, doesn't the other guy get points?
Yeah, that's true. It's a good point.
All right, but now we ask Brian a question.
Okay.
He does have the 15
Yes,
love lead.
he leads 15 love over Cole.
You know, stay in this genre of where are they from. Stefan Edberg was a former number one in the world. He won 6 majors. He hails from this country.
Let's go with. Got no idea.
You can't come up with a country?
Everybody knows he's.
All right, now
doesn't everybody know he's Swedish?
Now we're at 15.
No, he
Everybody
doesn't.
knows that.
That guy
Him
doesn't.
and Mats Wilander. Now we're at 15 all or 5 all. If you play tennis, you say 5 all.
Whatever. All right, we go back to Cole. Cole, name the 4 majors.
The Aussie Open, U.S. Open, Wimbledon.
Wimbledon with a T, right?
Wimbledon, and the French.
Winner.
All right, so Cole now leads 30-15.
All right, back to Brian. Brian, spell Djokovic.
Oh, I think
Djokovic.
Cole's about to take
Oh,
a
my.
40-15 lead.
No, I got it, Cakes. DJOKOVIC.
Nice job.
Was that Brian?
Yes.
All right, so now we're even 30 all.
All right, Cole. True or false? Jimmy Connors never won Wimbledon.
Wimbledon.
Hmm.
Pronounce it correctly.
That is true.
Nope, that's false. He won Wimbledon. He never won the French.
I was thinking the
Brian
French.
now pulls ahead 40-30. He could win it with a correct
He
answer
won more
here.
U.S. Opens than Wimbledon's.
Yes. He's serving for the match.
Yeah, serving for
This
the
is
match.
serving for the pizza.
We're praying for no deuce here. Let's end this here, Brian. Let's go.
All right, Brian. Andre Agassi is from this popular American city.
I mean, this is a layup. You got to get this, Brian.
Agassi is, I'm going to say, New York.
So, he's definitely from Sin City. He's from Las Vegas.
We got a deuce.
Now we're at
we have a deuce.
All right, back to Cole.
Come on,
Cole,
Cole.
true or false? Martina Navratilova was a southpaw.
That is false.
Nope, it's true.
All right, so add Brian. Brian now in the ad court.
Another chance
Yes.
to win the match,
All right,
Brian.
give me a layup. Give me a layup.
Brian, add in.
We're trying to give you all of them have been
All right.
layups.
Did Anna Kournikova ever reach the top 10 on the female tour?
I'm going to say false.
No.
Say no.
She reached. She
She
did
did.
reach number
Oh,
8.
that's a deuce.
All right.
Can you believe she's
Deuce.
45?
We're back to Cole. Cole, who is Steffi Graf married to?
Steffi Graf was married to
Currently.
Andre Agassi.
Yes.
Oh.
Cole has
All right,
the
Cole.
advantage.
Now add in Cole. You can close
All right,
it
All
out.
right, Brian, you can stave it off with where is Roger Federer from?
He is Swiss.
Yes, good job.
Back to Cole. It's another deuce. Hey, Cole, did Chris Evert win more than 20 majors?
Yes.
Singles.
True or false?
He says
True,
yes.
yes.
No, she won 18. So add Brian, right?
I believe so.
So now
yes.
we're going to Brian for the win?
Brian for the win. Yannick Sinner, who has won 4 majors already, hails from this European country.
Oh, he ain't good.
This is a layup here. That's Italy.
We got a winner!
Good job.
Well done.
Hey, congratulations. You've won a $50 gift card to Paisanos. From football to football. One thing is for sure, Paisanos is the MVP of any watch party. Now use the promo code JP35 to score 35% off orders of $40 or more. Plus, you're going to automatically be entered to win a fully catered Paisanos watch party for up to 20 people. The more you use that code, JP35, the better your chances to win. Paisanos, not just for pizza, something for everyone.
Nice job. That was pretty good.
It was a decent game.
Yeah, it was good. Wimbledon, by the way. It's not
Yes.
Wimbledon. It's
Is
Wimbledon.
that a JP Joan from way back in the day?
It's like a 30-year-old
Yeah,
Joan.
that might be the longest inside
It
running
is.
joke
It's a
on the
long
show,
one. It's a long one.
which I appreciate.
Well, I just thought it was funny because the contestant said that.
Yes.
The listener.
I was down to 2 questions left.
Yeah, you
so
were running
Well,
out.
we would have pulled something.
pulled something. I do think you're like kind of poo-pooing the Serena Williams storyline.
Yeah.
When is the
I'm not-
last time she played competitively? It's been years, right?
5 years ago? I don't know.
And I guess you're poo-pooing because you don't give her much of a chance. But if she wins a match or two, like that's actually the tournament that's set up for her with power, right? You don't see rallies at Wimbledon.
I
no,
mean,
it's not
The,
like playing the
servers,
French.
like your guy Pete Sampras, he used to win Wimbledon because he just had a great serve. People
Yep.
couldn't return it on the grass. It's a huge advantage. So somebody like Serena Williams, if she has her serve going, I think she can win.
I can't believe Brian, his favorite tennis player of all time, is Pete Sampras. I still just can't.
he was.
I
He
can't-
couldn't think of anybody.
He was just put on the spot.
He was thinking of a good player,
Yeah.
so he just threw Pete Sampras out there.
That's like saying
Roger Federer was a big dud
That's like
too.
saying Federer is your favorite player of all time.
Well, he could have been.
Maybe.
You just like watching him play. Just
I'd go for dynamic personalities like Yvonne
If you went with the
Lendl.
big 3, though, Djokovic,
Yeah.
Federer, or Nadal, got to go to Nadal, right?
Of course. You go with the dirt baller from Spain. He has some personality.
Joker has some personality.
It's true. He's fiery.
He gets fired up at the crowd.
Yeah.
He's a big dud. All
right,
right,
buddy.
we got to get out of here. For Bish Bucks, Cakes, I'm JP. We will see you tomorrow. Coming up next, it's B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
Luis Garcia Jr. hit his 10th and 11th home runs of the month in a multi-home performance against the Baltimore Orioles, resulting in a 6-4 win and yet another Road Series victory for the squad. Garcia joins an exclusive list of only 7 Nationals players to hit 10 or more homers in a single month. At this rate, he may as well be MLB's Player of the Month. Over the last 7 days, he's gone 10 for 19, 2 doubles, 6 homers, 9 RBI, and 3 walks. We'll see if they can keep the ball rolling as they begin a 3-game set in Boston. And over in the NBA, we've got some big trade news. The Clippers and Raptors are seriously engaged in trade talks for all NBA forward Kawhi Leonard, according to ESPN. LA and Toronto discussed a deal over the past couple of weeks. As Leonard's reps informed other teams, he only wanted to sign an extension with the Raptors if the Clippers were not going to keep him. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann, The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. They're starting to do their best to not let us make it to the Navy Yard. There's fences and railings and all sorts of stuff everywhere. But we made it. It's like George Costanza makes it to his office in Play Now. This is B. Mitch and Finley. Brian taking a couple well-deserved days off, sitting in his chair. Very excited to welcome young Toby Alberhauser. Hello, Tobo. How you doing?
Doing great, man. It is getting a little more difficult to get down here, but excited. It's crazy that we're almost to July. Like, it doesn't feel like we should already be there. It feels like the year started just like not that long ago.
Yeah, dude. It's the summer has moved fast, and I think we're so used to the sports calendar like just being dead. And I think the Wiz getting the number 1 pick, actually winning the lottery, and the Nats playing relevant baseball has like kept us locked in. And I would add the World Cup.
Yeah,
like,
big time.
The Canada goal yesterday in the 92nd minute or whatever was exciting. And I watched way more. Like, once it gets to the knockout stages, I think it's way easier to kind of lock in and pay attention because you don't have to worry about like, oh, where are they in the group? And is it going to be a tie and all these different things, right? I do not understand. Or perhaps I missed it. I swear I checked like FS1 and FS2. I checked all the channels. Why wasn't there a game last night?
No idea.
Sunday night in the summer, everybody's home.
I don't get
Give
what.
me Kazakhstan versus Uzbekistan. Like, I don't care. Give me a soccer game.
Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, there's 2 thrilling games today: Brazil and Japan at 1, and the Netherlands Morocco at 9. Germany Paraguay's fine, but at least just put a game on last night. It doesn't matter what game it is; just give me something because World Cup fever is kind of sweeping the country.
Also, isn't Canada a host of this thing? Isn't it Mexico, the U.S., and Canada?
Yes.
Why wasn't Canada playing in Vancouver or Toronto? The game was in L.A., right?
Correct. And part of it is they did not win their group. If you won your group, you got to play at home. So Mexico won their group, they're playing at home. United States won their group, they're playing at home. Canada did not win their group, so they had to play in LA. So there was a chance if they would have won their group, they'd be playing in Vancouver. I think they would have played maybe tomorrow or something like that. But they didn't win their group, so they got stuck in LA.
At least that's a real answer. I love when there are real answers. Sometimes you agree or don't agree, but like that's an answer that makes sense. So they played in LA and they won. That was a fun matchup of like, you know, in the NCAA tournament and you get a really good 6-10 matchup in the round of 32.
Yeah.
Like neither of these teams are winning the whole thing, but it's okay to just be entertained by a cool product.
Yeah.
And that's what yesterday felt like.
And there's nothing we love more as Americans than a bracket style, do
Yeah.
or die,
Give me the brackets.
single elimination, let's go. And that's what's fun. Like a game like that where it's 0-0 and everybody's pushing the chips in and you're like, do you play for extra time? Do you push the chips in to try to win at the end? And then Canada scores the goal. And then now, you know, South Africa's going to push everybody forward. The goalie's coming up, all that stuff. It's fun to watch.
Did you watch any of the golf yesterday? Travelers or the Women's PGA?
A little bit of the Women's PGA, didn't get much of the Travelers.
The Women's PGA I had on early. So yesterday I went to church, Tobo, and then we went out for brunch after. And if it's just going to rain all day, so I don't really eat breakfast. Like we've worked enough in the mornings. I rarely like eat much in the morning. But
what I love is if I know it's raining, my kids don't have anywhere to be, and like we're going to put a movie on, every once in a while I'll eat a big-ass breakfast and then take a nap.
Yeah.
That's like my favorite. So I had corned beef hash and eggs and a slice of a child's pizza. Like things were vibing at brunch. No booze, just an iced tea. Iced tea with a sweet and low slaps. But got to come home, take a nap. The best sport in the world to have on to take a nap is golf.
100%.
Although, damn, if soccer's not making an impression on me, I can put a soccer game on and snooze, dude. And you're kind of like in and out. It's not like real sleep, but it's just like relaxing and chill.
Chilling.
So I had the women's PGA on early, and I don't want to sound like a chauvinist here. I am a serious men's golf fan. Like I watch week to week to week. Like I knew who was leading the Travelers, the fifth major, right? I'm getting more into women's golf because I think they're doing a better job with like television. I also listen to this podcast that keeps me up to date on it. And the story around Nelly Korda I thought was pretty engaging, right? Like trying to win 3 majors in a row. Apparently women's golf has 5 majors.
They
Toby.
do, yes.
But like one of them kind of rotates. It's hard to get a real read on what
Correct.
constitutes.
It's a little weird.
Yeah. But whatever, I was kind of into that storyline. And the woman that didn't end up winning, that had the blue socks on, you know the lady I'm talking about? Did you hear her story? She was suspended for using she used the wrong ball in a tournament and didn't alert any officials till like 6 weeks later when it kind of came out. And she got suspended for 3 years by the Korean Golf Association.
3 years is insane.
And then they reduced it to 18 months. I was like, that's 2 full seasons for this one.
Yeah.
That I found compelling. I didn't watch, but then the rain and everything got all over the place. So the golf coverage was all over the place. I did watch the Nats. I wonder for me if because it was Nats O's, I was paying a little bit more attention. I also think I was paying more attention because of the bullpen implosion in that Phillies series. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the Phillies series was so bad. My buddy who's a big O's fan texted me, the Baltimore Orioles are the dumbest baseball organization on planet Earth. And I'm not, like that series was a little bit of like who will mess up more rather than who's going to go out and win. But whatever, the Nats took the series. They took 2 out of 3. And there were some real hold your breath moments, but the bullpen closed out 2 games. So, like, maybe, I don't know if it helps us, but in that clubhouse, that's got to help a lot.
Oh, big time. I mean, I was at the game on Saturday, and by the way...
Oh, you went up?
The upgrades to the video board and sound system might make Camden my 1 seed again. Like, it is just so
What
good.
had taken over as your 1 seed?
Like San Francisco or something like that. So, like, great ballparks either way. But the upgrades there are fantastic. So if you haven't been this year, go check it out. It is so good. But Foster Griffin was at 98 pitches, JP, through 6. Now, he was at 52 through 2, so it's a credit to him to be able to get through as far as he did.
50 through 2 is remarkable.
Well, and then he had 8 strikeouts through 3 innings. Like, he was dealing, and then he realized, okay, I need to be a little bit quicker. And then Blake Butera, because he doesn't trust anybody out of the bullpen, rightfully so, sends him out there for the 7th at 98 pitches. He gets through 112. You're like, all right, great. So you've got the lead. It took 4 batters, and the lead's gone. Like, that's all it took for the bullpen to come in, and they blew the lead. Now, luckily, the Nationals are able to hold on and win in extras, but that's kind of where they're at right now. There's nobody that you can trust. There's nobody that you feel confident in. So it's one of those things for a Nats game. They're probably going to score runs. If they have the lead and it's less than honestly, less than anything like 10, because they blew a 9-1 lead in San Francisco. So you can't even say an 8-run lead with 2 innings is 100% safe. So literally, anything that is less than 10 runs, there's a chance the other team could come back. So it's thrilling TV the last couple of innings because you're just biting your nails the whole time.
It really is. I can only imagine, Butera's a young guy, so like, whatever, this is his first experience with it, how stressful it must be. And then, he's getting second-guessed for all these decisions, but it's like, he's trying to win a NASCAR race in a Ford Taurus. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't have the tool. Like, if they had a bunch of studs and he was maybe mismanaging the matchups or like leaving a guy in too long, pulling a guy too early, I would feel differently. But he's just trying to figure out whatever he can to get outs from the island of misfit toys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, literally doing anything you can. You go back to that Phillies series you mentioned where they blew 3 straight games. It was something that you could look at the individual decisions and maybe find, I might have stuck with this guy for an extra batter or done this. But then you go back and look through the entire series, and everybody out of that bullpen gave up a run, basically. Everybody at one point or another gave up a couple of runs. So it's like, how can you blame the manager in that sense? Who's he supposed to turn to, and who can you trust? And so there's not a lot of guys that they can really feel confident in, but luckily this offense continues to score runs, and it was enough to win 2 or 3 in Baltimore.
Yeah, man. I don't... Going into the season, we never thought the Nats were a playoff team. I don't think they're a playoff team with the bullpen as it's currently constituted. I don't think they're going to add, right? Like, now sometimes you can get a bullpen arm very cheap. Like this isn't like acquiring a stud starter.
Correct.
Like
yes.
you can make or I know they called somebody up from the minors. Like they might be able to tweak some pieces and get better there. But I'm just going to enjoy this Nats season. They needed to drop 3 in a row with the bullpen collapse against the Phillies. And then to lose Friday night, and all of a sudden you've lost 4 games in a row. Is that about their longest losing streak on the year?
Yeah.
Like they needed to show they could bounce back, and they did. And on some level, that's enough for whatever expectations were this year. If they had lost the Saturday night game, dude, but now they're going to Boston for 3, and then it's that home 4th of July series, which is always awesome. I love the 11 a.m. start. I assure you, to celebrate our great nation, I will drink a beer when that game starts, and I will grill a hot dog at some point during that game. My daughters, if anybody's going to be in Bethany Beach, the Finley girls will be running a lemonade stand on 4th of July.
There you go.
Nothing more American than commerce, baby. Dude, I'll never understand. We did this last summer. You got 2 precious little blonde girls with American flag ribbons in their hair. And these heartless bastards could walk by them and not buy a lemonade for $1.
I don't know how.
They're like, no, we're good. What the hell is wrong with you? It's $1, you cheap bastard.
Right.
And then it got to the point, and this is fair, people don't carry cash anymore. I bet you haven't had cash on you in years.
Yeah.
But people be like, can you take Venmo? And I was like, sure. So I would just pretend and hold my phone up. They didn't have to pay me. I just wanted the act of buying the lemonade because the little girls are excited about it. Like you can get free lemonade if you pretend. Just participate. Be an American.
Absolutely.
So it was a good weekend. I often complain about things. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Really?
Yeah. It's a character flaw. I'm going to give some credit to something.
Okay.
Guess how my Sunday morning started, Toby?
Well, you said you went to church. So we talking before church?
Oh, yeah. Before church. Mass was at 9.
I have no idea. Flat tire or something?
Worse. So my oldest is about to turn 11, right? She's going into 5th grade. So on the weekend, she likes to get up early and make her own breakfast. And she's not making bacon and eggs. It's yogurt with granola and strawberries. So there's no like oven involved. There's no open flame involved. This is a pretty innocuous process, right? And she wakes up, says good morning. She's like, I'm going to go make breakfast. Cool. And I am kind of dead asleep throughout this process. She comes up, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes later. Mommy, I need you. And we look up. She's just gushing blood.
Oh.
and she has like, kids are kids, man. Like you need to like wrap it hard and put pressure on it. And she has like the world's smallest piece of paper towel on her finger. And I'm like, what the hell? And so we immediately jump out of bed, and my wife has her in the bathroom, like trying to look at this thing. And I'm just like, that's it. We're going to the hospital. Like, I don't know if this needs stitches, but we're going to go find out.
Yeah, make sure.
So we immediately like wrapped it in gauze, pressure on it. I luckily live pretty close to Sibley Hospital. So I was at Sibley by like 7:30 a.m. And I want to give credit to Sibley Hospital emergency room. We got through there. Like, it was like a NASCAR pit stop, dude. It was like, I hadn't even filled out the paperwork, because it is a lot of paperwork. I hadn't even completed the paperwork before we already were in the back with a nurse. I didn't know this. If you have an open wound, soak it in water. Maybe there was like something in the water. I'm not sure. But like that stopped the bleeding. So we were in her cut was treated, no lie, within 20 minutes.
It's impressive.
Dude, now, if you got to go to the emergency room, 7 a.m. on a Sunday morning might be the right time. Let's hope none of us have to go. But it was empty in there, and they were so helpful and efficient. The only thing that added a little time, when you get a cut like that, you have to get a tetanus shot. So, like, they had the wound treated. They used skin glue. It's a very interesting technique. I don't know. It seems great. If we didn't have to wait for the tetanus shot because the doc has to order it and it has to, like, come down from some other area, we would have been in and out in 20 minutes. All in all, I bet it was 30 minutes. To the point where I was able to go to the emergency room with my daughter, come home, take a shower, still go to church.
There you go.
Like, that's how fast it was.
That's incredible. Yeah, that's pretty nice. I mean, when you have something like that, I'm sure it's scary, obviously, as a parent. Never had anything like that because I don't have any kids. But I'm sure that's scary, but to be able to get that done so quickly and not have to have stitches, pretty good.
Yeah, dude. Stallion, I was thinking about this. When Toby does find the right one and gets married, you're going to have 1,000 kids.
I don't know about that.
I don't know. I'm taking the over.
I don't know about that.
I don't know if you'll get to Paulson levels. But
I can assure you I'm not getting
now?
to Paulson levels.
How many kids does Grant have now?
10? I don't know.
It's like they just keep multiplying. But dude, so my daughter has to get this cut, and she had an ear infection. So it's summertime when you're a kid, you're just in the pool.
Yeah, of course.
Nonstop. She had an ear infection, so she was out of the pool for 2 weeks. She finally got over that. Thursday night had a swim meet. She won her heat, all fired up, ready to dive, get all the way into swim season. Gets this cut, and the nurse practitioner, I guess, was so kind, and everything was great. And as she's walking out, she's like, "You can't get it wet, though. No swimming for 5 days."
Oh.
And she's just like, she's like, "I just got back in the pool." And that added to later calamities later in the day when we were at my mother-in-law's house. YouTube TV, again, can't watch Nats games. Drives me crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I end up out there watching Nats on my phone, just like score updates, which drives me nuts. But sounds like I might have been better off the end of yesterday's game, not watching and just getting score updates. YouTube TV, figure it out, man. Because can't you not get Caps or Wiz on YouTube TV either?
I have no idea.
Do they just they just are out for blood against all RSNs?
I guess so.
Yeah, you can't get Caps, Wizards, any local sports.
It means you can't watch us.
Can't watch us on YouTube TV.
Figure it out. Google, Sergey. Which one of them is a Turk? Sergey, right? Come on, dog. You got to be a Caps fan?
Yeah.
I don't think he's the biggest sports fan because I think the University of Maryland has tried to reach out for some of that Google cash. And I think he built an engineering building instead, which is great. Shout out to the engineers. But how about you throw some money to Coach Locks?
Yeah.
Get us some linebackers.
Yeah. A little help with the football team.
We got NBA news, dude. We obviously have Ayuk. We'll get to that.
I do not. Oh, man.
He's at least starting to provide some information.
Yes.
His side of events, which we'll get to that because Ayuk was all over my timeline. At one point over the weekend, you seen this video of Mikey Samerstill farming?
Oh, I see all the time.
Dude, I think as a planet, we'd be better off watching Mikey Samerstill farming videos.
Yes.
It's just wholesome, great content.
Him and his wife doing all the stuff they do. They have a Highland cow. It's incredible.
It's awesome. It's awesome. More farming.
Yes.
Less yelling. We'll get to Ayuk. This Chris Johnson thing is scary. And I know Brian wanted to talk about it. B. Mitch is going to call in a few minutes. He's at, I think, a USO event today, but he wanted to give us a shout. But we've got brewing basketball news, right? And the Wiz take AJ DeBonsa number one. The Wiz get the contract done with Trae Young, so he's going to be a part of this. But there has remained this lingering Anthony Davis question. Is he actually going to play here? We've heard from Dawkins at the draft say, in August when contract talks open up, we're happy to talk with him. Not a commitment, but not a disassociation either. I don't know if you saw this. Stallion just posted this. Per Shams, and this is only 10 minutes old. Breaking news. Golden State Warriors forward Draymond Green is declining his $28 million player option to become a free agent. This move gives the Warriors flexibility to pursue LeBron James in free agency and Anthony Davis via trade to form a big four. Who's Steph, LeBron, Davis, and then is Butler the big fourth?
Well, I think Green's going to re-sign there. I think they're planning to maybe get rid of Jimmy Butler because he's probably not going to play much this season.
With the injuries.
Yeah, with the injury. So That's the crazy part. I mean, that was some of the stuff that you saw over the weekend is maybe the Wizards could get Jimmy Butler and picks for Anthony Davis, which would be a massive win because all throughout the offseason, JP, after that trade, people have been throwing around these ideas of Anthony Davis going places as if he somehow recouped value by sitting on the Wizards bench because the Wizards traded next to nothing to get him. I mean, it's not like they traded nothing. They gave up a couple of first-round picks, but their back-end first-round picks not very good. But if they're able to recoup some assets for him, I think it'd be great. I would like to see him play at some point for this team if that were possible. But if he's going to go to Golden State and they're going to give you a couple of picks, and you get Jimmy Butler just to make the contracts match, and then maybe you buy him out or whatever it is. I don't know. It's interesting. I mean, I didn't think that there would be a big
I just
market
thought this
for
would
him.
happen at the draft.
Well, and I didn't think that there'd be a big market for him until they saw him play basketball.
Hold on. I just realized something. Who did I want throughout the draft? Not at one, but what did I want them to do?
Oh, no.
Yaks.
I can't stand
Landon
that.
Moore.
I can't stand that guy, man.
Are you crazy? He's 7 foot and is going to hit threes for the next 15 years
He's
in
a
the
good
NBA.
player, but he is something.
What is your beef with Yaxel Landenborg? I was not prepared for this.
I am not a
10:21
Yaxel
a.m.
guy. He's a decent player, but
he's good.
He's a decent player.
The algorithm loves him, dude.
We'll see what he does.
Hold on, I'm
in
in
the
on
NBA.
Yaks. Apparently, we have to have a why does Toby hate Yaxel Landenborg discussion. Brian Mitchell joins us next. Hey, it's B. Mitchell Finley here telling you about our friends over at the John Leahy Group. Listen, man, if you're looking to buy or sell a home in the DMV, maybe Yaxel Landenborg's coming to town, you got to go with the experts, and that's what John Leahy and the fine living group of eXp Realty are. Listen to this one. There was somebody out in Bowie that wanted to downsize, right? They were looking for their next simpler chapter. The property attracted solid interest, but sealing the deal took longer than anticipated due to delays with the buyer's lender and appraisal challenges. Sometimes these banks can be real pains in the butt. But despite the setbacks, John Leahy and the fine living group's persistence and careful navigation of the process paid off. The transaction successfully closed at almost $800,000, $770K, marking a smooth and satisfying conclusion, which allowed the seller to confidently move forward. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. It only takes a few seconds to request an instant cash offer on your home at johnsellsdmv.com. Whatever it is you're looking for, moving can be stressful. John Leahy and the Fine Living Group eliminate the stress. They make it easier for you, and they get you the most cash you can get. That's why I would call John to sell my house. That's why we think John is the DMV MVP of real estate. Call John Leahy today, 301-900-3052, or go online to johnsellsdmv.com. What's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Travelers Championship went into a playoff this morning between Victor Hovland and Scotty Scheffler. Hovland on the par 4 18th birdied. He converted his look from just inside 7 feet, while a rare miss from Scotty Scheffler inside 3 feet. Victor Hovland earns his 8th career victory on the circuit, his first win in 15 months. And some sad news in the NFL. Former running back Chris Johnson revealed that he has been diagnosed with ALS in an interview this morning with Good Morning America. Johnson played 10 seasons in the NFL with the Titans, Jets, and Cardinals. He earned the nickname CJ2K after he rushed for 2,006 yards in 2009, which still ranks 7th in NFL history. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Decory engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Decory help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. About to jump on the Rude guest hotline. Before we do so, I got to tell you, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. And I know somebody that knows very well, if it ain't Rude, B. Well, we're trying to pot him up. Somebody can come and log me in this computer. Brian, you there?
I'm here, man. What's happening?
Not much, dude. If it ain't Rude,
it ain't right, brother.
Dang.
There it is.
Thank you for calling in. You got the day off, but you just wanted to talk with the boys. Toby's sitting in for you today.
What up, Tobes?
I think you got USO today. Tell us a little bit about what you're doing.
No, it's USA tomorrow, man.
Oh, what are you doing today then?
Yeah, chilling.
All right,
a round of golf.
Good for you, dude. I know this Chris Johnson news out of the NFL is terrible. Chris Johnson, I mean, an absolutely fantastic running back in his prime with the Titans, announced that he's been diagnosed with Lou Gehrig's disease at age 39. Yeah. Kind of, what was your reaction to that, B?
I've been hearing a lot about that with the Parkinson's and the ALS diagnoses that are happening around the NFL, and we all know about the concussions, but people didn't know a lot about that. But that is something that is being very, very much picked up a lot, and they're starting to have a lot of guys come out with it. But when you look at a guy like Chris and you just remember the big moments he had on the football field, and then to see him in a state that he's in right now, it floors you. And I think I talked to Ryan earlier, and I was like, that is why I get so pissed off when people start saying who's supposed to make what and not. You don't know how dangerous this game is, and I know people say the risk of football, but hell, people that work in plants know the risk of plants. They know the risk of being in the coal mine. And the business that owns that, they know if a person gets a certain level of any type of disease, cancer from it or whatever, you have to take care of those people. The NFL, they've been trying to shy away from that.
Totally, man. And Toby and I were talking about it before the show started. Like, we don't know definitively that one thing led to the other, but damn, it's hard to figure that out.
Well, and it's
deny that there's some capacity.
It's so sad because B. Mitch, he last played in 2017. That's not that long ago.
See, that's the thing about it, though. Like, last playing in 2017, okay, I'm going to let you know a little bit. The NFL, basically, when a person leaves the game of football, they have insurance for 5 years, okay? And then they don't have it anymore through the NFL. All right? Yeah, you can go buy some on your own, but a lot of injuries or a lot of problems don't start to pop up until 5, 6, 7 years after league. You get what I'm saying? Most times, like my wife, with her, once she gets a certain amount of years in the school system, she has lifetime insurance. The NFL doesn't do that in a business where you're going to be leaving with some level of injury. So it's a lot of stuff that goes on that needs to be corrected. I think it's a fight, and I think players, they need to get a little smarter and stop fighting for the BS. Stop letting the league mess with you. Make sure you fight for that. You know, at one point, you get out of the league 1 year, you were done. No more insurance. We fought for 5 more years. Hell, let somebody fight for 10, 15. See if we can go down the line to kind of alleviate some of that pressure a lot of guys have.
Dude, the amount of capital the players gave up just so they could not get tested for weed anymore, that'll always blow my mind. Like, the valuation placed on that versus real financial, life-changing elements, that always stuck out to me as misguided.
And that's why you got to have some adults. You got to have people who understand this stuff. You know, a lot of times you look at the guys that are union refs today, you know, and I know some of them are good and some of them are awful. Some of these guys are just a guy that ended up being it because nobody else didn't want to do it. But you got to have some of these veteran players who take this thing serious, and whoever is running the union now and all over, they need to start fighting for the right stuff and not the BS. Point blank.
Agree with that. Talking with the great Brian Mitchell here, kind enough to call us on his day off. Dude, have you seen the growing speculation around Anthony Davis maybe going to the Warriors?
Yeah, I've been looking at that, and Draymond just opted out, huh? So he didn't pick up his option, so that gives him the space to do it. And we know LeBron would love to partner with some people to try to win something, so he can make people think that he's the GOAT when he keeps having to join people to win. But Anthony Davis at the Warriors with a Steph Curry and a LeBron, I can see it happening. I can see LeBron wanting it to happen. I can see Anthony Davis running over there and probably won't play most of the season. And then I can see that ownership group not having a doubt in the world to spend that amount of money. They don't care. They want to win championships.
Isn't it kind of funny, though? I mean, something we've talked about this offseason is maybe trading him, and it just felt like to me there was no way for Anthony Davis to get any value with not playing any basketball for the Wizards just because they didn't trade a lot to get him. And yet there's a chance now that you could get draft picks and Jimmy Butler, and I would assume at that point
we
maybe
don't want Jimmy Butler. We want Yaxel.
Well, if they could get Yaxel, JP's guy. But isn't it kind of crazy that now we're talking about AD is like a coveted player by a couple of teams trying to make one last run with some of their older guys?
All it takes is one team, and all it takes is one person like a LeBron who makes a phone call. And let's be honest, the Wizards were smart. They didn't let him play. He's healthier now than he ever been. Well, so if he had played and gotten hurt, probably nobody wanted him.
True.
But now that he's healthy, he's a great prospect now. Yes, he's an asset for you.
If you're at the bar at 11 p.m., a girl might look like a certain way. But by the time you get to the last call at 2:30 in the morning, things change.
She's a dime piece.
Things can change. The AD stuff has been fascinating throughout, and I guess we'll kind of see how it all shakes out. But like, I'm okay. I don't really want Jimmy Butler either. Now, is that just to get his contract to get rid of it?
Yeah, it's just a only way to make the salary cap work for them. And then they would throw picks our way.
Yaxel.
Well,
yeah.
Maybe.
Listen, man. The thing about it, though, I'll take a Jimmy Butler with his mindset over a damn AD who has not shown one inkling that he wants to be here.
Last thing I wanted to ask you about, Brian. We got a number of Brandon Ayuk videos over the weekend. I can't even keep track.
Lord.
This guy's production he's putting
good,
more social media content out to the world than White Bryant. Like
what he should do is just give up football and go become a producer.
Yeah, come on over. We could use some help.
I've reached a great level of fatigue, but he did try to sort of explain some of the sources of his anger. I wanted to ask you this because I don't think this is that unusual. One thing that people jumped on, he had the same agent as John Lynch. That kind of stuff happens all the time. I'm curious what your reaction was to that.
I mean, it happens all the time. I mean, who cares? I mean, the whole thing about it, if the agent is not doing a good enough job for you, fire him. Just like if he wasn't working with John Lynch, you can fire him. And once you fire him, guess what you do? You go get you another one, and you move forward. So, and I want people to understand, yeah, he fired the guy, but nothing stopped him from going and getting nobody else. Nothing stopped him from doing the papers and doing everything he needs to do. He still can do that stuff. I understand that people might look at that as a conflict of interest, but hell, when he was signing the deal, it wasn't a conflict of interest.
Right. Yeah. Totally, man.
You know, it probably paid off that you had the same agent.
It might not have hurt when he got the massive extension. It is worth
But the
noting.
thing I said, Jay, the 49ers are sitting around waiting. And then you see what Matt is talking about today. He better be careful. That's all I can say.
Yeah, dude. I tweeted that out yesterday. When Matt Mayoko talks about the 49ers options, that's not being pulled out of thin air. That dude has that dude's been covering that team since Joe Montana was there. He is wired in that building. He's a friend of mine. The other part of this I know because I follow him on Instagram. Mayoko was just in Italy with his family. So he probably just got back, made a couple calls, and was like, all right, what is going on with
He
this?
got back and said, oh, hell, damn, I missed the whole damn book. But you think about it. Conduct detrimental, people. All I'm going to say, those 3 words, well, 2 words, conduct detrimental. Those 2 words right there can touch anything.
Well, B, your conduct is anything but detrimental. Thank you for calling on a day off, man.
All right, man.
Are you at least playing golf today?
Hell yeah.
Oh, that a boy. Go low, sir.
Thanks, B. Mitch.
All right, bro. Y'all be good. Later.
All right. That's our guy, Brian Mitchell, 2028 Hall of Fame. Lock it in. Here's what we're gonna do. I wanna dive deeper into this AD to the Warriors. What it means. I'm not interested in Jimmy Butler coming up. Is it Achilles? He has a big time injury.
I think it's Achilles, right? Yeah.
I'm interested in Yaxel. I don't know why you don't like him. It sounds personal. I don't know if he stole your girlfriend. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Listen, we all know somebody with a little too much do-it-yourself confidence when it comes to home repairs. They say, I could probably fix that. Then they try and they make the problem way worse. YouTube University is not going to fix your toilet, people. Here's what you need to do. You got to call Crop Metcalf. They've been servicing Maryland, D.C., and Northern Virginia since 1979. And Crop Metcalf provides certified experts and proactive memberships to take the guesswork out of home repairs. From routine maintenance to unexpected repairs, Crop Metcalf keeps your home running smooth without the stress or the do-overs. Instead of crossing your fingers and hoping for the best, you can count on it being done right. So do every overconfident do-it-yourselfer you know a favor. Tell them to leave it to the experts at Crop Metcalf. Book an HVAC Precision Tune-Up Special. Now only $99 at ServiceExperts.com. What? Done what, Topes?
Nothing.
You didn't know my man Luigi turned that mic on.
Yeah, well, whatever Ryan was saying in the break, I've never done that.
It's B. Mitch and Finley. The homie Toby Altizer sitting in for B. Mitch, who's asked what he was doing. He said chilling. So good for him. Enjoy
the day off.
Enjoy a day to yourself. It's the holiday season. Listen, nobody's listening. Nobody's watching. Nobody's in town. Traffic somehow was a breeze.
Yeah.
Outside of whatever the construction is going on underneath 14th Street when you go under on Main Avenue. Outside of that, everything was pretty darn easy. Toby, let's set up for the people where this Wizard situation might be.
Yeah.
Because it's getting pretty damn interesting. For the Wiz, tell me what, like, when I cover football, I try to separate knowns from unknowns.
Sure.
Right? Known, AJ DeBonsa, franchise cornerstone, ideally next 15 years.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you just drafted him number one. They're all in on DeBonsa. Known, Trae Young's a part of this thing. They just gave him a big extension. I think he's a real part of this thing for the next at least 2 seasons. And then the contract, we'll see what happens.
Correct.
What the hell do we know about Anthony Davis?
We don't know a whole lot because we don't. I mean, we've not heard anything definitively that he wants to be here. What we do know is that the Warriors are interested. That's all we know. It sounds like maybe some other teams have a little bit of interest, but in terms of what we definitively know, we're getting reports from Shams, Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo, that the Warriors are very interested, and now you're starting to see some of the necessary moves start to fall into place. A little bit earlier today, this morning, Draymond Green opts out of his player option. They're trying
Help me understand how that helps.
So that they sign him to a lower deal. Sign him to a lesser contract, I think, is the idea. Save a little cap space.
Is he going to do that?
I would assume so.
Okay.
Just, I think that's probably part of the calculus there. And, I mean, you can't really, with NBA salary cap, have 4 max kind of players. So someone of that big 4 they're trying to create with Steph, LeBron, AD, and Draymond, a couple of those guys are going to have to sacrifice. And I think it's not going to be Steph. I think it would be LeBron to an extent, AD, and then Draymond, maybe the most of which is going to sacrifice. So we'll see what they do, but they're still going to have to figure out Jimmy Butler's their other big contract on the books. So he'll have to be dealt, and that would likely be to Washington because LeBron can just sign there. So they've got to figure out what they're going to try to do. Now, the situation you're talking about is, all right, if you're trying to get Jimmy Butler, you're going to have to get assets because Jimmy Butler might not play for most of the season. And frankly, I don't know how much the Wizards would be interested in Jimmy Butler ever playing for this team, just with all the stuff that comes with Jimmy Butler. Even though he's a great competitor, I just don't know that he even really would want to play here either. So you might buy him out, but what can you get with that? I mean, this is why the Wizards, what they've done the last couple of years with the cap space has been smart, is setting yourself up so you can take disgruntled vet who maybe you buy out, and then you get an extra first-round pick, or in your case, you want to get Yaxel Lendeborg. Maybe they could do something like that.
Jimmy Butler's going to be 37.
Yeah.
And he tore his ACL in January.
Yeah.
Like, that can't be part of the plan.
No, and
I understand you're matching salary.
That's all it is. Because I think there's an immediate chance that he'd be bought out and he wouldn't ever play. I mean, less of a chance that he plays for the Wizards than Anthony Davis at this point. Anthony Davis is still technically a Wizard.
Now, Jimmy Butler, there's a photo of him on the internet in one of the greatest T-shirts I've ever seen. Not a T-shirt I could wear, but you know, like money, power, respect, how that was like a thing at a period of time. Money, power, respect. He wore a T-shirt with 3 things on there that were not, money was one of them, but the other 2 cannot be said on the radio. It's like one of my favorite. I'm going to see if I can get the image, and I will text it to you.
Yeah,
but
that's great.
Butler, I wanted them to trade Davis for Golden State's pick on draft night. I openly talked about it. If that ends up happening, you got to take Butler's contract, but you get, if they're going to acquire LeBron and Davis and Draymond's back, you got no space for Yaxel anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's the tough part about it, is trying to figure out what you can get in return for with Jimmy Butler, because he's not going to play here. So I don't know. It's tough figuring out, because maybe you want just to go ahead and stockpile picks into the future, but I know they haven't the Wizards, to their credit, have done a pretty good job of not trying to set expectations for this upcoming season too high. Because I think some Wizards fans are going a little bit crazy and thinking, "Oh yeah, playoffs and all this." And I hope that's the case. But realistically, I don't know that they're a top 3 team in the East all of a sudden. But they can still continue to build this thing a little bit more down the road. So if you trade Anthony Davis, and you still got to figure out, because their big situation behind AD and Alex Sarr is questionable still. So they'd have to figure out how they're going to add to that front court a little bit. But I don't know. If you can add more picks in the future so that you can kind of still go OKC style, where next year you've still got 2 or 3 first-round picks, like, all right, you're still going and building this thing up, even though you've got a lot of the young core in place.
Can we've got a LeBroniac in the aquarium in Stallion. Can we have a brief discussion on just how, I'm convinced nobody's listening, so I don't know if I guess I can't say that word. Luigi jumped up pretty quick. Like, it's just the consistent track record of tucking your tail and trying to find the next team that can work for you.
Yeah.
Now, part of me, it will be cool to see LeBron and Steph play together, like in those Olympic runs. It's been so fun to see. But like there's so many words I want to say.
Of course.
LeBron, I never try to question the type of player he is. He's an all-time great player. He is not, to be crystal clear, the all-time greatest whatsoever. But he's an all-time great player. He belongs in every conversation about all-time great players. But, like, we're doing this again?
Yeah.
And, dude, I think these dudes are too old at this point.
100%.
I mean, how old? If AD is 36, LeBron's 40, right?
Yeah.
It'll be fascinating to watch. This one reminds me when the Lakers...
By the way, AD's 33.
Okay. When the Lakers had the end of the Shaq Kobe run and they brought in Karl Malone and Gary Payton. I don't know that you guys are all so damn young.
No,
you might
I
not remember that.
yeah.
But, like, it didn't work. And I just think the ego's involved. Steve Kerr is, pretty great coach. Maybe he can handle all this.
The Lakers did the same thing with Steve Nash and Dwight Howard, too.
Yeah.
Well, heck, the Nets tried it with bringing over Boston's big 3.
Yeah, Garnett. Yeah. I want to open the phones. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. LeBron's trying to put another super team together. And remember that, like, Sylvester Stallone movie where it was just a bunch of old dudes trying to, like, wild hogs or something? Like,
yeah.
I don't think this is going to work. Let's talk some hoop. Is Anthony Davis ever going to play for the Wizards? Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Fully Mechanical. With the 2026 NBA draft in the rear view, the league's attention turns to free agency. The official negotiation period opens tomorrow, June 30th at 6 p.m., but there is plenty of news happening now. Draymond Green is reportedly declining his $27.7 million option with the Golden State Warriors, according to ESPN. Per the report, the Warriors could use that cap flexibility to go after LeBron James in free agency and/or Anthony Davis via a trade. James Harden wants to remain with the Cleveland Cavaliers long-term. In order to do that, he declined his one-year $42.3 million player option. He's currently working on a multi-year deal to stay with the team that helps both him and the team out. When your HVAC strikes out, call Fully Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Fully Mechanical is proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Make App 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann, The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley. Brought to you by Rude. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. Let's see if Toby knows. If it ain't Rude, Tobes?
It ain't right.
There you go. Anthony Davis, the Wizards acquired AD close to the trade deadline, a little bit before. He didn't play at all. He did seem relatively lukewarm about his trade to Washington. He seemed pretty lukewarm about everything since he got traded from the Lakers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's just jarring for a guy of his stature to get randomly traded at the deadline. Now, it's not obviously bad for the Lakers to get Luka Doncic, but I'm sure it's kind of jarring. You're not expecting to be moved. You're still trying to win a championship with LeBron, and all of a sudden you're shipped out. I mean, that's got to be pretty tough to process.
Well, dude, what I also find interesting, if they're putting this big four together in Golden State, and it's Steph and Draymond and LeBron and AD. Are LeBron and AD cool? Because LeBron probably had to sign off on the Luka trade.
I don't know. I would assume they're fine. I mean, I don't feel like... I feel like it was kind of one of those things, too, where it's like, we get a chance to get Luka Doncic.
We just got to take it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to hit the phones, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. You think Anthony Davis will never play in Washington? Joe's in Rockville. What's up, Joe?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
We're good, dude. How are you?
Pretty good. Hey, listen, man, I'm going to say this. You're a hell of a father. I would have brought the lemonade. I would have definitely brought the lemonade. I can't
Thanks,
believe
buddy.
These bastards. Nah, man.
Cheap
it's ridiculous.
bastards out
But
there.
anyhow, man, I appreciate you and Mitch and how you comment on everyday stuff. That's the real reality. That's the real stuff that's going on. But with the AD thing, personally, man, I called last week. I told you guys I wouldn't extend a contract to him. And basically today, I would base it on a performance. How many games does he play? I write a contract specifically to how many games he plays. Other than that, he's out. I ship him out. I don't know. What do you guys think about a performance-based contract? Because he doesn't have his
He ain't got to sign one. No. Like, it's a great, theoretically, thanks for the kind words, Joe. Theoretically, sure. like bonuses for playing. But I don't think, what's your gut tell you? You think Anthony Davis is a wizard come October 1st?
Before all this, I thought yes. And then now that there's real smoke here. It feels like this is real. I think this is going to happen. So, I mean, confidence level on his 25% that he plays here? Maybe less?
Sean is in Falls Church. Sean, what do you make of all these Anthony Davis trade rumors?
Trade rumors. Thank you for taking my call. Yeah, I'm kind of about it, honestly. I mean, when we saw Trey and him come in, Trey bought in. Trey was about this. He, actions, words, he's here, and he understands exactly what's happening, and he's cool with it, and he wants to be a part of it. AD, I've never seen it, and so I think that if I can get draft picks and get guys that do want to buy into this process, that do want to be a part of it, I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
Dude, I'm with you, man. Thanks for the call, Sean. Appreciate you. Like, Trae Young, there's levels to this, right? Davis is a lock future Hall of Famer. Davis is one of the, I mean, we were talking about it in the break, especially watching him at Kentucky many years ago when they won the Natty. He's one of the best defensive basketball players I've ever seen.
Yeah, big time.
And you would love to have that dude, if healthy, on your team. Trae Young's not on that level, but Trae Young's a really good player. He's an all-star caliber player. When he was traded here, he fully embraced it right away. Was on the bench, wearing the Ovi jersey, like played a couple games.
Well, and even if it's fake, it does not matter. Like, even if he's just playing well, now I'm here, so I'm going to fully... Who cares if it's fake? Like,
I don't even think... Maybe it was a little early. I think he's locked in, man.
But yeah, I mean, now that he signed the contract, he is clearly bought into whatever they're trying to do. So Anthony Davis was never in that train. And I mean, this is something, JP, that feels like it could happen quickly because Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo was one of the first guys on it. And his article was basically saying, free agency is opening this week, I believe on Tuesday. LeBron's going to be a free agent. So are you trying to get this done this week so you can at least have that leverage of, hey, we've got AD, so you have more time to try to get that stuff done with LeBron? I mean, this could be something that happens quick.
Kevin O'Connor's got a date on this. Sources say Golden State hoping adding Davis would help lure LeBron from the Lakers once free agency opens on June 30th.
Yeah.
That's tomorrow, right?
Yeah, that's tomorrow. I mean, that's the crazy part.
This could be moving fast.
And if you're able to get... So the stuff that I've seen just briefly looking around the internet is saying Jimmy Butler would come back here with a 2027 first-round pick. And, that's interesting to an extent, but also you gave up a couple of later first-round picks to get Anthony Davis, so I would almost hope that you could get a little bit more than that. Maybe that's a little naive.
Yaxel!
But I just don't know that they want to include him. But I would love to get
How
Yaxel.
do they keep him? You're bringing in two bigs. You're bringing in Davis. You're bringing in LeBron, who's obviously plays kind of everywhere, but you're now on a go win everything right now mode, clearly.
Yeah.
You got to trade the kid you just drafted.
I mean, the
who would completely fit here.
He would. The only devil's advocate for them would be you're drafting an older rookie in Yaxel, who hopefully can step in and play a little bit better as a rookie because of the fact that he's older.
Now, I think there's multiple things here, right? Whatever our expectations were a week ago, when we met Bonsa and everybody's excited, playoffs, this obviously changes those expectations.
Big time.
But I think for the front office, that might be a safer place to be. Because you build up these expectations with AD as part of it. How many games is he going to play? 30?
Yeah.
50?
Not a lot. If you played 50, you'd be happy.
I'm all for this.
Me too.
Flip them, get the picks, get Yaxel. If we got to take Jimmy, we want Yax. That's simple. Ernest is in Southwest. What's up, Ernest?
Well, everybody disrespecting what Will Dawkins said in the first place.
What did he say?
What do you mean?
I thought that was in line.
What did he say? I don't know exactly what he's referring to.
I think Ernest is talking about Dawkins saying, yeah, we want him here. He's a part of this. We're going to try to get a contract done.
Of course he has to say that.
That's what GMs say.
Yeah. I mean, he's not going to say we don't want him here and hope to get rid of him because then he has no value.
You know what also could have happened? AD called Will Dawkins and said, yo, I'm out. Send me to Golden State. That also could have happened. And that could have happened. There could have been, what's the famous Kawhi Leonard thing? There could have been a material change somewhere along the way here. A lot could have changed from last Thursday when we were at the Wharf to today. And if you have Golden State over a barrel because of the LeBron deadline with free agency opening, take advantage of it.
Yeah, 100%.
You think Jimmy Butler and a 1 is not enough for you to get rid of Davis?
I mean, I'd probably do it just because that's the best offer you're going to get. And if he's not that bought in and playing here and he wants to go chase a ring with LeBron and Steph one more time, fine, because there is no guarantee that he plays well here. There's no guarantee that he stays healthy, so you could trade him at the deadline. But
you know where a lot of major corporations, like Fortune 500 type corporations, they make a living on transactional fees, right? Like the credit card. Like me and Stallion just got Kava and he paid with a credit card, right? Like Visa or MasterCard or Discover, whoever the hell, is making, 40 cents on that. And they make that millions of times a day. In the NBA, if you want to operate in the space And I feel like Billy Beane made this really famous in baseball with the Moneyball book. But I feel like Riz did this a lot, Taboni, whoever, right? If you want to operate in the space and you are a part of the transaction and you pick up a little bit of stuff along the way, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Like you traded Anthony Davis for not a whole lot. Now you're maybe going to flip him for not that much. You just got to be on the right side of that small transactional fee.
Yeah.
And I would hope they are.
And even if it's something as like, hey, we moved up 10 spots in an NBA draft, that's worth it.
Right.
Because it's not like Anthony Davis
Or
is
you
going to
get
get
Yaxel.
you. Well, that'd be great too.
Who Toby oddly hates. Matthew's in Puerto Rico. What up, Matt?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, dude. How are you? What do you think happens with this AD stuff?
My initial reaction is I don't think Dawkins is dumb enough to even do this trade. I just don't think, we could recoup the assets we gave up, although it wasn't a lot that we can get from the Warriors. Now, obviously, if it's Yaxel and, 2 unprotected firsts, you probably take that deal. But now, again, though, the Wizards kind of have the leverage here.
Yes,
the Warriors
100%.
are hard-pressed to put together a contender with an aging Curry. Free agency starts tomorrow. And Mike Dunleavy, he doesn't have the best track record in his time with Golden State, so he's going to want to make a big splash. So,
Well, there was that video, too, from the draft of the owner and Dunleavy kind of yelling at each other. So the owner might be forcing this one, which is cool with me.
Yeah. If it's Yaxel and 2 firsts, it's hard to not take that. But again, I like this team. I like this team on paper. I really want to see what they can do with AD and the young core. Now I don't know about extending AD in August, but I really want to see this team play, and I really think this team can win 50 games. But
Dude, can I ask you a question, Matt?
I prefer not to see the trade.
Are
Yeah.
you calling us from Puerto Rico?
Yeah. I'm visiting my abuela and abuela right now.
I love that, dude.
That's
Are
incredible.
you listening on the Odyssey app?
No, I saw I saw the tweet. I was on Twitter because my boys are texting me because I actually live in the Bay Area too.
Oh wow!
So I got a bunch of Warriors friends, and they're always annoying me. So I kind of hate the Warriors, especially after KD.
I love
went there in 2016.
So you don't want the trade to happen.
Yeah,
you want
I
AD
saw
to
the
play
number.
here.
Yes, I do. I think every Wizards fan should.
I'm a
now, at
Wizards
least
fan.
you should see it play
Trade
out.
him. I'm pro trade, dude.
Yeah, I'd say I get his point.
I do not want them to extend him.
No. Well,
Thank you for the call, Matt.
I think his point is he just wants to see what this team could look like. And I do understand that point because Wizards basketball has been tough to watch, even though I've liked watching these young guys develop. It's not like they've been playing winning basketball. I think his point is like, let's just see what they could do before we move off of them. But if you can get something for Anthony Davis, now, if you're going to get Yaxel and 2 firsts, like he's saying, I'll drive him out to San Francisco from DC myself. That's not going to happen. But you do have all the leverage here, JP, because you can look at this and the Warriors can try to play hardball and you can say, we're just going to hold on to Anthony Davis. You want LeBron. In order to get LeBron, you're going to have to get Anthony Davis. So give us what we want, or LeBron's probably going back to LA and you're not getting AD and we can just flip him at the deadline.
Even Jimmy Butler, I'm reading now from a Yahoo story. Jimmy Butler asked about being traded. Jimmy Butler said he wants to come back to Golden State. However, he added, I'm quoting now, if I get traded, I get traded. Their job is to win. Can I help them do that? Yes. If they feel like somebody else can help them do that on a quicker timetable than whenever I come back, then they got to go and do that. But as of right now, I'm here. Hardly sounds like Butler feels like a big part of the future in Golden State.
For sure. Well, and they realize they're a sinking ship. I mean, they kind of go as Steph Curry goes, and Steph Curry's been open about not knowing how much longer he's going to play. And so if you can go out and maybe make one more run at this thing when realistically, they don't have anything, JP. Like coming up the pipeline, like they don't have young guys. Like they were hoping that Pods could be that guy. Pods kind of sucks. Yaxel maybe can be that kind of player, but they just don't have young guys. So for them and Mike Dunleavy, this is probably like, let's take one more run at it. And we can put together the old Avengers and hope that they can get something done. And chances are we're all going to lose our jobs in the next couple of years anyways. Let's maybe walk out with a ring.
800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Do you think this Anthony Davis trade is going to happen? The other crazy part that we haven't even mentioned yet, Jaylen Brown. By all accounts, the Celtics are on the fast track to getting rid of this dude. who plays great defense and could score, I don't know that you get a three-way thing going here. I know the money has to make it all work, right? You have to balance the money. So for Washington to move AD to Golden State requires getting Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
That's an expiring $57 million contract. Now, the Warriors would also have to flip draft capital. Reading from Yahoo Sports, Kevin O'Connor, he says, the Warriors would also have to include draft capital. They have 2 future firsts and 4 first-round swaps to work with in any deal. So depending what the draft capital is, starts to look pretty juicy. I mean, maybe this is getting crazy, but couldn't you then flip Jimmy Butler's expiring contract to Boston for Jaylen Brown?
I just don't think. I mean, Boston's going to want to get a player that can help them. They're still trying to win, so I don't know how Jimmy Butler helps them in that sense.
Is there a free agent? Like, they could get Butler in the expiring deal and buy him out or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like, Boston was trying to get Giannis. They didn't get Giannis. It looks like LeBron's trying to put the super team together in Golden State. I 100% LeBron is the one pulling all the strings.
Of course.
So doesn't that kind of leave Boston without a dance partner here?
Probably. I mean, it's interesting that now you have 2 teams that are in win-now modes. Of Golden State's like a desperation win-now mode. Boston still has some guys, but they're kind of looking at their window and maybe moving off of Jaylen Brown. I mean, the trade market to go from JP, like, man, I just don't think the Wizards are going to have anybody interested in Anthony Davis, to potentially him going to Boston for Jaylen Brown, or potentially going out to Golden State to get back Jimmy Butler, who, even if he doesn't play here, at least getting a first-round pick back. That's kind of crazy to see how it's emerged, and it's a credit to Will Dawkins and Michael Winger to have a little foresight here to see, hey, this guy's going to be valuable in the offseason. Let's just go ahead and get him now, even though, you know, he may never play here. He's a valuable asset to have on the roster to, whether he plays for us or not, get something back.
Girls look different at 11 p.m. than they do at last call, man. Like, timelines, desperation changes things. Let's hit Rob in D.C. Rob, what do you think happens with AD?
Hey, what's up? What's up, JV? Hey, I'm going to go ahead and make the trade because, I mean, he's going to want an extension, you know. And with his injury history, that's just not going to be possible. So I wouldn't even go down that road. I would go ahead and make a trade. Some kind of way, I'm going to try to mix in a trade with go get Jaylen Brown. I mean, you know, he's definitely out of Boston, and it had been ties to him coming here. So some kind of way, we're going to have to put a package together, you know, to get the trade AD to Golden State in some kind of way. We may have to get 1 or 2 of our core young guys to bring Jaylen in. Because if you're telling me with Jaylen and DeBonsa and maybe Keyshawn George and Sa, man, if you off to a good start with that right there. So that's just my take on it.
Appreciate you, man. Good call. Thanks, bud.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because if you talk about a guy like a Jaylen Brown, if they were able to find some way, if Boston, you know, sees that Golden State's in on this and they want to still find a way to get Anthony Davis, or like he's saying, maybe you move off of a young player or not, they're actually kind of deep at some of the positions that Jaylen Brown would play. Now, Jaylen Brown would immediately step in and be, you know, one of their better wing defenders, wing players, period. But, you know, you're still trying to develop a Keyshawn George. You're still trying to develop Bilal Coulibaly. Maybe less so because, you know, at this point you're kind of seeing what he is, but he's still very young. So you're still trying to figure out who some of these guys are and develop them. But I don't know. I mean, if you can put together a team where you start playing some winning basketball and let some of these veterans lead them along the way, Trae Young, and then if they can bring in somebody else that wants to be here, it'd be interesting and it'd be fun because AJ is going to be your star of the future. But if you have somebody else to help him along the way at the beginning of his career, that'd be awesome.
It really is going to be an interesting situation because Jaylen Brown, it seems like if I had to guess, LeBron is going to organize this situation in Golden State. And it's Steph and it's LeBron. I wonder if Bronny comes. Maybe the Lakers won't release him. I don't know. But like, I believe Anthony Davis is on the move. I believe it's the best thing for the organization.
100%.
And if you get the expiring contract of Jimmy Butler, a first, and Yaxel, sign me up. To me, you don't do anyone a favor. You don't owe AD a thing.
Correct.
So if he's like, yo, I really want to do this, cool, tell them to pay up. And for me, it's got to be 2 1s or a current or a 1 and Yaxel.
I would even do just Jimmy and Yaxel. If you were doing
Jimmy
that.
ain't going to play for you.
No, and that's fine. I essentially an Anthony Davis trade up for Yaxel I would do. I struggle doing the 27-1 as the guy with Jimmy Butler, as that's the only other asset coming back. But I don't know. I think that's the fun part for the Wizards. You have the leverage here, so you can try to get as much as you possibly can.
You have the leverage here if you want to call in. Phones are open. 800-636-1067. Anthony Davis on the move. What do you need to get in return? JP Finley here. I got to tell you about the great experience I had over at Closets by Design. I went and met with the owner, Matt. I saw their warehouse. I saw the facility. I saw that they custom make every redesigned closet. And then we had the designer come out to the house. She met with my wife. My wife got to explain exactly what she wanted out of the closet. Now she's got variety. She's got specifics. She changes things out from winter to summer. It goes from shelving for her sweaters. In the summertime, it's more dresses. It worked out great. I don't have a big house. Closets by Design help me maximize the space in my home. They can do the same for you, and they can do a lot more than just closets. They can redo your office, your laundry room. They can redo your garage. My garage is a mess. Maybe Matt can redo my garage. Whatever it is, hit them up. Go to closetsbydesign.com or call 800-BY-DESIGN to schedule your free in-home consultation today. Closetsbydesign.com.
This sports update is brought to you by the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, Guerrilla Fireworks. Malik Beasley has been indicted on illegal sports gambling charges by federal prosecutors in the United States District Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of New York, along with 5 others, including fellow former NBA player Ed Davis. The specific charges he's facing aren't yet known, but the news comes exactly 1 year to the day that Beasley's name was originally connected to a federal sports gambling investigation. And welcome to NBA Free Agency Eve. The Warriors are reportedly attempting to trade for Wizards big Anthony Davis and hoping to sign Lakers free agent forward LeBron James. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, Roman candles, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia, Guerrilla Fireworks is 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. Celebrate 250 years of America by lighting up the sky. From the Prop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Toby, are we living in a simulation, or has he played this Guns N' Roses song like 8 times this morning?
No, Ryan played it when I was out getting y'all's food.
Okay, so this is 2 in a row, Sweet Child of Mine. It's a great tune. I got no beef with it. I didn't know if there was like a bit going. Let's see how many times we can play this song before JP notices something, which honestly wouldn't be the worst bit. Shout out to Jeff. Just checked in at the doctor's office and said the doctor's office person goes, Jeff, you know JP's going to talk about you not being at work. So I wasn't going to until Jeff texted me that. So now, shout out to Jeff, Tobes.
How about this tweet from Chris Haynes? I think this is interesting. LeBron James and the Lakers still have yet to have a conversation regarding his future, but that's expected to change in light of Golden State's strategic maneuvering to position themselves as a landing spot. So the Lakers and LeBron haven't even talked yet. And now that the Warriors seem like legit contenders, like, maybe we should have a conversation with LeBron. Seems a little bit nuts to me that they haven't even at least just reached out and said, hey, you coming back? Or, I mean, I know it's the off season. I get some of those things, but.
Also, what does that mean, right? Like, they haven't talked or he hasn't told them what he's going to do.
Well, I mean, he's probably going to tell them that I'm going to go to Golden State, assuming they can get Anthony Davis.
Can LeBron only go to Golden State if they get AD?
No, I think he can go. He's a free agent.
Right, but I'm saying, like, doesn't he, if you want to just go play with Steph anyway, I don't know. He's such a needy.
I mean, he definitely could. I mean, because it's not as if they couldn't. Wouldn't you?
Do people still like LeBron?
I don't know.
He's a great player. Stallion, you're a LeBroniac. Like, do you not find this, like, constant shuffling and just trying to land in the, like, it seems like he has a real divide from just trying to build his own way to a title and just always running around looking for the best team.
This is the part I hate the most about LeBron. He does it every time. Every team, he's kind of like that Tom Brady. You know that Tom Brady quote when they ask, like, "Oh, what's the best ring? The next one." And with LeBron, it's like, "What's your favorite team?" He's probably thinking the next one. And like that's just the way that he thinks. And so it's annoying. It's stupid. But
the difference with Brady is for the vast majority of his career, he did it in New England. He wasn't constantly running around.
No, of course. And I think LeBron, it's different. Like, he runs around and he wants to win a championship at every team he's at.
I don't, in no way do I knock him for wanting to win a title.
Yeah, that's admirable.
The knock is for just staying in one place and trying to build up a squad.
Yeah, going somewhere else to make sure that you can put yourself in a better position.
Right.
And that's the tough part, because like championships in the NBA have gotten to the point that that's all that matters. And to an extent it is, but like there is something to be said, like going back to the guy that's always throwing the conversation with him, Jordan. He had to work, they had to build, they had to get better, and then they finally got there and they three-peated twice, right? Like it was something that they built to that climax of winning a championship versus LeBron. they were building something in Cleveland, and then he just jumps ship and immediately gets to the NBA Finals. Now, they lost 2 of 4 finals there in Miami, which is still crazy to think about. But, like his ability to just kind of jump around and go here and there, and like him being able to bring back a championship to Cleveland with Kyrie and Kevin Love is still going to be really, really cool to think about.
That was one of the coolest things ever.
But,
especially to beat Golden State.
Yeah, to just jump around the way that he has. Like, if he was on one team throughout his entire career, I think the conversation around him is entirely different.
Right.
But it's not. I mean, he's been bouncing around. He's going to do it again.
Let's go to Brad in Manassas. Brad, you think this AD trade's going to happen?
I think it should because AD, if he knows Golden State's interested, he's probably going to tell the Wizards, I'm not playing for you. So they might as well get something for him.
Yeah, I hope the Wiz are going to stand fast on a good return and not just, all right, like if you're not going to play here, we'll make it happen. Thanks for the call, Brad. I want 2 1s or I want a 1 and Yaks. And obviously Butler's got to be a part of it for the money. That's fine. I honestly would just say you buy him out. Yeah. I don't know how that works.
He's not playing for like, the same way that we're talking about AD not playing for you. He ain't playing for you.
We all wondered if AD was going to play for them. It sure as hell over the last 48 hours seems like he's not. You still have this Jaylen Brown kind of thing hanging.
Well, and that's where
that's
where I think it's interesting. You have to give Boston something because they're sort of in a win now mode as well. So you have to give them something that would be interesting. But wouldn't you think if you're the Warriors and you can put together Steph, LeBron, and Draymond, wouldn't you rather have Jaylen Brown with that mix than Anthony Davis?
Yes.
Like I don't know. I guess because of the fact that they're not going to be able to give you someone that can help you this season. Because Jimmy Butler is hurt for most of the year. Maybe Boston's not as interested, but I find that at least a little bit interesting that they're so set on Anthony Davis, maybe just because of the relationship with LeBron.
Let's go to Jay in D.C. Jay, you think they're going to trade AD?
Guys, I was thinking, listening to you, that this is great because, LeBron, I mean, he doesn't care about the future of wherever place he's going. So he forced Andrew Wiggins out of Cleveland, no problem, to get Love. So he'll force Yaks to us. For sure, and I think the key, we need a first in Yaks or forget about it. So I was like, oh, this is going to be great over the next 24 hours. But then I thought, like, Davis, he might turn around and be like, oh, my hamstring feels a little sore, And, like, what do we do when we're demanding Yaks and they're saying no, and Davis is telling Dawkins, man, I do feel my knee hurts a little bit. Like, what do we do at that point? I would love to see Yaks. I'm all in on a first in Yaks 100%, but I don't know what we do if Davis is pushing us.
Well, so the interesting part about that is at least Boston is in. It sounds like they could be in on trading Jaylen Brown. Now, maybe Anthony Davis says, I'm only signing an extension with Golden State, and he can force his way that way. But at least there's another team in here so that the Wizards are at least able to say, we're not going to walk out of here empty-handed. If we want to trade him, we can trade him potentially to Boston, potentially to Golden State, but Golden State's the most interested. If we're able to just continue to stand pat here until you give us what we want, if you say we're not willing to go there, then we just pivot back to Boston. So at least there's another suitor.
Sure. This is from Shams over the weekend on ESPN, asked about Jaylen Brown being a possibility.
What if you, Shams, can you make this work, whether it's Jaylen Brown going to the Wizards and then someone like Anthony Davis going back to the Celtics, because it is going to take a lot, but I don't know if all teams are going to be willing to part with those 4 first-round picks. That seems to sort of be that starting price.
You could imagine it. That's why I think it's going to be interesting to see which team gets Jaylen Brown potentially, because it might not be someone that we expect, given the asking price and given all these things.
That's really interesting. Like, I'd be far more excited about Jaylen Brown
Oh, big time.
Anthony Davis.
Well, if you get Jaylen Brown, I think it completely changes the calculus. You go from a team that's like, all right, well, it'd be nice if they get into the playoffs. If you get Jaylen Brown, we're talking about a team that hopefully is missing the play-in and getting into the playoffs.
Right, totally. Let's go to Eric in Richmond. Eric, what do you make of all this AD trade rumor stuff?
Well, I will tell you, if it's me, I'm holding on to AD for the best trade probability. He is a great trade bait. Again, you guys mentioned before, he may get hurt. He may not be there. I would wait. It's a lot of interest in AD right now. I would certainly trade him for the highest value.
So you say you want to wait like closer to the trade deadline during the season?
Well, the interest is high now. So just make sure you get what we can get the maximum, a couple of first rounds or whatever. We're not getting full first rounders for AD. But I'm just saying, I'm ready to go with AD. It was a great move to get him.
Here's the flip side. Listen, I hear you. Like, if you could get this into the season, get to the trade deadline, AD's playing well, you could maximize the value. But the flip side is this dude hasn't stayed healthy in years. It's entirely possible he doesn't play or is hurt or whatever, and whatever right now might be the maximum time to have leverage in the Anthony Davis trade conversation.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. I agree.
I appreciate the call, bud. Let's see what our guy Shane has to say. Shane, what do you think about the Anthony Davis situation?
Hey, look, JP, all there. It's a great show last night. It was great. Loved watching your show, man. You
Thanks,
kill
bud.
it. Hey, look, here's what I would take for him. I would take some hot sauce and some chicken wings. I don't want him here anyway. Let's call it what it is. What's he going to do? Play 30 games? You hit on the head. What does he play? How many games he's played in the last 10 years? Let's call it what it is. Like I said, I'll take anything for this man besides Ben Chili Boats. Hell to that no. But listen, he's got to go. Give me something for him.
You will. I think you get it.
Yeah.
I think he's gone, dude.
Like I said,
I think so,
chicken
too.
wings and hot sauce, JP. That's what he's worth right now.
Thanks, buddy. I think he's worth more than that, although I do love chicken wings and hot sauce.
What's your percentage chance that he ends up playing game 1 of the season with Golden State? Or not the Wizards, because I guess Boston's technically
What is my percentage chance he plays game 1 is an interesting question anyway, just the injury.
True.
We'll presume health for the conversation. My percentage chance he's a Wizard opening night, 20.
Yeah.
I got like an 80% chance he's on another team.
Correct. 100%. That's exactly where I agree. It's like somewhere at 75, 80%.
I didn't want to extend him, and I don't think he wants to be here if he doesn't get extended.
I was wrong because I thought that there was no chance you could get anything of worth until he suited up and played, because you could at least show, okay, Anthony Davis has still got it. And turns out I was wrong, because Golden State, potentially Boston, is interested, and this is why you make those sorts of moves, to get a guy buy low, and now you could sell him for just, like you said, it might even just be a transactional type of deal, but to come out slightly ahead from what you got traded for him, great.
Toby, you don't go to bars.
I do not.
Things look different at 10 p.m. than they do at midnight. We're at the midnight stretch of
Anthony Davis is looking real good right now.
We're going to keep the phone lines going. I'm going to sneak in Chris and Culpeper real quick. Chris, what do you make of this Anthony Davis situation?
Oh, I love every bit of it, sir. Good morning. Happy Monday. You got to go ahead and move him. That man can walk outside and trip and break his ankle, and then he has no more trade value, just like he had before we traded for him. You have to make the move. I love Yaxel, huge Alabama fan, watched him in the Sweet 16. He decimated my team from either three-point, getting under the basket, physical. He'd be a great addition for us. And if you can flip Anthony Davis for him and all the other players you've been flipping over the past 3 years, I mean, I think it's a slam dunk. You got to make that move. You got to bring him in. I want Yaxel here.
Give me Yax.
Let's go. Thank you.
Listen to all the Yaxel Landenborg love. I thought I was a man on an island. Apparently, there's a lot of us. Now, weirdly, Toby's already established as a Yax hater. Luigi's in there shaking his head at me while Jeff's at the doctor's office. We got to explore the Yaxel hate when we return. It's B. Mitch and Finley. All right, Luigi, I want it every break the rest of the show. Every single one. That's what we're doing.
I got you.
That's just what we're doing. People on the podcast have no idea what I'm talking about because they can't hear the music. Luigi has now played Sweet Child of Mine 3 straight rejoins, and we're doing it the rest of the program.
I mean, you picked it up immediately, so credit to you, JP.
I don't know. All I did was I quote tweeted the Yahoo story about the possible trade. I said, I'm good with it. Get more picks for the Wiz and get me Yaxel. Somehow I'm now in the Golden State Warrior fan realm. And this dude responded to me, Jaden Gaines, no idea who you are. We are not giving up Yaxel in an AD trade, especially if AD requests a trade. Maybe we'll give up Will Richard, but I highly doubt Pods or Yaxel will be on the move. We hold the leverage, especially if AD wants to come to the Bay.
With all due respect, I don't want Pods anyways.
With all due respect, how the hell do you hold the leverage?
It's so true. They hold none. We have the
LeBron
assets.
has the leverage.
Correct.
LeBron is the one calling the shots. And I guess Steph's cool with it. LeBron wants this dude. We have the leverage. Damn it.
100%. Yeah, and you don't have to give in. Because at worst, JP, like worst case scenario for the Wizards, you don't make a trade, which I do think they're going to make a trade. We already said. I said like 25% chance he plays for the Wiz. You said 20% chance. So we don't think that he's going to be here. But worst case scenario, JP, is that he plays for the Wizards and they trade him at the deadline. Like that's worst case scenario.
No, there's a worst case.
Well, he could be hurt, but
the worst case scenario is they extend him and he plays
he's not getting
25 games over the next 4 years.
He's not getting extended.
Easy in Rockville. What up, Easy?
Hey, what's going on, JP? What's going on, Toby?
What's up, man?
Look, I don't know if y'all gonna jump on this, but I am. Man, I will buy AD a first-class flight ticket, Delta Airlines, right now, and send him to Golden State because I'm tired of this news about he don't want to be here. He wants to be here. He doesn't. Trade him, get him out of here. This team is heading in the right direction. And who knows, if you get a first-round pick or two from Golden State for AD, this team could be turning it around next year, win 40 games. You got 2 picks from them. Now you got your own pick. You can continue to build this thing and say we're going to stay young and do what we need to do. But please, 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 whoever that Golden State fan was, shut up. You don't have the leverage, especially if LeBron's calling the doggone shots. You're just a fan hoping that you don't trade Yaxel. Yaxel is probably on his way to D.C. right now. Thanks for taking my call.
I'm in. Delta's got nice first class, too, Easy. That's nice of you to offer that.
Yeah.
Mark is in Annapolis.
What's up, Mark?
Mark, what do you think, dude?
Hey, it's Mike from Annapolis.
Mike, that's my bad. Left hand up. I read
It's
Mark.
all good.
Clearly says Mike. Sorry.
Hey, Sweet Child of Mine playing every time you guys come back on air is excellent because not only is it a great song, but it helps keep that Cars for Kids jingle out of my brain that gets burned in every time I hear that commercial. So I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys for doing that. Anthony Davis, in my opinion, he was part of the hype pre-draft, right? It was Trae Young, the number 1 pick, and Anthony Davis. So if he's going to move, then don't dim that light. Like you said, it can't. Even a lateral move, in my opinion, is a loss. It seems like the consensus is move him out of here, but for the right price, I guess, if he's not going to, hold us hostage and say, get me out of here, then, yeah, anything's possible.
Yeah, man. Listen, there was this moment after the draft of like, oh, my gosh, Trae Young, Anthony Davis, AJ gets to come along slowly. I'm in on that. But if he says he wants to go, see ya. Like, they're building something the right way here. I've been in that facility. I've watched guys in the offseason shoot around, work on their game. Like, the OKC model to me is to flip them. And that's the model we've been presented with, right?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, what's the goal here? It's to win an NBA Finals, and Anthony Davis likely isn't here in the time frame to win an NBA Finals. So even though it might be fun to see this team win 40 games next season with AJ DeBonsa and guys growing, it's better long-term to go ahead and flip him if you can get assets so that you can build this thing up. So instead of, okay, you don't get the same return for Anthony Davis, now in a couple of years, maybe you're a 60-win team, which would be the best thing I've ever seen.
The only problem, butts in seats.
You're still going to have AJ.
And Trae. They can be exciting.
I
Young
think
guys.
they'll still be fun to watch. Like, the other part about this, too, like we were talking about, how many games were you counting on from Anthony Davis anyways?
That's a good part. That's a very good point. Shout out to our guy Rooster. Clearly doesn't understand NBA trades. He commented on the possible trade. good possible options here, but man, 37 years old off a torn ACL, Jimmy Butler, who is not ready to play until January, at least is not exactly appealing to me.
Well, he doesn't want another first-round pick either because he doesn't want to have to worry about if the Warriors are tanking in a couple of years.
Shout out to the Roos. Love you, buddy. Alex is in Vienna. Alex, what do you want to do here?
If Jaylen Brown's in play, man, I want to make that trade. Like, I would much rather have him than Yaxel, and I don't care what Anthony Davis wants. I don't care what LeBron wants. What's best for the Wizards? And Jaylen Brown, if he's available.
I'm with you there. That should be.
I agree.
If you could get Jaylen Brown, which seems far-fetched. I just read something that Charlotte's making a zillion moves, and they might be opening the door for them to go get Jaylen Brown. But sure, if it's trade with the Warriors and get picks, or even Yaxel, a guy I really like, or get Jaylen Brown, the answer is get Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, well, I think the difference is you heard it from the Shams clip we played a little bit earlier. Like, he was saying 4 first-round picks. So I would assume if you're trading Anthony Davis to Boston, it's not just Anthony Davis for Jaylen Brown. This is something where if you trade him to Golden State, you're getting Jimmy Butler, who is just kind of a salary match and a first-round pick. I would assume if you're going to get Jaylen Brown, you probably have to include something on the Wizards' end.
My boy P-Stu just texted me an interesting, unconventional idea, but it is a DC and Bay Area trade.
What do we got? Oh,
Anthony Davis for Brandon Ayuk, straight up. Let's go to Mark in Landover Hills. Mark, what do you think happens with AD, dude?
I think you guys are having an awesome show, JP.
Thanks, bud.
And my man Toby is right with you, brother.
Appreciate it, man.
Hey, guys, here's the way I feel about it. I know I've called him street clothes before, but if he doesn't want to be here, then you should make him happy and get him out of here and continue getting picks like JP and you said, Toby. And also Jaylen Brown, if you could get him, that would be magnificent, but you don't want to compromise what you're building to get him. Even though he's a very talented player, you got to stick with the program. But if they could get him, man, I don't know how. If they've set it up right with the talent they already have to where they couldn't play him, man, they should be like a 3rd seed or 4th seed at least. I mean, it's crazy.
If they got Jaylen Brown, that changes a lot for me.
Big time.
Like it does, JP. It changes a whole lot, buddy. It changes a whole lot.
Appreciate the call, bud.
Buddy, let me get off here. How about my man Luis Garcia? Should they still trade him? I think me and you are right. Keep him. Take care, guys, and have a nice day.
Appreciate you, bud. Appreciate you, man. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to switch things up. Really good hour-long conversation about basketball. I'm going to let my man Luigi badmouth Yaxel real quick. Why do you not like Yaxel? Just because you're an Ohio State guy?
No, he just sucks.
He definitely doesn't suck. Toby at least doesn't like him because of his answers in press conferences, which I don't care about. You just don't like him because you like Ohio State. He's a Michigan guy.
Ah, man, he cheated.
How? When?
He knew the plays.
I thought that was your football claim.
Yeah.
This is
That's the
basketball
whole
now?
That's Jim Harbaugh.
Connor Stallions. Nobody go anywhere. I've really enjoyed the last hour's conversation. It was about basketball, potential trades, making a team better. Not sure I'm going to enjoy the next hour's conversation. It's about Brandon Ayuk.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds of Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. 'Twas the day before NBA free agency. The Golden State Warriors are planning a pursuit of LeBron James and Anthony Davis via a trade with the Wizards this week, according to ESPN. This all became a possibility after Draymond Green declined his $27.6 million player option this morning. League sources believe any Davis trade in the coming days is just an extra motivational tactic in order to lure James. Now, to acquire Davis, the Warriors, of course, will match his salary, but they'll likely need to include superstar wing Jimmy Butler, who's nearly 4 months removed from ACL surgery. Do you want to hear the fastest way to know when your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Kid switched it up on me.
Yeah.
It is high noon in the District of Columbia. Show's moving today. Don't you forget, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitchell Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
There you go, Tobes. You're learning. Another couple days with another couple Brandon Ayuk videos.
Woohoo.
I want to be clear. I don't think the videos impact his ability to play and catch footballs. That's about his health and his desire to do so because he has proven it. Ayuk's been in the NFL he's played 5 seasons, parts of 5 seasons, I believe. He's had one monster year, another good year. The earlier years, they were kind of waiting on him to break out, I would say. Ayuk's a good player. And could he help this team? Yes. Hasn't caught an NFL pass since October of 2024. Hasn't caught a touchdown since the 2023 season in the playoffs. But he's a good player. The continued repeated videos, however, I do believe are making things more complex for Washington to sign him. I will give him credit because there's been a lot of Ayuk discussion of like, tell us why you're so mad. And I think he attempted to do that this past weekend or this past series of videos. He posted a long video that we cannot play because it's just simply so expletive filled. But it's long and it's kind of his side of the story. Oh, we do have it? How many bleep?
Yeah, I edited this.
You did? This is going to have more bleeps than Bleep You Thursday. All right, this is the latest. This is the long one. All right, Brandon Ayuk, in his own words, what went wrong in San Francisco?
These is all weird. Weirdos. Creepy predators. I would never, ever, ever with these. I would never, ever, ever with these. I don't care how long I gotta wait to get to you, my baby. But if it involves with them first, I'm waiting. General manager gonna pull up to my house. Oh, weirdo. Like, bro, don't pull up to my house uninvited, boy. Ain't safe. But I knew his ass was gonna do it. So I'm looking at my camera, my front door camera. I see a big old white boy, white man, former NFL safety. And I'm like, oh, hell no. And I know my wife is about to be back home soon. So I had to call my wife and say, it's a big ass white man at the house. I don't know what he doing over there. He was not invited. Creepy. So if you on your way home, probably just spin the block a few times because I don't know what bro on. Weird. The same general manager that tried to run me down and come apologize for his head coach because his head coach got a temperament of a toddler and was speaking out the side of his mouth to me. knowing that you got it, bro. You got it, bro. What I'm gonna do in here, beat you up? Come on, bro. Like, come on, bro. You just talking crazy because you know you can talk crazy. But you feel me? Don't respect me, or I'm gonna get on, bro. I'm gonna get on, bro. So the story is, I don't with them, and I never will. But I forgive. You feel me? You feel me? I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to grow. I'm trying to heal. So I ain't finna hold it against. But we is not cool. We won't be cool, and I will never be stepping in that building, except for on October 19th when I come through with that belt.
Lot to unpack there.
Oh man,
Ayuk explained that he had the same agent as John Lynch, and that is not one thing that I know. That's not uncommon. Like there's a lot of times people like that kind of stuff happens, right? That said, clearly things went sideways. I think the injury made things really complicated, whether he asked for a trade request, whether he was healthy and then could be back and they wouldn't let him play because they wanted to trade him in case he got injured again. Saying that Kyle Shanahan has the temperament of a toddler, I thought was pretty damn funny.
Kind of funny.
And I think everybody involved understands Kyle Shanahan has a healthy ego, and I'm sure it started to go sideways between the two of them. I do think Lynch coming to his house was probably an attempt to straighten things out after BA and Kyle got into it. I would guess that was to try to help. I don't think he was coming over to fight or with foul intentions or any of that. But I could see Ayuk doesn't want to deal with that after the coach probably just MF'd him and whatever else. Like, I almost thought his post where he actually wrote some words down was a little more interesting. He wrote, at the NFLPA, when members of the union that is in place to help players is lying, withholding information from a player on behalf of the team alongside a certified agent, that's some straight BS. Some players have no other place to go for information or help and are relying on the union to help them continue advancing in their careers and lives. I'm sure there are great members of the union, so this message does not pertain to them, but about the ones in my specific case. One thing that average fans probably don't understand, because you don't need to, right? This isn't really relevant to you, is unions are for the players, but far too often agents have significant control over unions. That's the reality, because agents are the one negotiating the contracts. They want the union to be built in a certain manner that helps them negotiate these contracts. And to Ayuk's credit, we as of the current reporting, he needs to file a reinstatement letter to the NFL. That has not happened. When he said he had fired his agent, that had not happened. You actually have to submit paperwork to the union to do so. That has since happened. It happened over the weekend is the way I understand it. Florio wrote about it for Pro Football Talk. It's called an SRA form. It's done. So at least he's taken that step to formally get rid of the previous agent, who is a legit real agent. Like Athletes First is probably second biggest NFL agency, maybe third, but they're big. They're legit.
Yeah.
David Mulligetta is kind of the star there, but they have a number of legit big-time agents. And Mulligetta was not the agent in question here. His confidence level that he's going to land in Washington remains so incredibly high that I'm not so sure I can agree with it, because as much as he and Jaden have this long-standing relationship and close friendship, and as much as Adam Peters was there when the Niners scouted Brandon Ayuk, like he watched Ayuk develop into a one-time second-team All-Pro wide receiver. He also knows the people involved now. And listen, AP and DQ are on opposite sides of our great country right now, enjoying some vacation. But, like, they're seeing this.
Yeah, of course.
There's no way they're not. And I don't know what, if any, impact it's making.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because, for me, I'm not a huge fan of their receiver room as it's currently constituted behind Terry McLaurin, even though you could talk me into any one of a number of guys potentially having a good year. I just don't feel all that confident. So I actually think if Brandon Ayuk is healthy and can play football, he would really help this offense out. At the same point, he's just looked so crazy. But listening more to that video, JP, if he would have started with that, I think we're having a different conversation. Like, I don't think the Niners are blameless in this. Now, both sides are well within their right doing some of the stuff that they're doing. Like, if you want to play petty on the Niners side, you want to play petty on the Ayuk side, you can do that. And we're seeing that play out right now in front of us. But if he would have at least explained some of this stuff before, and then he's doing the little A boys and those sorts of things, like maybe it's a little bit different. But him acting crazy and then finally explaining himself after weeks and weeks of putting out stupid videos, I think has gotten a little bit old. So I don't know. I don't think the Niners are blameless in this, and I do think that they deserve some of the stuff in here. But with the way that Ayuk is acting, I mean, the Commanders are in a tough spot, JP, because if you act immediately, if you're the Commander, say he gets released right at the beginning of training camp, and he's signed 2 days later, I mean, the amount of people that are going to be like, well, let's check out, make sure there was no tampering, because Brandon Ayuk was saying the entire time he was signing with this team, like, make sure Adam Peters wasn't in contact at all during the time that he was with the Niners. Like, it's just putting the Commanders in a really tough spot. Even if they wanted to sign him, and we can talk about whether they should. No, we've had that discussion plenty over the last couple of weeks, but it just puts them in a really tough spot when you're consistently doing this stuff and then also putting on the facade that you're essentially part of the Commanders already when you're not.
Right. Now, Matt Mayoko covers the Niners, has for a long time. NBC Sports Bay Area, does a great job. Matt's a friend. I know where his reporting comes from. He recorded a podcast late last week, I think, when he got back from Italy, and said a number of interesting things. I'm quoting now from Matt Mayoko. The 49ers have an incredible opening to go after the money they already paid Brandon. I don't know the exact numbers that they will be able to get back, but I would put it somewhere between $13.8 million and $18.4 million. Whatever it may be, the 49ers are certainly going after that money. Maybe Ayuk knows that, and that's why he made the cinematic video throwing the money on the ground. I think he's made it clear that relationship is fractured, to say the least. He's not going back there. The audacity to say the only time I'm coming back is when I'm playing for Washington on Monday Night Football when they play the Niners October 19th, to me seems a tad aggressive. Again, from Mayoko, he's talking about the day the 49ers release him, he'll be signing with the Commanders the next day. I just can't imagine them going all in for Brandon, and for him to say he will sign with the Commanders. Is he just speculating because one of his very good friends, Jaden Daniels, is the quarterback of the Commanders? I don't know. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility or out of the question that Brandon Ayuk has played his final NFL game. I recall 2 years ago when they were going through this contract negotiation, there were people within the organization who thought Brandon Ayuk didn't want to play football anymore because the 49ers had given him an offer, he sat on it, and didn't get back to them. And the relationship seemed to be fractured at that point, where the Niners really weren't sure where Brandon Ayuk's mind was and where his urgency was. Now, I think Ayuk would push back on that significantly, that his mind was, I can't play for you guys anymore. You have wronged me. You have wronged me in a way that does not allow me to enjoy football for you. That doesn't mean he can't enjoy football anymore. But I do agree. I don't know what will happen anymore. I have suggested throughout that I still think he ends up in Washington. It's gotten more complicated.
100%.
And I don't know where the hell this thing's going, honestly. And we're in this, like, as the world turns, waiting for the next video. And if he's saying I'm not going back to that facility until I'm playing for Washington, he has to go back to force them to cut him.
Yeah, and they're clearly going to do the staring contest, which they're doing right now. Like, they'll continue to just say, all right, well, we can continue to screw you because you screwed us. And they're just going to continue going back and forth with this until Brandon Ayuk forces their hand by going back to the facility. And it just sounds like he's not interested in doing that. So, I mean, the Niners love doing this. Now, other players have been able to get past it and be more professional and understand the business side of football a little bit better. They've done it with Trent. They've done it with Debo. Obviously, they did it with Ayuk. They've done it with just about all of their star players. Like, they do this. And we saw it here with Adam Peters. He brought a little bit of that tactic here last year with Terry McLaurin. So that is something you can do. You just have to understand that not everybody, and this is part of knowing the guys that you're bringing into an organization. This is why when you're drafting guys or signing different players, this is why it's so important to know the person and not just the football player, because we're not playing Madden here. This is real life. But clearly, Brandon Ayuk did not handle that tough negotiation very well, and things went sour after that. So he's a good football player when he plays, but that's the other part of this too, is he hasn't played in essentially 2 football seasons. Hadn't played since October of 24. So even assuming he does get released and comes over here, George Kittle said that he saw him last year at the facility. He was running and stopping on a dime. Doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to step out there and still be the same football player. So you hope that he is, but you don't know. So it's a weird situation. And for him to continue putting out different videos, maybe if it were just stuff trashing the Niners the entire time, that's one thing. But for him to now start including the Commanders in these sorts of things, wearing a hat, holding a football, saying, get your season tickets to come watch me at, Northwest Stadium or whatever. Like, I think it's just getting a little bit too close to the Commanders to feel comfortable with that.
I don't know. What do you think happens?
I think he'll play here. I think he'll end up here. I don't know what the timeline is. I mean, this is just we see strange situations across the NFL, it seems like every offseason. This is one of the strangest ones.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Another round of Brandon Ayuk videos, this time actually providing some information on why things went so sideways. To me, my guess is whatever the conversation was with Kyle that went so wrong, and maybe it was a series of conversations, had the biggest impact, and then Lynch, Ayuk said, texted his wife and tried to come by the house. I'm not taking anyone's side here, but my guess is, my gut feel is that the GM of the organization knows his coach can run hot, knows maybe his coach crossed some boundaries, was trying to get a hold of Ayuk. I've heard this from people that know things. They were trying to get a hold of Ayuk. He was not responsive. So Lynch is probably like, all right, I'm just going to go by his house, see if I can talk to him. And then he texted his wife. Like, I'm married. None of you guys are. I guess White Brian is. Like, when you hear somebody texting your wife, your initial reaction is like, what the bleep? That's just being a married dude. Now, I also know in the NFL, that's not that uncommon because a lot of times the families are removed from the players and the players don't have their phones. They can only access them at certain points, and they will text other people in the facility. I've had players' wives text me during games about injury stuff. When they see their husband get hurt, they're like, hey, what do you know? Does he seem okay? So, there is some level of intermediary texting, if you will, surrounding the NFL just because you don't always have direct access. I'm not condoning or saying that's appropriate in this situation. But my guess is Lynch was trying to get a hold of Ayuk and was not able to do so in any fashion, and that's why he was going to the house. My gut tells me the beef here started far more with Kyle and
100%. And I mean, you cover the sport closer than I do, JP, but for some players, it's still they enjoy the sport and everything. They don't enjoy the business aspect and some of the relationship aspect of it. They want to show up, they want to play ball. And so this idea that, Brandon Ayuk unplugged a little bit when he's not at the facility or around, I don't think that's that uncommon, right? There are certain players, if you're a quarterback or something like that, the guys try to get in touch with you and all those sorts of things, but it's not that uncommon, I wouldn't say. It's not like everybody in the league does this, but if you're not at the facility, you're not the easiest to get in contact with. There are certain guys that's how they operate. It sounds like that's how Ayuk was. So in this situation, I don't know that John Lynch is wrong for saying, hey, I'm trying to get in touch and try to smooth this out.
Now, we also don't know specifics, right?
Yeah, and I also don't know that Brandon Ayuk is wrong in this certain scenario where don't pull up to my house. Right. Leave me alone.
Right. He's entirely within his rights if he's like, yo, don't come to my house. Don't text my wife. Get the hell out of my life.
Yes.
You are allowed to feel that way.
Yeah.
I am glad that there's some information. Right?
This is something that we can at least discuss. Before it's oh, I'm not playing with them. I don't mess with them. Okay, that's annoying. Tell us what happened. This at least gives you an idea of what is happening. And it can, depending upon how you feel still, it can at least give you some context to the reason why Brandon Ayuk feels the way that he does and makes you at least understand, whether you agree with the way that he's going about it or not, there's a reason for some of his actions, whether it's good or not.
Here's what I want to do. I want to open the phones. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. For a while, we were saying these videos aren't helping anything. Now there's been some level of explanation. Does that change how you feel about Brandon Ayuk coming to the Commanders? Do you think it's more likely, less likely? Do you believe some of these reports out of the Bay Area that they're not even sure he wants to be playing football? He sure as hell seems to want to play football for the Commanders. Your calls next. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable, business grows with PVI. The Warriors are attempting to trade for Wizards big Anthony Davis and then sign Lakers free agent LeBron James, according to multiple league sources. A trade for Davis would have to include Jimmy Butler, who is on an expiring $57 million contract while recovering from a torn ACL. The Warriors would also have to include draft capital. They have 2 future firsts and 4 first-round swaps to work with in any deal. But there is some real doubt that they can pull it off. Washington has signaled an intention to keep Davis after they re-signed Trae Young to a 4-year, $212 million extension. Sources say the Warriors hope that adding Davis would help lure LeBron from Los Angeles to the Bay Area once free agency officially opens tomorrow. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Brandon Ayuk has produced a number of videos over the last month. Significant social media activity, getting the clicks, certainly. And most of them have been, at best, just confusing. At least over the weekend, he tried to do some explaining of how things got so sideways. I'm confident the Niners have a different version of events.
Of course.
However, to me, it'd be undeniable to state there isn't blame on both sides here. That whatever Ayuk has done has caused trouble, but the Niners have clearly caused trouble. They do have a history of it, to your point, Toby. I know Kyle a little bit. I don't pretend to know him a lot, but like he could be abrasive, and clearly him and Ayuk's relationship.
Well, and this to me is where when you talk about the Niners and these sorts of things, it's not as if either side, I mean, aside from the speeding video from Ayuk, it's not as if either side is doing anything illegal. Like you can play hardball in a negotiation if you're the player or if you're the team. And guess what? It can fracture relationships. That's why it's so important to understand the different players and understand. So like the relationship part of football and sports in general sometimes gets a little under talked about. But that's why when you decide to go the way that you do, like, look the way that Terry McLaurin is approaching what happened last season, and the way he's like, I'm not forgetting what happened last year,
right,
but I'm embracing what happened, and we're past it, versus how Brandon Ayuk is acting. So clearly 2 different personalities. That's what happens sometimes when you play hardball. That is going to be some players' reactions, and clearly Ayuk didn't handle it well, and now you're seeing all the aftermath of it. So it's just both sides are to blame here. You can take a side if you want, but I think it's just one of those things that you almost are just like a bystander in this. Like, I don't know that there's a right or a wrong here. It's just both sides are acting a little bit petty at this point.
I think the last we really heard from Kyle was when the contract got voided, and he said, it takes a lot of things to get a contract voided. I've never dealt with that in my career and been in any building that's had that. It was unusual, but that's stuff I can't get into right now. He was asked when the Ayuk situation kind of went sideways. He said, I can't tell you that. I'm not getting much dialogue just personally between him and I. And I've been told that it's week to week. So each week I wait to see if he's ready to come back for practice. And I haven't gotten that answer yet. It's interesting. Clearly this thing went very, very sideways. Everybody understands he's not going to play for the Niners, but at the same time, the Niners control his contractual rights until he can force them to release him. He needs to get reinstated by the league because he's on the left squad list. I'll say this. At least he provided some information on his side of things. And I almost think that video might have been the first helpful video
100%.
In this series of videos.
You didn't like the one where he threw the money down and walked over it? That wasn't helpful?
It was something. I want to let my guy Manny start us off. Manny has been an adamant Brandon Ayuk supporter. Manny, how you feeling about the latest videos?
Man, I love it, man. I tried to tell you that. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say this.
when it first started, everybody was against Ayuk, as if San Francisco didn't have that guy as the head
Manny,
coach.
I've said throughout. I have said throughout this is a two-way street, and certainly some of the blame is on Sam.
Recently, you said recently.
I have said that throughout the whole process. I'll pull the
guy
audio.
sitting next to you. The guy sitting next to you. He's maintained his same stance as he's maintained to date, right? That it had to be something on both sides. Now, the pettiness on both sides is super petty. We love it. The man got to monetize. Like I say, he got to monetize social media. He's getting money. But at the same time, nobody foregoes $30 million because they're nuts. Nobody. The man showed up at when it first started. He was showing up at preseason. They didn't let him play. He was showing up. We didn't hear anything until June the 1st. We didn't hear anything from Ayuk about nothing until June the 1st.
He was not showing up. He hasn't shown up.
It's a known fact. You got people that's in San Francisco, and there's other people that's in San Francisco that's actually telling anybody that's beating for the team.
He has not shown up, though. Let's be clear about that. I don't know where you've gotten that from. That's incorrect.
Okay, well, maybe I'm incorrect, but from what I've seen and things like that, they didn't let him play.
That you're going back to the injury back in the
in the preseason.
Okay,
this past
and
season.
you think it started when? When do you think it started? Because that's when the whole contract thing started.
I don't know, Manny. I appreciate the call, dude. To at all suggest that at every stage I haven't said San Francisco carries part of the blame. The Niners organization is incorrect. That much I know. Let's go to Juan in Fairfax. Juan, what's up, dude?
What's going on, guys?
How are you, man?
Since I'm all right, but this is like a show. It's like a show to be continued. You know what I'm saying? But I have no problem with bringing Brandon Ayuk in because Brandon Ayuk was not a problem when he was playing for the San Francisco 49ers. You see, saying that if he was a problem, okay, I get it. You know what I'm saying? He should be over here, but he was not a problem, and everybody should be ashamed of themselves for they're gonna talk bad about the man and all this other stuff. The man was not a problem. It's only a problem, like I said, I called last week. It's only a problem when Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch started making it a problem because the problem was he got hurt when he got injured. Now they don't want him no more. Oh, they don't want him because he got injured. Okay, I get it. Great, bring him on to Washington. But you know. It is what it is, and that's who I want. That's who I want, Brandon Ayuk. I don't want that going other dude what his name is, the other receiver from he used to play for Patriots. I don't want
Stephon Diggs.
You can be Brandon Ayuk. Stephon Diggs. I'll take Brandon Ayuk.
So
appreciate the call, Juan.
I think that's an interesting point because I don't get that point. Why would you rather just football, JP? Just football. Why would you rather have Brandon Ayuk than Stephon Diggs? I think the only legitimate argument for that would be that you think that Ayuk could be here for 3 or 4 years, and Stephon Diggs is a 1-year gap filler. Like, that's it. Because I haven't seen...
There's one more, though. Diggs, at this stage, is a slot guy. You just drafted Antonio Williams, who's a slot guy. Ayuk's an outside receiver that can play opposite Terry.
Sure. Okay.
So that's an important part of the Diggs-Ayuk.
Sure. Okay. So if you want to say that too, fine. But I just watched the guy go for 1,000 yards last year in Stephon Diggs. I'm watching him. He looked sharp when he was doing his stuff at Maryland the other day. Like, he looked sharp running routes. Brandon Ayuk, I haven't seen play football in almost 2 full years by the time that the season kicks off. Like, I don't know. Like, I would, if we're just going off the football, because it's not like Diggs comes with no baggage himself. Like, he's got off the field stuff too. So it's, you don't want to forget that. But I just don't understand the idea that, like, oh yeah, why would you want Diggs? Well, because he went for 1,000 yards last year. Maybe he doesn't fit perfectly, but I also think David Blau is smart enough. You could give him 12 slot guys. He can figure out how to make it work. Like, he's not an idiot.
Fair. Let's go to Justin in Germantown. What's up, Justin?
What's going on, guys? You guys just brought up Diggs, and you have to bring up the off-the-field stuff with Diggs. If you looked at that court case, Diggs basically had 3 or 4 girlfriends all at the same time. And we all have an uncle, cousin, a best friend. You might be that guy. You know that's going to be problematic at some point. Right? You can't it's crazy. Like, Diggs is a ticking time bomb off the field, I feel like, when Ayuk isn't.
I don't agree with you.
No.
NFL players having a bunch of girlfriends is hardly news, and I think like
it could be very problematic when you have a high profile girlfriend like Cardi B. Your chef is your girlfriend, your driver, your assistant.
Listen, man, I'm not here to clutch pearls and be the moral police about football players. I'm not concerned with Steph Diggs' private life. I think, the recent thing with the chef that he got, I guess, arrested, or I never know the right terms. He got accused of stuff anyway. The judge dismissed that in like 6 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, as long as like the legal process is played out and he's fine, whether he's moral or not, that's not my decision to make, right? Like, do I agree with his lifestyle? No, probably not. But that's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to get a football player. Because, by the way, I probably don't agree with Brandon Ayuk driving 100 miles an hour past Levi's. Like, maybe he doesn't have the same sorts of things that Diggs is dealing with in terms of legal troubles outside of the speeding ticket. But he's also, you don't know what his mental state is right now and the way that he's acting. So maybe he's fine and he's doing all this on purpose, but I don't know. It's just, I don't get the idea that, like, we're not trying to be the moral police here either.
It also seems like people want to be like, I mean, we had a dude scream that Ayuk was not the problem. Like, this kind of stuff goes back to the Super Bowl when he wasn't getting a bunch of targets and he was like petulant about it. Like, receivers are different dudes. It's the most diva-ish position in the NFL, and these guys have to get their targets and all that. But let's not act like Brandon Ayuk's been a choir boy prior to the last month's videos.
Yeah. I mean, he's not perfect, and both sides deserve blame.
If he can come here and go for 1,000 yards and 7 touchdowns, none of that matters. The NFL's a bottom line business, and if he can produce on the bottom line, he'll get that opportunity, whether it's here or somewhere else. But like, it's so bizarre how this Ayuk thing is unfolded in that it's like a political thing. Like, you're either one side or the other, and there's no room for the context in the middle. Like, it's like watching your grandparents or your uncles on Facebook that have identified themselves as red or blue, and that's the only prism with which they can see the world.
Correct.
Like, it's a big world out there. The Niners are doing him dirty. They were also driven to a point where they thought this was appropriate by the player. Like, multiple things can be true.
Yeah, 100%.
I'll go to Shaq in Atlanta. Shaq, what up?
What's up, gentlemen?
How's it going, Shaq?
At this point in time, as of today, I'll take Diggs. To say something's not wrong now, who gives up $30 million because their feelings are hurt? There is something wrong with it. And
I wonder if he's blaming the PA for some of that now. Because both Brian and myself, our biggest hurdle with that was like, why wouldn't you appeal that?
Yeah.
And maybe there's an allegation that the PA was not doing their job.
Hey, I wonder the same thing because, come on, the PA backs everybody. They back guys who are dead wrong, and they go to bat. So you seen Diggs play the last time. He played last year. You can't play in 2 years. And all fans just remember 24. But we need a receiver that we know we're going to get from Diggs. So I'll take Diggs for a year.
All right, man. Thank you, Shaq. If you're on hold, stay there. We're taking your calls. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Chris Russell just joined us in the studio and asked me a lot of questions about hygiene and shaving. I wasn't prepared for that. Were you ready for that?
I was not ready for that.
No. But we're going to stay on topic.
Apparently he's a movie star, too.
Yeah, he made quite a film. Shout out to the Roos. Chris did say he hopes Linnell texts him more about NBA trades.
Yeah.
So, Linnell, fire away. Conversation about Brandon Ayuk. In just a few moments, we're going to be joined by, Joe Shasky from San Francisco talking about this Brandon Ayuk thing. But I want to let fans weigh in. I feel like, I don't know, man. I feel like people are all over the map on this. I think a lot of people kind of came to their conclusion last week that they were just so over it. The videos, the social media stuff. I wonder if opinions have changed since this weekend where he at least tried to explain his side of the story. I very much think Ayuk has reached a point that he's done with the Niners, and I'm sure the Niners had something to do with that.
100%.
I also think the Niners have reached a point where they're done with Ayuk, and I'm sure he had something to do with it.
Yeah, and they're playing petty.
Let's go to our guy, Jupe, in the DMWV. What's up, Jupe?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, first of all, let me address something real quick, JP. I'm tired of these people calling into the show, trying to come at you when you're a reporter at heart. You're making statements, asking questions based off the information you're receiving. So anybody trying to come at JP, cut that crap out. ASAP.
Thanks,
because you're wrong. Yeah. So, but anyways, to go to this part, like I was just talking to, I talked to a guy that answered the phone, and as a manager in this situation, I'm never pulling up to nobody's house. Now, on the other part, him saying that he was texting his wife, you all know we go to a job, we got to have emergency contacts. If that's one of your emergency contacts, you're not reporting to work, yes, I'm going to call you, I'm going to text you. If I don't hear nothing, my next step in the process is to reach out to your emergency contact because maybe your phone is broke. It could be a number of things. And granted, I understand this is different with the money. But, yes, I'm going to call your emergency contact to try to get in contact with you. But I'm never going to pull up to your house unannounced. Just out of respect, just out of, respecting your privacy. That, to me, seems weird. The whole situation seems weird. I feel, again, just like how you said, on both sides, there's something to both sides. But I take it back to this. We had the whole situation with Trent Williams where he said that he felt he was wrong. And this is back when we had Dan Snyder. What we do, we traded him. Why is San Fran still holding on to IU? That's all I got for you guys.
They were able, granted, it's not enough for a future Hall of Fame left tackle, but they were able to get a third-round pick out of it. If the Niners thought they could get a third, maybe they think they're going to get something. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen if they go after more money, too.
I think what they did at the beginning, JP, was hope that something could happen so that they could maybe get something in return for him, even if it's, the NFL now, because they value their assets, even if it were something where it was a pick swap where they gave up a seventh with Ayuk and got back a sixth or something like that, or even just to move up a spot. They were hoping for literally anything. I think that ship has sailed, and now they're just playing petty.
Agreed. Let's go to Ted in Maryland. What's up, Ted?
Hey, JP, how are you?
I'm good, bud. How about you?
Good. Personally, I don't want him because he's a headache, and it's a headache, and it's just going to disrupt the continuity that they've been trying to achieve. And everybody's crying about they need a number two. They already have a number two. The number two is in Chig. So all of the other receivers are going to be the number three receivers. You got Terry, one. You got Chig, two. Mahomes won 3 Super Bowls with his tight end as his number one. So why is everybody working? And you don't want Diggs because Diggs is 30-plus years old. And with the problem that he had with Terry, because let's be fair and honest with it, the contract with Terry disrupted the whole season. So now he's not going to go back to he's not going to go to a 32-year-old receiver when he complains about a 30-year-old.
Well, dude, Ted, I appreciate the call, bro. Thank you. I do think this is a major test for Adam Peters. Like, the way Dan Quinn talks about Commanders and culture and brotherhood, like, I don't know that you can add Ayuk But if AP believes he is the guy that he knew from San Fran when there weren't problems, maybe you can. But this is a major test for the front office.
Oh, big time.
Because they're kind of getting like punked in a way that he keeps posting these videos. They're going to sign me the next day. You know what I mean? Like, who's running the operation here?
Yeah, and it's something that's, I mean, you got to trust your relationships here of Adam Peters, Jaden Daniels, and that's a lot of stuff to throw on Jaden's plate, by the way, to just assume that, since he's friends from their time in college together, that he's just going to be able to set him straight if there is something else going on other than, just dealing with the San Francisco stuff and trying to get out of there. But this is where you've got to depend on that relationship that Adam Peters has from their time back in San Francisco, that he's going to be able to straighten things out. And the caller mentioned that he doesn't understand where the idea of needing a number 2 receiver comes from. And I understand what he's talking about with Chigakonkwo, but I am excited to see what he can do, but his career high in yardage so far in a season is 560. So for people that have reservations about the number 2 options behind Terry, I think it's warranted. But there's also a bunch of guys, to the Commanders' credit, that could potentially have career years this year, and you have some hope that they could do it. So I can see both sides of that argument, even though I probably would lean on the side that I'd like to see another number 2 receiver added.
I like it.
Well, so do I.
Nobody likes to talk about that.
I really like him too.
The kid they just drafted.
Yeah.
Now, I want to see him in pads. I want to see him get off press. I want to see him get bumped by linebackers and stay on his route. But, dude, I was encouraged by him. And, like, if you're Adam Peters and you just drafted this dude and you've drafted a dude in roughly the 3rd round each of the last couple seasons, and Ben Sennett's telling me this offense is going to be way more tight end friendly, and I really think I could thrive in this, like, do you have to throw the wrench here? However, your job is to win football games.
100%.
And if this dude helps you get better, you do it. Like, this is not here for feelings. We're here to win ball games.
Well, the interesting part about this, JP, too, is say they sign a Brandon Ayuk. How much better do you feel about their offense with Ayuk than without it? With Diggs, I could definitively tell you that I'd feel better. With Ayuk, maybe. But I don't know that he's a 1,000-yard receiver again. I don't know. He could be. But it's also, he fits right into that same bucket as Luke McCaffrey, Jalen Lane, Antonio Williams, De'Ami Brown, Treylon Burks, Van Jefferson, all guys that could be good or they could suck.
We've run out of time. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll try to get to you. Joe Shasky joins us from San Francisco next.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. For most of the offseason, Draymond Green was expected to pick up his $27.7 million player option and return to the Golden State Warriors for the final season of his contract. This morning, however, Green wound up declining that player option, technically making him an unrestricted free agent. It's being reported that the Warriors are attempting to add both LeBron James and Anthony Davis to their roster next season. So a deal like this could work out great for Washington. They can demand more from the Warriors, knowing that AD is the missing piece to the LeBron James puzzle. A trade for Davis would likely need to include Jimmy Butler and some draft capital, and Washington definitely makes out in this deal. Want to hear the fastest way to know when your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Slash doing work. Sweet child of mine, baby. She got eyes of the bluest skies. It is 1 o'clock, and I got to remind you, B. Mitchell Finley is brought to you by Rude. Do not melt this summer. It's about to be 8,000 degrees on the 4th of July. You better make sure your air conditioning is working. You can upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. And if it ain't Rude, Toby.
It ain't right.
Fired up now to go to the Bay Area and talk to our friend Joe Shasky, host of the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Fan, 95.7 The Game, pardon me, in San Francisco. Joe, what's up, dude? How you been?
What's up, guys? It's a beautiful San Francisco day. I'm just walking back to the car.
I love it, man. Weirdly, our two cities seem intertwined on a number of sports right now. You want to start football or you want to start basketball?
I don't know which dumpster fire smells worse.
I think the BA one's worse.
Yes.
So we'll start there.
Oh, my gosh.
What the hell happened with Brandon Ayuk and the organization?
It's the number one question. I don't know. I legitimately don't know. So here's the thing. From the day he got drafted, it just felt like he was an outsider on the outside looking in of the team culture, right? And I don't know how accurate that is, but that was always the feeling that I got. They've had a click on this team. Like the core guys, Debo, Trent Williams joined the team. He became part of the clique. Obviously, at one time it was Jimmy Garoppolo. Now it's Brock Purdy, George Kittle, Fred Warner. And for whatever reason, all those guys got paid. There wasn't any problems. But when the Ayuk situation happened, they had already paid Debo Samuel. And it just felt like they were trying to hold the line after essentially caving in on Nick Bosa and caving in on other contract extensions like Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams. And for whatever reason, they said, no. On this one, Brandon Ayuk, we're going to hold the line. We are not going to extend him right away, and we're going to fight this tooth and nail. And it just felt like ever since that moment, there's been some sort of frustration within the 49ers that they overpaid Brandon Ayuk. And it's like, guys, you were with him for 4 years. You knew who he was before you signed him. You offered him $78 million in guarantees. Like, why all of a sudden the change of mind? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, quite frankly.
But they did pay him, right?
Yes. They had two receivers that were going to be on the books for $65 million a year on a run-first team. It doesn't make a lot of sense, guys. On a Kyle Shanahan run-first team, where you know who the number one wideout is? Do you know who the number one target is in the offense?
McCaffrey.
The open man.
Okay.
It's the open man. It's well, yes, McCaffrey last year, but I'm saying it could be George Kittle, it could be Jawan Jennings, it could be Kendrick Bourne on a Thursday night against the Rams. It really just depends on what the game plan is. He's very Belichickian in the way that he adjusts his scheme based on attacking what he thinks your weakness is.
It feels like everybody out here wants to go to one extreme or the other. If you're Team Ayuk, you want to blame everything on the Niners. If you're, team you don't want to sign him, you're blaming everything on Ayuk. But I'm curious out there, what's the sense on who does? I mean, both sides are to blame. That's what we were talking about earlier. But from your sense out there, what does it feel like the blame pie is here? How much is the Niners? How much is Ayuk?
So I have this whole theory called the pie chart of culpability, right? And there's a slice for Ayuk, definitely. It depends on how big of a slice you want to allocate. And then there's clearly a slice on the 49ers. I'm probably in the middle of this in the sense of I blame both parties. They knew who each other were before they ended up getting married. They were together a long time. They had their own reservations on both ends of it. And why they didn't execute a trade on draft night is beyond me. Why they didn't execute a trade in training camp is beyond me. This is before he got his extension. And why all of a sudden, after he signs the deal, they're questioning whether he really wanted to play football or not is just wild to me. They didn't ask the same questions when Nick Bosa signed 4 days before the season started, or Trent Williams did the exact same thing and signed 4 days before the season started. Why Ayuk? Like, that tells me that you never really wanted to sign him in the first place. But I'm not convinced Brandon Ayuk ever really wanted to stay here prior to signing that big extension. I think he was so angry about how he got targeted in that Super Bowl and just a lot of other things leading up to it. He just never got over it. And I just feel like the emotions of this entire thing have gotten in the way. And now, why are they holding on to him now? I keep thinking about this. The Niners have been running business for a long time, all right? I think that the reason that they're doing this, maybe there's some petty aspects to it. I have to believe, though, that there are specifics with the CBA, the players' union, and things they can and can't do to be able to recoup certain money. That's the only thing that I can surmise based on all of this. They're not just going to keep him because they're mad at him. That's not what they're going to do. Like, I think too high of John Lynch as a person to do that. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, especially with the Mayoko report. I'm sure you know Matt. He's a great reporter.
Oh, yeah. Great guy.
He's great. That they're going after more cash. Like, that's why you keep him and string him along. Do you think... I don't know that it's real. I've said this repeatedly. I've never met...
What part?
The desire to play football, or was it just a desire to not play football for the Niners?
Here's what I'd say to you this. I went to training camp, not last year. Yes, it was last year. Before he ended up it got announced in like October, November that the money had been taken away. We went to the joint practices against the Denver Broncos, okay? Trent Williams is yucking it up with the Denver Broncos, and he's in street clothes on the sideline. Brandon Ayuk is in, I don't know, like a hoodie and a sweatpants. He was chomping at the bit to get out on that field. I'm watching a guy, and I'm thinking, man, he looks like he is ready to play. Now, he wasn't allowed to run routes and stuff. He had the football in his hand, and you could just tell he was so ready to get on that field. No, I think I've said it on your guys' airways before. In prior training camps, I came away thinking he was one of the best players on the field every single time I went there because he's such a competitor. He would bark back at Fred Warner. He was cooking all of our DBs. Like, he was a really great practice player. Not good, great. And I think you can make the argument he was the best training camp player in like at least 2 of the 3 or 4 training camps he was involved in. But at that practice that I went to last year when he's recovering from the knee injury, it looked like he was ready to play in terms of he was so locked in and engaged. And that was the last I saw him. I don't know what happened. Maybe he was informed later on that the money was getting taken away, and I don't buy that he doesn't want to play football again. Like, I don't know if I buy that. That to me is bizarre. That's all I can say.
Did he have many backers in the building? It felt like Kittle, at least before, had somewhat come to his defense, and then we just saw the recent clip from him on Pardon My Take, basically telling PFT commenter good luck with that when he, it seems like inevitably comes to Washington. Like, did he even burn that bridge? Like, is there anybody left over there that feels like any sympathy on his side?
I don't know. I really don't know. I thought Kyle Shanahan was in his corner at one point. I mean, I thought that's why they paid him. Like, I thought that he liked him. This is the guy he hand-selected in the draft. I mean, I was under the assumption this was his guy, even though in years past, I think it was his second year in the league, he was put in the doghouse. And, you know, when they run these wide receiver drills, he was like the 8th or 9th man in the line, and he would go up against practice squad players. And it felt like they were trying to send a message to him in year 2. but I thought that Kyle had his back. I guess apparently not. I feel like this is one of the few contracts that the Niners have signed where there was clear frustration and dissension in terms of some people wanted him, some people didn't, and the minute they signed it, it was like immediate regret. And my thing is like, guys, you were with him for 4 or 5 years prior. Like, what? How is there regret on this? How are we not all aligned on this? It's a lot of money. He was going to be, in terms of AAV, I mean, he's going to be one of the highest paid players on the team outside of a quarterback. So we better all be on the same page and wanting to give this guy a contract and then building an offense that you can actually value that money back, meaning target him 12 to 15 times a game if that's what you view him as, a $30 million a year wide receiver.
Can let me follow up one thing you said, that you thought he looked like the best player on the field at training camp. That was this past season, right? He did not practice this past season.
Okay. I'm talking 2022, 2023, 2021, when they had Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo was thrown on the baby field. I mean, he was an absolute dog, and I mean that in the best of sense.
Yep.
He was cooking everybody in these 1-on-1, 7-on-7, 11-on-11 drills. I mean, he's open all over the place, jumping in the air, catching passes, going over the middle. He's a great, when he is locked in, he's a great receiver. Immediate separation, really good hands, can make contested catches. He's not the greatest jump ball guy, but he can make those plays. He's very athletic. He gets really good separation. And in Kyle's offense, a yard or two of separation is wide open.
Right. I mean, that's ultimately what you just described, him as a receiver, is why I think he ends up in Washington.
Yeah.
Like, if he can still play, there's a spot for you somewhere in the NFL, no matter how much craziness
100%.
happens.
It's the talent tolerance equation, the Pat Riley. If your talent outweighs your problems, someone will have a spot for you. The minute your problems outweigh your talent, you're done.
Right. Bill Parcells talking about coaching LT is like one of the things I always go back to. Like, there were different rules for LT than there were for the rest of the team.
Yeah.
I think no, let me stop you there. I do think Brandon feels that he had earned that level of respect, meaning maybe I deserve different rules. And some of these other guys on this team get those, and I don't. That's just kind of like people that defend him. My good buddy is Grant Cohn, who covers the 49ers, and I know you guys have probably had him on the station.
Yep.
I think he's more in that camp, and I don't know where I land down on it, quite frankly, because it's tough to know. I'm not there every day. It's so hard to know. But I think that he thought that he could rehab away from the team because other guys on this team have done that, and he thought he had earned that benefit of the doubt, and clearly the Niners disagreed with him on that one. At least that's the argument others are presenting.
All right, we are talking with Joe Shasky here, host of the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. Really good insight into kind of the demise of the Brandon Ayuk-San Francisco relationship. I want to switch to the other D.C. Bay Area sports story that's going nuts right now, and that's the possibility.
Can I ask you this?
Sure.
Do you guys even want this guy? Like, because I keep asking myself, like, if I was on the outside looking in, like, would I even want to invite this drama? The older I get, and when I was in my 20s, I was like, bring on Team Obliterators. I don't care, because I was a huge CO fan. Barry Bonds, one of my favorite players of all time. I didn't care about chemistry and all those things. I just wanted to see excellence. The older I get, now that I've got kids, I've been coaching for 20-something years, I'm like, look, man, if you're talented, you better be so freaking good for me to put up with you. Like, and Brandon was very good. I'm not sure he's worth this headache. I mean, that's something that I think. Do you guys want him?
It's interesting. I mean, obviously, this gig, hosting radio. We open the phones, and it's a big split. There's a lot of people that want nothing to do with him. There's a lot of people that absolutely want him. Maybe I'm in the minority here. I think the videos from this past weekend actually explaining some of the issues with Lynch, with Kyle, with the union, with the agent. I feel like that maybe makes this make a little more sense. You know what I mean? Like hearing kind of his side of the story. For me, if I was running this team and after they dealt with all the Terry McLaurin nonsense last year and it was divisive and they had the training camp suffered because of it, I'm not sure I would throw this wrench into a team that seems very cohesive, being at minicamp and everything. But talent, right? What'd you say? Talent tolerance.
I know.
Like that.
I know.
If you think this dude can drop 1,000 yards and catch 7 touchdowns, then that changes the equation.
I mean, I feel like if he's healthy, he's kind of the exact kind of receiver they need in this offense.
Yeah.
Everybody could use a receiver like this.
Yeah.
Right.
Like that's the thing. Like when he's healthy and he's right, He's excellent. He fits everyone's offense. Problem is that, how much are you going to give him? How many years? How much is he going to be happy? Who knows, man?
Yeah.
He was so good for us, and it's just frustrating. It's really frustrating.
I get that. I'll tell you, Joe, the player I want from the Bay Area is Yaxel Lendenborg. That's the player I want.
Hell no, that's my dog.
That's my dog. He was my dog first. I was calling for months leading up to the draft to trade AD to the Warriors so you could take Lendenborg. Now, at least there seems like there is real discussion about Anthony Davis getting traded to the Golden State Warriors. What do you make of that? How real does that seem to you? And what would the comp be coming back to Washington?
All right, so I don't want to go surrender any picks. Straight up, I think Warrior fans are in disagreement with me on this. I've been a Warrior fan before Steph Curry. I'm going to be a Warrior fan after Steph. He's the greatest basketball player I've ever seen in my lifetime, up close and personal, okay? That being said, you can't exhaust every single draft pick for the future on a team that literally won the 9-10 play-in game and acted like they won a championship and got smoked by the Phoenix Suns in the very next game. They didn't even make the playoffs. Steph played 37 games last year. I love him. He's an all-time player. The time to trade everything for a player was 3 or 4 years ago, not when he's 38. All right? And so I don't want to surrender any future assets for Anthony Davis, especially with the way the lottery's set up now, where you don't have to be the worst team in the league to actually get one of the top 2 ping pong balls. You could be kind of in the middle of the bottom and have just as good of a chance. And so I don't want to if it's Jimmy Butler for AD straight up, which I know Washington will never do, I would do that deal. Other than that, take a hike. He had 20 games last year. 20 games. And he hates playing the 5. And on the Warriors, what would he be playing? The 5. Why? Because Draymond loves playing the 4. He doesn't want to play small ball 5. And so, a strong gust of wind, and Anthony Davis is on the IR. I'm good off him. So good off him. I think Warrior fans, they're more out on the whole package, which is LeBron and Anthony Davis. Guys, the only way I can explain this is that the Warriors don't really have a true basketball team rival, right? Celtics, Lakers, Giants, Dodgers, you guys, the old Washington team, I almost said it, versus the Cowboys or the Eagles, right? Our number one enemy is LeBron James. It's LeBron James. We hate his guts more than anyone. And so the thought of him joining the team and then bringing Anthony Davis is it's too many steps for us. I'm so out on that.
Now, you are clearly out on it, and I understand why. And I understand why not Warriors fans would hate LeBron, especially from that one Cleveland series. But what do you think the odds are of it happening? Is this ownership driven?
I don't know what. I think this is Steph Curry driven, and also the owner, he loves big names. He loves big names, and he wants to win the headlines. They want to have their cake and eat it too. We love finishing second place for someone. Basically, since Durant came here, they've been second place in terms of landing big-time free agents, whether it's Kawhi, Paul George. Just go right down the list. They've tried to go for anyone. Now, this would fit right into the, hey, go get CP3 after he's done kind of a deal, where we did that with you guys with Jordan Poole. It was a horrible deal. I don't know why they're doubling down on getting older. The reality is, and Warrior fans don't want to hear it, it's over. Steph has been a generational player. That generation is about at the end, and I love him. I don't want to see him get traded. He should be a Warrior for life, but the reality is you got to get younger. OKC and San Antonio, what do they got? Average lineups of 24 and a half years old? They're not going anywhere. And you're going to roll out Al Horford, Draymond Green, LeBron James, Steph Curry, and Anthony Davis in this equation. And you're going to play a combined 16 games together? That's delusional to me. And then you're going to trade away future picks so that all these guys retire, and I'm stuck left holding the bag, and somebody else is executing my picks. That's how OKC is staying on top. No, I'm so out on that. So yeah, it's probably owner driven to sell tickets, but it's ridiculous. I think it's a terrible decision. Pennywise pound foolish.
If it's owner driven, how crazy could the package get? Is there any chance that Jimmy Butler's coming back for the salary, but then could it be 2 first-round picks? Do you think there could be pick swaps? Is Yaxel even on the table, or is it something that there is still a tipping point where they wouldn't do it?
Yeah, I have no idea. I really don't. I think Mike Dunleavy's actually really smart. He's the GM. son of Mike Dunleavy Sr., who ran teams, coached teams forever. Mike was a hated Warrior player. I mean, we hated him. We thought we were getting Yao Ming, and instead we lost the lottery. We got the number 3 pick. We took Mike Dunleavy, and he was literally booed as a player. One of the most hated players ever. I think he's a smart GM. He's made some really screwed moves. Got us Jimmy Butler when no one else wanted him. It worked out till he tore his ACL. So I like Dunleavy. I want to see him build the next team. I don't know if he's going to be allowed to do so because of the owner. If they trade away anything, like I'm talking about any picks, you would think Washington would want to get back the 2 picks they surrendered, right? Mm-hmm. They gave up the 2026 and I believe a 2030 or 2033 pick, and then they did some swaps. You would think that's what they would want back. We don't have any second-round picks for a couple of years. Not that anyone wants those. So, I don't know. Here's the problem. You acquire AD and you sign LeBron at the mid-level. You hard cap yourself at the first apron. So any trade for AD where you're surrendering picks, you can't move any picks and any assets for like 4 years in the new CBA. So you're like frozen in carbonite like Han Solo. That's like the stupidest thing you can do in the modern NBA. The number one currency right now in the NBA, cap space and picks. It's more valuable than even a max player, it seems like. Look at these trades. Like everyone's attaching picks to get rid of bad contracts. It's crazy.
All right, so you clearly don't want it to happen, but do you think it will happen?
No, not a chance in hell. I think LeBron is run by Clutch. Draymond is run by Clutch. Anthony Davis is run by Clutch. They're all trying to leverage something so that they could have a better situation for each of them. LeBron wants to go back to L.A., I assume, because I don't want any part of Bronny. I mean, Jesus Christ, you get Bronny James. And then you got to have LeBron wants to go back to L.A. Draymond wants more than $28 million. He was set to make that. He opted out. So I think he's got $28 million or more over the next 2 or 3 years in his back pocket from someone. And I think Anthony Davis wants the hell out of Washington. You know, anytime you can give Trae Young $220 million, you do it, right? I mean, ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. But that's the way I would view an Anthony Davis extension as well. The Warriors have no one on the book.
Yeah, I hope Anthony Davis is wearing that blue and gold.
I want Yaxel and a first, and we'll take Jimmy's contract.
We had him on the station just last week. The guy is an absolute stud. I love everything about him. I think he's going to be an excellent plug-and-play player. We've had multiple 4-year players. Obviously, Steph was a 3-year player. But we've had multiple 4-year players. They just come in more mature and ready to contribute.
Joe, this has been great, man. Thank you very much for the time, brother.
Thanks, Joe.
Hey, TJ Houshmandzadeh said that if Adam Peters signs Brandon Ayuk, he should be fired. Wow, that's pretty wild.
That is.
You guys have a great day.
Thank you, buddy. All right, Joe Shasky, give him a follow on Twitter at ButcherBoy415. We're going from BA and AD to PSLs. Nobody go anywhere.
The Golden State Warriors are reportedly in pursuit of LeBron James in free agency and Anthony Davis via a trade with the Wizards, according to ESPN. This became a possibility because Draymond Green declined his $27.6 million player option this morning. So the Warriors now have the flexibility to offer LeBron James the full $15.1 million non-taxpayer mid-level exemption, regardless of any trade pursuit of Davis with the Wizards. To acquire AD, the Warriors will match his salary, but they will also have to include superstar wing Jimmy Butler in the trade, who is now nearly 4 months removed from ACL surgery. Jimmy Butler is making an expiring $56.8 million next season. And the Boston Red Sox host the Washington Nationals to start a 3-game series. We've got first pitch at 7:10 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. Tune in to listen live. From the Grott Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Japan with an early 1-0 lead over Brazil.
Incredible.
Upset watch a brewing here in the World Cup. Speaking of people being upset, time to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to our friend, Mr. Mark Seagraves from NBC4. Mark does a great job as a reporter at NBC and is all over things that happen in the city. Mark, how are you, dude?
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Of course, brother. All right, I'm going to ask you to explain this to me like I'm a 5-year-old, please. We are all excited about RFK Stadium getting built. Personal seat licenses, PSLs, have become pretty normal around the NFL, which our fans have to buy a license to buy a seat. You've kind of done the math and have started to figure this thing out. Can you help us understand?
Right. So I will just say that I have been sending up red flags about this since I broke the story last year about the deal with the team. That part of the deal included the city giving to the team the rights to the personal seat licensing agreements and the naming rights for the stadium. Remember, the district government, the district taxpayers will own this stadium, right? And so they gave both of these assets, and we talked about it here on your show, again, last year, that this is one of the things that D.C. negotiated away when they were making this $4 billion deal. And you'll recall the Commanders were going to put up $2.7 billion for construction of the stadium, and the district about $1.1 billion for the stadium. Well, now we learn through a filing with the D.C. Council from Events D.C. over the weekend. I'll give credit to Notice, the news organization that broke this, uncovered this very small line item detail being given to the D.C. Council, that they have valued the seat licensing agreement at $975 million. So that's the value of this asset that the D.C. government owns that they are giving to the Commanders as part of this deal. Now, if you do the quick back-of-the-napkin math of a 65,000-seat stadium, that means if every single seat had a PSL at the same price, it would average out to about $15,000 per seat licensing agreement per seat if you want to have season tickets. Now, obviously, there will be some that will be far more expensive than that and some that will be far less expensive for that. But that's what Commanders season ticket, people who want to hold season tickets for the 2030 season in the new stadium, that's what they're going to have to look forward to.
Now, when we've seen this in other stadiums, JP mentioned other new stadiums have had this. What is the price point that usually is seen for fans to have to pay, and how does that compare to what you're going to see here in D.C.?
So it's fair to point out that I believe 21 of the 32 teams currently have PSLs. So far more than half of the teams have PSLs. Now, every team is different and every deal is different, and some of them go as low as the hundreds of dollars in some stadiums for some teams to tens of thousands of dollars for the 50-yard line or the Sky Suites and things like that. So and the Commanders have put out a statement saying that they haven't come up with their price point yet, but they want to have a wide variety of price points affordable for everybody. And I believe the Commanders have also indicated that they do want to have some seats, that lower bowl area that's going to bounce like the old RFK, where they're going to have the crazy fans in. They may even try to make those seats available without a PSL. So all these details have yet to be worked out, but the two big takeaways here is that this is a $975 million asset the D.C. government owns and is giving to the team for zero cost. So that means when the team says we're spending $2.7 billion, well, almost a billion of that is actually coming from the district government. And then we're going to have the same conversation when they announce how much the naming rights for the stadium will go. So at the end, the Commanders, while it is their revenue and it is all going to the construction of the stadium, when they stood up and said, we're putting up $2.7 billion, the devil is in the details, and this is one of the very big details that we're just finding out about.
What do you get for a PSL? Like, it's just the right to then buy the tickets, correct?
So think about it. If I know all you guys all belong to country clubs, right? So you pay that initiation fee, that one-time fee to get into a country club, and then you pay your dues every year. It's just like that. You pay for the right to have that seat one time, and then you just pay for your seat every year after that. A lot of colleges, make you pay a certain amount to the alumni association or something. So this, weeds into sports at all levels, but we've never had this in D.C. before. It's going to be brand new for everybody. And I spoke to Mayor Bowser and Chairman Mendelson today about this, and while they defend it, they absolutely defend it, say this is no surprise, it was part of the deal, we knew it was coming. They both do acknowledge that at the time they negotiated this deal last year, they did not know what the total value of the PSL was going to be, that it was going to be close to $1 billion. They knew it was going to be a big number, but they didn't know exactly what it was going to be when they negotiated that away. And so, now, it's just people who think this was a sweetheart deal are going to have even more ammo for that train of thought.
Is of the 975, is it like up to 975, or is it a guarantee?
That's correct. That is an educated. That is an educated, and 10 points for Gryffindor right there on that question. That's a great question, and it is a cap. It is the max of value. So that's really the only protection ticket buyers have, that, the Commanders don't come in and say $100,000 a seat or something like that. They have to stay. They can't charge more cumulatively than that $975 million figure. Now, I asked Chairman Mendelson, the council has to approve this still, right? So, this is not going to screw up the deal or sidetrack the deal, but it's another point, the council could try to tweak this and put some type of price controls in some way to ensure that there are at least some tickets that are affordable to the average Joe, if you will, and that all the money does go to construction. He seemed to have no appetite for doing that, and again, defended this as part of the deal. They knew it was part of the deal. We all knew it was out there, that it was coming. But again, this is an asset, as are the naming rights to the stadium. We don't know how many tens of millions of dollars that's going to be worth. But all that money goes to offset the Commanders' overall investment in the stadium.
I hear that. Now, I think this stadium, from my conversations with people involved with the actual construction, right? I think new stadiums, and I've been to all of them. I've been to every current NFL stadium. Like, newer stadiums have a much higher, I don't know if the demand is there, but the attempt at higher end stuff, at more club sections, more suites, like those field level suites, all of that. Do they sell PSLs for all that stuff? Because generally, I feel like corporations are buying that stuff.
Right, they can, and again, it's different in every market. There's variances to what get PSLs and how much they are, and then when you own them, when you want to leave, whether you can sell them back to the team or what you get for them when you leave. These are all things, again, that the D.C. Council could put into this legislation as part of the transfer of this gift. They could put some protections for the consumer in there about what happens when you want to give up your season tickets to your PSL. And again, these may be things that, these I'm sure are things that the Commanders have thought about and have anticipated, and will have laid out when they finally roll out what these plans are. And I'll also say, it may sound like I'm beating up on the team and the mayor and these guys about this, but the Commanders through this whole thing have been incredibly responsive. As a journalist, I will just say, they may not like my questions, but they always answer my calls, as they did over the weekend with this. And so, there's no doubt in my mind that those guys are looking very closely at this, and they don't want these numbers to hit the street when they finally do, and people to have such tremendous sticker shock. There's some backlash against the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be one of those things where people are like, "Oh my God, it's so much money," but it's just kind of the way things happen across the league. I'm looking right now, Buffalo, which is an incredibly different market than Washington. Buffalo's new stadium set to open this fall. They generated $260 million in PSLs. I know when the Ravens opened, whatever that was called then, when M&T Bank Stadium now opened, they sold PSLs up there. And I'm not like advocating for it. I think it sucks, but it's like, to me, it's just speed cameras. Like, this is just part of life.
It is, but it is definitely going to mean that some people, and the ticket prices are going to be more at the new stadium with or without PSLs, right?
Right.
But some people are going to be priced out. I mean, that's just
Sure.
as people are getting priced out of professional and collegiate sports every day. Speaking as someone who used to have season tickets to both pro and college sports and no longer does, because it just got cost prohibitive, even at my exorbitant NBC4 salary.
I agree with you there for sure. It's the flip side to the people that are going to be mad about that. I totally get it. But going through this World Cup and watching it without any games in the nation's capital, to me, is just like all the support needed to get this stadium built. Like, just think about the economic impact of these Norwegians flying around the U.S. and staying in hotels and going to these bars and all the crazy stuff that's happening that just isn't happening.
Well,
here.
and it's not like Northwest Stadium is that viable for that much longer anyways.
No.
Like, you were going to get a new stadium, and with a new stadium comes PSLs, unfortunately.
Look, there's no doubt we're going to get a lot of people coming through the new stadium, not just for football. They realize that it needs to be an active site more often than not, and they really wanted to attract national and international events like World Cup. So, it's going to be a big boost. You're right about that, without a doubt.
Seagraves, you know how this works. We got to go to break, but I appreciate you making time for us. I know you had a busy morning.
Hey, I appreciate you guys having me on. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
All right, that's the great Mark Seagraves. Give him a follow at Seagraves NBC4 SEGRAVES. If you're interested in all the stuff in the stadium or all the stuff going around Washington, D.C., that is the man to follow. When we return, we got to make some bets. Hey, it's JP Finley here from my friends over at Closets by Design. Listen, I live in a small, old house with 3 women. Space is at a premium. So when I talk to the folks from Closets by Design and they explain how they could custom build my wife's closet to maximize the space, that made sense to me. My guy Matt over there walked me through the facility. I saw how they build everything custom to your home, and I was impressed. And now that we've gotten the work done in my house, my wife's closet and the coat closet in our living room, it's been tremendous. Really, really helped us maximize our old house, which doesn't have a ton of space. And they can do way more than closets. They can do garages, offices, mudrooms, laundry rooms, whatever it is you're looking for. Check them out. ClosetsByDesign.com or call 800-BY-DESIGN. You can schedule a free in-home consultation. So you might as well just have them out to your house, take a look around. It doesn't cost you anything. Then they'll present you with some options. You can customize all those options. My wife customized stuff and wanted some higher-end stuff, shockingly, but we also saved some money in some other spots. They also can offer deferred interest financing with approved credit. Check them out, ClosetsByDesign.com. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Tobes, who are we rooting for, Japan versus Brazil?
I don't really care who wins. It should be a good game, though. It's been fun to watch. Japan, it feels like Brazil's dominated possession, but Japan up 1-0.
All that matters is score, dude.
Yep.
No pictures on scorecards.
Ain't that the truth?
Who do you think wins? You think Brazil
I think
comes
Japan
back here?
wins it. It seems like they're going to park the bus and see if they can win this 1-0.
1-0 with 45 minutes to play. Brazilians are freaking out right now.
Big time.
Freaking out.
Big time.
Fun exchange in the aquarium there during the break where I said, hey, what's the game tonight? Holland, Morocco? And both Toby and Luigi looked at me, the Netherlands, man. These two did not know that Holland and the Netherlands are the same thing.
I did. I didn't. It didn't
I thought you said Norway.
Why, Brian, can you confirm that they're morons?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
68% possession so far for Brazil.
Still getting it done. Two awesome interviews in the last half hour. If you missed any of that with Joe Shasky, who's entertaining as hell, I would go back and listen to it. If you missed any of it with Mark Seagraves, also entertaining but very informative, I would go back and listen to both of those. Quick take on PSLs, Toby.
I mean, it sucks. It's one of those things, though, you have to, it's just one of the things in the modern world. I hate the gas prices are so expensive. I hate groceries. Like, it sucks.
It's like
There's
going
also,
to the dentist.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. Like, unfortunately, it's going to cost a lot of money, but that's also part of the gig when you get a brand new stadium. That's going to be really, really nice.
Stallion, quick take on PSLs?
Out on PSLs.
Out. Okay. Yeah.
Out.
Is anybody in? I would, like, you know how, like, every call topic, Anthony
Josh
Davis,
Harris is in.
Anthony Davis, Brandon Ayuk, there's always somebody that will call in to support something.
Yeah.
I wonder if we could get a caller that would be like, yo, I love PSLs.
I don't think
I
there's
can't wait.
There's not a single fan that's calling in and supporting those.
There's no way anybody wants them.
No.
But there's a lot of things on this planet that we get that we don't want.
Like Brandon Ayuk.
Let's make some bets. All right, new week, new us. Last week I kept asking him to have it ready, and he never did. So I'll give you today's World Cup schedule. Brazil, Japan right now at halftime. Then tonight we get Netherlands, Morocco. Tomorrow's a bunch of games, so it should be a lot of fun. Tomorrow there's 4 games. The scheduling of this makes no sense to me.
Yeah, why weren't
Why
there
was
two
there
yesterday?
1 yesterday, 2 today, 4 tomorrow?
Yeah.
I feel like the mathematicians got to be better. FIFA, figure it out. Call the Swiss. Who's on the bump for the Nats tonight in Fenway?
Let me look.
You guys are all locked in. Stallion?
I think tonight it's a Miles Michaelis night.
It is a Miles Michaelis night. So
Still
it's
rocking
actually
that stash?
It's a Richard Lovelady night probably, and then Miles Michaelis. Ranger Suarez on the hill for the Boston Red Sox. Suarez has been really good since a rough start. He's down to a 2.83 ERA, so tough customer for the Nats tonight. Give me Morocco tonight over Holland / the Netherlands.
What are the odds in Morocco, Holland?
I think the Netherlands is favored. I think they were, last I checked, -160.
Okay. Morocco was in the Final Four last time. What do you boys like tonight?
Germany -1.5 against Paraguay.
Do they play today or tomorrow?
That's today at 4:30.
Oh, I missed that. All right, so there are 3 games today. I take back a little bit of my previous rant. There still should have been 2 yesterday.
Should have been 2 yesterday, no question.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Morocco. The guy, the German mathematician who predicts the World Cup, the last 3 World Cups, he has the Netherlands winning this year, but I don't think it's going to happen. Joachim Clement.
I'm going to roll with that dude. Give me the Netherlands tonight. I'm partial to Holland.
Erling Haaland?
No, the country.
You mean the Netherlands?
Sure. Have you boys ever been to the Netherlands?
No, I've never been.
You go to Amsterdam, you get stoned out of your mind, and they have, like, to cross the street requires crossing a bike lane. It requires crossing a bicycle lane, a car lane, like a train lane, and then a tram lane going both directions. And
nice.
You're 19 years old and as high as you've ever been. It's dangerous, dude. These people on the bicycles will rock you. They will just knock your ass over.
That's money line.
I think I'm good.
There you have it. Thank you to everybody that listened. Thank you to Joe Shasky and Mark Seagraves. Grant and Danny next. That was an easy show for us today.
This sports update is brought to you by the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, Guerrilla Fireworks. Off the heels of another Road Series win over the Orioles, the Nationals travel up to Boston to face the Red Sox. 7:10 p.m. is first pitch right here on 106.7 The Fan. And if I told you there was a possibility that there would be a Golden State Warriors team with Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Anthony Davis, and LeBron James, you may ask yourself, what year is it? Well, according to multiple reports, the Warriors are attempting to trade for Wizards big Anthony Davis and then sign Lakers free agent forward LeBron James. The Wizards would likely get Jimmy Butler and some draft picks if they do make this trade with the Warriors. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, Roman candles, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia, Guerrilla Fireworks is 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. Celebrate 250 years of America by lighting up the sky. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Yeah, Monday. What's up? Welcome in Grant and Danny on The Fan. It's June 29th, 2026, and you are listening live to your pals from our Half Street studios in the Navy Yard. Been waiting a few days to chat. There's been a lot going on. Brandon Ayuk was a busy little bee this weekend, making all kinds of social media content. The Nationals did what they've done all year long. The walls were caving in, and they got up off the mat after getting smacked around by the Phillies. They took 2 of 3 in Baltimore.
This team, man.
And there is some major developing news on the Wizards front with Anthony Davis. June 29th, and here we are with plenty to discuss.
Busy little bees, as you said. I mean, this is normally like, what do you like better on a hot dog? Is it just mustard or mustard and relish? Give us a call. And here we are with actual sports news. Just a brief moment, if I may. A tip of the cap to these Washington Nationals, man.
Yeah.
Listen, it's not the sexiest thing in the world, and they still blew a bullpen lead in that series, right? When it rains, it gives up runs, and that's the old adage.
I think
talking
that's
about their
what's
bullpen.
Craziest to me is they lose Friday, so they'd lost, I think it was 5 in a row, whatever it was, 4 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like the wheels are coming off a little bit. Then Saturday night, they blow a 9th-inning lead and go to extras. It would have been really easy to throw your arms up and go, woe is me, here we go again. This bullpen will never allow us to win. They get a victory and win a series after blowing another 9th-inning game.
After that, it's just whatever they're doing, whatever's in the water, whatever's in the sauce, just keep on doing it. We'll be along for the ride. Luis Garcia is Luis Musial Jr., until further notice, our greatest living left-handed hitter. Good heavens, of course, that's exactly what's happening. That breakout has been fun, but along with
everyone, the pile.
Yeah.
K-Barrett Ruiz,
everyone else.
Jacob Young, Luis Garcia, who's like the 4th of the Luis Garcias that you get to on MLB.com. You always have to click through a bunch of guys that aren't actually Luis Garcia to get to him. But 16 homers and a 280 average and an 850 OPS. He has entered the All-Star Game chat. Now, he won't get there because we can't even get James Wood into a starting lineup because it's just what we do around these parts. But at 26 years old, he's only 26. Think about that. Baseball's prime starts at age 27.
Uh-huh.
He is on his way to potentially around 30 home runs this season for the Nationals, and he has been white hot. 6 homers in his last 23 at-bats over 7 games.
Because of course he has. But that's what this is. That's what this team is this year. It defies belief. The guy that's had nice moments, I mean, Luis Garcia's had a bunch of really cool moments where he hit that pitch out, like that pitch up at his eyes he homered on, or he did this then. And then it's, 2 weeks of circus tent music around second base and kicking this ball and swinging it 9 pitches in the dirt and looking terrible. But again, he's putting it together just like Ruiz is, just like some of these other guys are having, as you said, an all-star caliber season.
We'll get to Brandon Ayuk next hour. We'll tee that up for 3 o'clock or so. May come up from time to time between now and then because it's just an incredible development. As he went in on John Lynch, he went in on Kyle Shanahan, he went in on the Players Association. One of his former close allies and instructors at the receiver position is saying that if Adam Peters signs him, he should be fired immediately. This is one of the longtime Brandon Ayuk friends.
Confidant, yeah.
Yeah. But we'll get to that at 3. I actually want to start with the Anthony Davis news today, that
the stars are starting to align for the Golden State Warriors to trade for Davis. We've known they were interested. You started to hear the rumblings that they want to bring in LeBron to play with his longtime BFF totes, Steph Curry, and maybe equally because of Clutch Sports and that whole relationship, Draymond Green. So they're going to put their end-of-career Avengers together like the Lakers did when it was Karl Malone and remember
Gary Payton. And of course I do.
That was a wacky
good for them for trying.
Yes.
You know, do what you want. But
the Warriors are trying to do that.
Yeah.
With Draymond and Steph and LeBron. And the fourth linchpin piece is that LeBron wants to be back with AD, who we won a title with in Los Angeles. Here's the problem with that. How does that help me? Right. I still have a say in all of this.
I'm not here to be your farm system.
I get what the Warriors want to do. I know what LeBron and Rich Paul and Clutch Sports, and I get it. I know what they're trying to assemble, and that's cool. Good for you. Have a blast. Enjoy yourselves. Draymond Green, because they're pulling the strings. The puppeteering is ongoing here, where it's everyone said he was going to get this contract from the Warriors that he just decided he's not going to get now to save some money so they can go get Anthony Davis. Cool. They are dialing it all up. The plan is in play. Anthony Davis is mine. I traded for him. I need to get something back. And that is my frustration in all of this. What about me? And I don't mean Grant Paulson. I mean the Wizards.
But kind of. But this is always my thing. When it comes to the NBA in general. Again, a lot of this is sort of the more modern version of the offseason drama, and even in-season now bleeds into offseason. People are more concerned about player movement and agitating for trades and stuff than the actual game of basketball. We were reminded with the finals and the Western Conference Finals, when the basketball actually happens, it can be pretty great. This is now the business of things. I'm not here to be cannon fodder anymore. There are teams, the Kings, the Grizzlies, the Wizards, name that group of Jags that are just sort of if you deign us worthy, we shall accept your hot garbage and be a refuse place so that thou might ascend to mighty glory. No more. Contender now. I'm here to win things. I'm not here to be the W on your schedule. I'm no longer a pushover. New Orleans was forced to do this years ago when Anthony Davis was I signed my deal, trade me to the Lakers. And there was one place he was going to go. They put up a fight for a while, but then he went to the Lakers. I'm not here to do that. It's got to be worth it. I'll do it. I'll make a trade, but you need to switch in the pot for me.
Yeah, the super plugged in NBA diehard might be able to make the case to me that it's more perception than reality that the sport is just an opportunity for the really good teams to call the shots, and the lesser teams have to just kind of do whatever the agents and the star players want them to do. But that's how it feels constantly. And that's what's happening in front of our eyes, depending on what the Wizards get back. But I've got to say, Michael Winger, Will Dawkins, who have done such a good job throughout this entire build-up for the Wizards, I don't know what would lead to them trading him to the Warriors right now unless they're getting a third team involved. They have to get a third team involved here. The Warriors don't have what I want. People keep tweeting me. I'm at Grant Paulson, by the way, on Twitter. And they're saying, we'll get Yaxel Lindeberg, who they just drafted outside of the top 10. No, you won't.
I don't think you will.
You're not getting Yaxel in an Anthony Davis trade. You got Anthony Davis for almost nothing. He has very, very little value. But to get him, if you're desperate to put this team together, you should be able to get at least back in terms of draft pick compensation, pick swaps, whatever, what you gave up for him. Why would his value have fallen since you went and got him? That's the problem I have, Danny, right now, is if I'm the Wizards or a Wizards fan like you and I are, they traded 5 picks for this guy, 2 late first-rounders in 3 seconds, and about $40 million in expiring salary to go get Anthony Davis. 2 years left on his deal. Now he's a year closer to free agency, which theoretically is more valuable because it's an expiring contract, and teams jump at those. You're going to trade him 4 months later for $57 million in inspiring money from Jimmy Butler, who I don't want anything to do with, and 1 first-round pick back from the Warriors? No way. I'm not doing that. My bar is 2 ones and some pick swaps, and you need to go find a third team or else don't call me back.
Yeah, so the Warriors, as I understand it, have some future draft capital that they could use. And from the Warriors' perspective, just to offer that for a second, I wouldn't do this, to be honest with you, because with all due respect to Steph Curry, who I think now is probably a top 10 player of all time, the window to do this was a couple years ago. They, with him as their best player and a group of aging veterans and some kids that haven't really come along, were in the 9-10 playing game.
Guy, LeBron wants it, then it's done.
Well,
If
you and I
he's
both know that.
coming there and he says this is the move I need, and Rich Paul's doing his little whatever, agent running everything. He's like Boris on steroids. If Scott Boris had the ability to run teams, basically, like we don't see this in any other sport. But then it's just going to happen. I agree with you. It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Now, in order to do that, this move, if it is real, by the way, I still don't know that it all is. I think this could just be let's agitate enough, let's put a few things out there pressure wise, so LeBron gets a sweetheart deal to go back to LA to keep any kind of production company crap going or whatever it is. I have no idea. But let's say you take it at face value. For the Warriors, if it's the ultimate win now move to go with a bunch of guys either 40 or close to it, or an aging, oft-injured veteran like Anthony Davis, you're going to give up future picks. Like that's how you would do this to position yourself. And if you're the Wizards, you go, when this comes crashing down, and you believe that it will in a couple of years, and they're terrible, those future picks might actually be worth an awful lot, especially kind of given the new system, where if you were one of the bad but not abominable teams, you've got as good a shot at the top of the lottery as anybody. So all of a sudden, that becomes a bit more enticing if you're willing to play the long game. You take on Jimmy Butler's terrible deal for a guy that probably will never play for you, and it's the same kind of moving, chess piece that a Davis deal would be.
I would assume if they trade for Jimmy Butler's expiring contract, Butler would never play here. Right?
Just the timetable and
a buyout would be my preference, just so that it's not even a lingering thing hanging over the team for an extended period of time. But I guess it's possible he could just be rehabbing wherever when he's eventually ready, because I think it's midway through the season, the expectation before he comes back from a serious injury. Then you could flip him to a contender because they'll want the expiring deal if they have the cap space, and they might be able to get something for him as they vie for the postseason or whatever. I'm not sure. But I don't see Jimmy Butler as a fit in any way for what's going on here. In fact, I think it would be, not that he's a bad player, but I think you've kind of lined things up for some kids to get some run here, and at positions where he would help you, you've got options that you like. So a guy like Jimmy Butler coming in here to play with A.J. DeBonsa and Keshawn George and Will Riley, the group that they've assembled, Trey Johnson trying to get touches on the perimeter, is not that interesting to me. So it's the only way this deal works. I mean, it is almost a formality, I would think, if you're trading Anthony Davis to the Warriors. Butler, because of the $57 million,
has to be to make the salary work.
Just to make the money work. But that doesn't mean he'd have to play here. We've seen that over the years.
Sure.
Remember Mike Bibby's time with the Wizards? That was always...
What was his favorite moment? Your favorite moment of his?
I never saw him at the arena.
Yeah. Did he ever show?
But that's one of those NBA things that could happen. But I'd be curious to see what people think about whether or not the Wizards could benefit from this. I've actually been on board with trading Anthony Davis all along, as you know.
Yes.
I think this is the right play, and I've thought he was going to be traded all along. But this Warriors thing, when you start to get like Draymond and LeBron and Rich Paul involved, it worries me that you're just going to end up being the chess piece.
Yeah, you're pressured.
You just have to okay, I guess. I'm sorry, Mr. Davis. Here you go. So I just gave up 5 picks for this guy.
To give you an idea of the phenomenon Grant's talking about, I yelled this a couple years ago. Nobody cared about it, of course, because no one was interested in the Wizards and the NBA at large. When it was just sort of declared how much power Clutch Sports, Rich Paul, LeBron, and everybody wields. When it was just sort of declared, Bronny James is going to the Lakers in an open draft situation. If you knew that, why in the world wouldn't some team go, if you're that desperate for him, for father and son to play together, I'll take him. What are you going to give me?
Right.
No one did that. Everyone just said, okay, oh yeah, right away, Mr. James, of course. We shan't be drafting him, even though he's gameless. No, like, it didn't matter to anybody. We'll take some dude from Europe and do a draft and follow and keep his rights for 7 years while he plays in the Yugoslavian league or whatever the hell. Nobody cared. That's the amount of power where it's, no one touched that guy. Okay, so this gimmick story that had to play out, we'll just do this out of courtesy to Rich Paul and LeBron James because you don't want to run afoul of them because then you can't be involved in the next cool trade. That's the amount of power that these guys wield.
Bill just sent me this at Grant Paulson. He says, well, you're going to get out of signing Davis to the max deal he's asking for. You get out of an expiring contract in Butler. Do you really want to pay a guy $70 million who's going to play 40 to 50 games? No. See, this is the larger point. I'm never paying Anthony Davis an extension at some max contract. That's the number one priority. It's why I prefer to trade him. What I'm saying is I need to get close to 100 cents on the dollar. Again, he's a year closer to... He's an expiring contract, essentially, now. His value, if anything, should have gone up. He's healthier than when they acquired him. They acquired a guy that couldn't play at that moment. He can now immediately play for your team, and you're getting the expiring deal. You can negotiate with him if you'd like to, what have you. But I need to get back at least what I gave. To get back less than that, again, to acquire him 2 late first rounders and 3 seconds and $40 million in expiring salary. And you think for $1 million, for a first round pick and $57 million of Jimmy Butler, I'll just say, man, that's awesome. Let's do this. No. If I'm Winger and Dawkins, I'm not playing ball on that.
It's a game of those HGTV shows, Flip This House, right? That's what you're doing. Is you went in there and you bought a distressed asset that nobody was really that excited about. You paid a premium for it, and you need to sell it at a profit, right? That's kind of what you're trying to do.
How about this? It might look bad. I at least need to get back now what I gave. I would even take that, which is an L when you really look at it because of all the work you put in. But yeah, I would like a profit. That's why I bought the house. But I need back something equal to what I gave,
right.
And I don't even think what we're hearing rumblings on is close to that.
It doesn't sound like that, and that's a good point. But it's, in other words, if it's just similar assets but different times, right? Where, just for the sake of argument, if you line up when the picks occurred, if it's now we're layered into 2028 and 2029 and 2030 with extra picks, maybe when the bottom falls out in Golden State, maybe that makes more sense in terms of practical usage as to how you're building a team. When some of the contracts of these young guys are up and you're deciding keep, move, free agency, whatever. The point is, that's really what this is. So to me, I'm going, how do I move Anthony Davis at the utmost profit to me? And my MO has always been the CJ McCollum method. You play here, you demonstrate that you can still be Anthony Davis.
You play your way out.
Because right now, people aren't sure. Now, LeBron might be, and Clutch Sports might be, and maybe it's one of those, God, we're scared you'll never be, and we might lose on this, so let's just take what we can get and cash out now. But to me, the maximum value is if Anthony Davis does Anthony Davis things for a month, 2 months, 3 months, whatever, now we go to the contender. Now people are willing to go, yeah, we got a shot at a championship. We'll pay that premium. If you think right now the buy it now price on eBay, so to speak, will never be exceeded by him and his play, I understand making a move, but I'm with you. It's got to be richer than what's being advertised here.
The other part is you have the leverage of the player is under contract with you, and even if he doesn't want to be here, which he has not said, he didn't choose to be here. I think he's made that known. He is open to the idea, but he wants to win. He is as nice as possible, essentially said he would like to go in a championship this season, which means he'd probably prefer to be somewhere else. But that's very different than demanding a trade. Mm-hmm. But the words demand a trade are more powerful in the NBA than in any other sport. But I just think there's no rush and no reason to do this other than LeBron said so, or, Rich Paul wants this, or that, which supposedly carries a lot of weight. Like I saw an NBA reporter in my timeline today said something like, this could go very badly for Winger and Dawkins if Anthony Davis and Rich Paul actually demand a trade. Then there would be a lot of pressure on them to get it done. That's where this sport is just so much different. Because that means nothing in other sports. I'm the GM. This is my team. Mm-hmm. You have signed a contract that I have inherited. You are on this roster. And I prefer at some point to get a deal done. That's been the prediction all along. I just need value back.
Yes.
I'm not trying to hold you hostage if you don't want to be here, which is different than what we've heard, by the way. Uh-huh. We have heard from Michael Winger. We have heard from Will Dawkins. He wants to be here. I don't buy that necessarily, but I don't think he hates being here. I don't think he feels like he has to get out. But that's very different than wanting to be here. I don't think he would have signed here. You traded for his rights. He didn't choose to come here. Very different. But, in fact, let's play a couple of audio clips really quickly. I thought for sure he was going to get traded. I've kind of thought all along it was going to happen, but when John Wall sat down with the Junks draft show that I was on that night over at the Anthem, and he basically said he might get traded tonight, which we knew wasn't going to happen. But his prediction was that he was going to get traded before the season. That was telling to me.
I don't believe so. In my opinion, I don't.
Pause that real quick. The question he actually was asked is, will Anthony Davis be on this team for the first game of the season? Go ahead.
I don't believe so. In my opinion, I don't.
So do you think he'll be traded before the season or at the deadline?
I think he'll be anything. Anything's possible. It could be a trade tonight. It could be a trade before the deadline. I think so. I think at the same time, he wants an extension. You know what I mean? You see Trey just get one. He has 2 years left, 58 this year, 62 next year, which is a lot of money. And you got young guys that's coming up for contract extension, they rookie extension. So I think it's going to be a tough part. You got to see what happens. But most importantly, he got to show that he's healthy to see if he could be tradable.
That goes back to your point. Go out, play basketball, help us a little bit, and we'll help you. You play well, we'll get you out of here at a decent value.
Yeah, they were very transparent with McCollum about that.
Michael Winger saying that Anthony Davis wants to be a Wizard very recently.
My conversations with AD are delightful. He's a pro's pro. He understands who he is in this league. He understands the direction of the league. He understands what we're trying to do organizationally. He's communicated to me a strong interest in being part of what we're building. That's great. That's great to hear. It is, of course.
That was Winger with our guy JP on NBC4 just before the draft. And then lastly, here's the general manager, Will Dawkins. This was on night 2 of the draft when the Wizards were maneuvering the board in the second round. Dawkins talking about the relationship with Anthony Davis.
And with AD, again, he wants to be here. We want him here. We'll have that conversation in the middle of August when we can officially have that. But again, I think we're building something here in D.C. where people want to be here and want to be a part of the turnaround. And our fans are behind the guys that are here and excited to add AJ and everyone that we added tonight in the draft and Akbar as well. So
since then, the rumblings began in kind of a fever pitch today as we find out that maybe the Warriors have some plans in the works to end up bringing Davis in to play with LeBron, who they would still have to add, and Steph Curry, and a contract that was supposed to have happened has not yet as well. That makes everything look like it's in the works, I would say. I mean, when you have a chance to get a deal done and don't, and everyone's going, well, we heard this was going to happen. Why is that the case? It's the money that they're setting up for everything, basically, that was turned down.
This is what happens so often when you get the Brian Windhorst of the world, the Shamses of the world. I was just thinking about this. When the horse leaves the barn, right, where, okay, the puppeteer behind the scenes in his very dark room takes the puff of his cigar and he goes, Warriors, make it so. And everybody has to scurry. It's sort of like, it's really hard to advocate for your own team. It's really hard to say, but we'd like to be good too. We'd like to build something special. And these guys are too smart talking about Winger, Dawkins, and company. They understand that. But at the same time, it's one of those, do we not get to do business now in the future with any of these Clutch Sports guys if we don't just go along for the ride here? If we're not just a passenger?
That's another tricky part. I mean, people talk about this with Boris. Just never draft a Boris player. They got a lot of the best players.
Yeah.
And to some extent, you have to have a relationship with that agent so that you can do things in the future with their players. The money I'm talking about, by the way, $27.7 million. Draymond Green declined on an option to become a free agent. Sources tell ESPN the move gives the Warriors flexibility to pursue LeBron in free agency and Anthony Davis via trade to form their big four. Everyone thought he was just going to take the $27 million. He's gone, now I'll play for way less than that. Let's get the boys together. What do you guys think? 800-636-1067. What would you need back? What would you ask for from the Warriors to trade Anthony Davis? And could you get behind a Davis trade before he ever plays a game for the Wizards? 800-636-1067 on G&D. What's up, guys? It's Grant, and the week is finally here. 4th of July looms. 250 years. That's how long America's been the greatest experiment in freedom in the world. Virginia is where the experiment began. 4th of July, VA 250, inviting you right now to go deeper than just the fireworks. Walk the grounds where history was made, like I did, going down to Williamsburg with the family a couple of weeks ago. Hear the stories that still echo today. Experience the Commonwealth in a whole new way. From Jamestown, we went to the Jamestown site and Williamsburg to Yorktown and beyond. There are events for families, adventurers, explorers all over the Commonwealth. Head to Colonial Williamsburg like we're going to for the 4th of July. Their biggest fireworks show ever is set up for this weekend, celebrating the 4th. They've also got a massive drone show planned. If you can't get your family out to enjoy that in Williamsburg on site, you can watch on PBS at 9 p.m. Plan your 4th of July and your entire summer of activities to celebrate 250 years at va250.org right now. That's visit.va250.org. America made in Virginia.
And it's brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. In the NBA, the Golden State Warriors are planning a pursuit of Anthony Davis via trade this week and also targeting LeBron James at free agency, sources told ESPN. This comes after Draymond Green declined his $27.6 million player option this morning. The goal for Golden State is to lower his salary for next year and craft a big four: Steph Curry, LeBron James, Draymond Green, and Anthony Davis. In baseball, the Nationals are coming off a series win in Baltimore this past weekend, winning Saturday and Sunday, now traveling up to Boston for a 7:10 first pitch. 6:40 pregame right here on 106.7 The Fan. It's Miles Michaelis against Ranger Suarez. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin D. Domenico on The Fan.
I've always, since day one, the trade happened, like, I'll say day two, the trade happened. I can't say day one. But day two, when the trade happened, I got here, like I said, this place is not what people make it seem. And so, it's a testament to the organization, to the coaching staff, the players, the media guy, like everybody here, and I think I want to be able to have fun where I am. I want to be able to compete where I am. I want to be able to learn wherever I am. And this organization has that. They teach. And who knows? Like I said, I don't want to get y'all too much. Things have to get figured out, but I don't want to do this again. I'll say that. I don't want to do this again, but things have to get figured out.
That was Anthony Davis at his introductory press conference. Welcome back, G&D on The Fan. So a couple of the other reports we haven't talked about that are out there swirling. Brian Windhorst of ESPN. This is kind of like a non-report report in my opinion, but he said this on ESPN today. He said, Rich Paul met with the Wizards yesterday to discuss AD's future. Anthony Davis could get a contract that would make him very happy to be in Washington. If not, the Warriors could potentially make an offer. Well, yeah, those are the possibilities, essentially, I would think.
I had a teammate once on a basketball team who said, either I make the shot or I just miss it. I went, those are literally the only two scenarios, my friend. That's what it sounds like.
Now, there's a third one, I suppose, which is the one I'm actually, I guess, most inclined to root for. Like, my preference would be trade him for good value, number one. Not this Warriors thing that we're hearing about. You better get a third team involved, and then I can get behind it. Number two would be have him play the start of the season with the plan of trading him at some point before the trade deadline, which Windhorst didn't mention. The third thing would be the super-duper max extension that he wants, and he could suddenly be happy like he's Myles Garrett. Like, I want out. Unless you pay me.
Then I'm in.
Then I'm fine with it.
Oh, yeah.
I have zero interest in that. I think that would be the worst-case scenario, is to pay Anthony Davis all of the money to be in Washington. I would rather trade him for a bag of basketballs to the Golden State Warriors than do that, which brings us to this story from Brett Siegel, who covers the NBA for Clutch Points. He says AD wants out if the Wizards do not give him a max extension. Quote, if Washington's willing to give him a max extension, he would stay. Otherwise, I think that means him and Rich Paul, I don't know what they is, they want out likely to the Warriors. Who is they? That's him and his agent?
Would be him and his camp, I guess.
Yeah, so he would want out to Golden State if he can't get the max. Well, let's just start with that. You're not getting it. So if that's true, then he wants out. And maybe that's what he set up. The veiled speaking that we just heard, maybe that's what this was all about all along.
When he's I've always felt that, by the way, that it's I need action. That all I'm doing is sort of generally, vaguely speaking with sort of indirect targets, no one in particular. I'm saying nice things, but I either need one thing or another thing. Either build this team up, with including me, for $60+ million a year, or ship me out of here.
But here's what I think I got wrong. I thought when he said, I need to see what the plan is, I want to know what's next, whatever terminology he was using. I thought that meant, like, what do they do at 1? Do they win the lottery? Are they drafting 5 or are they drafting 1? Do they get the Bonsa or do they get a guy that I'm less interested in? Do they do anything in free agency? Do they make a move? Do they extend Trae Young? I'm thinking he wants to see everything else, when really, he didn't come out and say it. But all he's meant all along is, do they pay me or not? If you pay me, happy to be here. If not, ship me out of here where I can go win and maybe get paid by somebody else.
So the scenario that I would only add, not as pushback, but as another thing, again, we have this already happening once, and this is now far more commonplace in the association than it is other sports. You can sign for more with teams that you are currently on. I mean, I don't know that they would totally have his bird rights. I'd have to look at that, but that's what guys do, and then they want the trade.
We saw this with Trae Young.
Yes.
What the Wizards did was they extended him at the exact dollar amount that he could have gotten as a maximum from a new team on the market.
Right, but they left quote-unquote money in their own pocket where they could have extended him to the maximum allowable here, but it was almost symbolic that they said, this is what you get in free agency, so we'll give you that.
$75 million more could have been paid by the Wizards to max out a deal with him. They didn't, but they just wanted, I guess it's like you said, an olive branch where you go, hey, if you were on the free agent market, this is the most you could get. We'll give you that. Felt like too much. By the way, we haven't mentioned this, but again, all I do is sing the praises of this front office because I think they've been great. But if you make a trade that feels like you're not getting enough back for Anthony Davis, these two trades that everyone was so excited about because you're getting these stars will have turned into way overpaying on a bad extension and then shipping Davis out of here never having played and basically getting less than you gave up. Like, this is getting a little hairy for this group, I'm sure, behind the scenes.
I think that's fair. I guess what I would say is a bunch of things. When you are hoarding assets, you eventually have to pull the lever and kind of like go for something. And it's never going to be ideal, if that makes any sense. Like outside of DeBonsa, who they can control, meaning they've got a guy in the draft who can't go anywhere else, you're still sort of at the mercy of other things. And there's going to be wrinkled assets, and there's going to be guys with some warts and some mileage and baggage and whatever. It's really hard to assemble a group from scratch, and that's kind of what they're doing. So it's always going to be, it's never going to feel perfect, and that's kind of my whole Trae Young conversation, right? Where, I would have loved Trae Young a handful of years ago, no injuries, no baggage, be the second best player on my potential championship team, and don't have to pay him all that much. It's like, you're always going to cash it in, and it never looks quite as good as it could, other than the potential of doing something special that's left when your gunpowder's dry.
I think that's probably very true. I just know that when they made those trades, there was a best case scenario.
Totally.
Which was, in my opinion, either that you don't trade, that you don't pay Trae Young nearly what they did.
Right.
And that Anthony Davis plays a little bit, boosts his value, and you can flip him as an asset for more than you got him for. Like the old refurbishing of the house analogy we were using. Jeff's in Ashburn. What's up, Jeff? How are you?
Yeah, hey, guys.
Hey, dude.
I wanted to call in and just talk about this potential trade with the Warriors because I think that it has the potential to set up for a win-win. And I'll just point it in the first win. I agree with Grant. I think Anthony Davis is never going to be happy on the Wizards if he doesn't have that max extension. So getting him out of here, that's win number one. But I think win number two would be getting back Jimmy Butler and potentially Axel Lendenberg. And I think that would be because you're getting Jimmy Butler with, yes, he's aging, but only 1 year. And he's going to have that mentality of chip on his shoulder. And he's really going to want to prove the league wrong that he's still got it. And I think that'll help with this young team, DeBonsa, Sarr. It'll motivate them, hopefully get them over that playoff curse that it seems young teams have.
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you. Those are all the arguments that were made for why the Anthony Davis thing would go so well, by the way. Maybe Jimmy Butler shows up and wants to be here, wants to be the greatest leader, and he pulls a Trae Young, and he's just like wearing an Ovi jersey on the sideline. I don't know. I guess it's possible. I do know that he's 37 years old this season, and he's coming off of a very serious injury. I'm just not that interested. To me, the best case scenario, because he would unequivocally be involved, would be that you either buy him out or he actually doesn't play here and take away minutes from the guys that I really care about longer term. Like, I have very little interest for Jimmy Butler. I don't think I mesh with Wizards fans on that because I see a lot of people that would be excited to add him. I think that just goes back to people like stars that they've heard of. Trae Young, when he was acquired, I'm like, well, wait a second. Anthony Davis, same thing. I think this is not a team that's had a lot of those guys. We have not had players the caliber of Anthony Davis, Jimmy Butler, Trae Young, real legit
Yeah, all NBA household names. Yeah,
MVP caliber, type players. So people get excited. That does not move the needle for me. I view it as kind of a nuisance that you have to take on the $57 million and now get out of that at some point. I could be wrong on this. I will apologize and raise my hand and say I was wrong. I'm an idiot. I think the idea that you can get Yaxel Lindenberg on a deal for Anthony Davis is completely wrong. I think straight up that doesn't make sense for the Warriors. Like, I would not do that if I was Golden State. I just drafted that guy. If they were willing to do that, why not just trade the pick on draft night for Anthony Davis?
Yeah, the way, and I'm with you. I don't think it's likely. If this was a guy that was a freshman that had just come out, and you probably needed a year or two for him to mature and turn into something special, maybe I could see that. But the whole point of a guy like that is he's in his mid-20s already. He is ready to go right now. He's knocking on the door of his prime. And if you're looking for someone for a right now window for Steph Curry and the ride of the 40-year-olds, that's the ideal candidate for it. And it's also the guy that you can kind of pass the baton to for the next sort of iteration, maybe be your next centerpiece and your next star, et cetera. If they drafted Keaton Vogler, for example, who needs about 10,000 hours in a weight room to become a future player in the NBA, okay, maybe I could see that. It just doesn't make sense to me that it would be right there.
The Warriors want LeBron James and Anthony Davis, according to Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo. The Wizards have become the fly in the ointment. How should they handle this? We're Grant and Danny.
Conversations with AD are delightful. He's a pro's pro. He understands who he is in this league. He understands the direction of the league. He understands what we're trying to do organizationally. He's communicated to me a strong interest in being part of what we're building.
That's great. That's great to hear.
It is, of course. He, like the rest of us, wants to be on a really, really good basketball team and compete for something big. That's our aim. That's what we want to do, and I'm delighted that Anthony's here for that.
Michael Winger in an interview with JP Finley, our own host here on The Fan via NBC4. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. I want to get into the World Cup and Team USA having a more difficult road after some of the results this weekend in a minute. But we're talking Anthony Davis and the possibility he ends up being traded to the Warriors. They want to try to pair he and LeBron with Draymond Green and Steph Curry for one big push. Reminiscent of the old Lakers when I was a kid, of getting Gary Payton and Karl Malone and that crew together. Let's go to Shane in Fairfax. What's up, Shane?
Man, it's Danny, Lieutenant Grant. How you boys doing today?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, look, I'd take anything for him right now. Like I told JB and Finley, I'd take some hot wings and hot sauce for him at this point. Like, he's got to go. He's not going to play here. He don't want to be here. You can hear it in this man's voice. Why do we want him here? So he can play 30 games? He's not going to be here. I don't think he's going to help this team anyway. All it's going to do is hurt our young players like they're just going to hurt our young players. And what are we doing getting older? The Jimmy Butler thing. Why don't we just call Larry Bird to see if he wants to come out of retirement, too?
But you can still shoot it. Yeah.
Wants to join it.
Well, it's funny is, Shane.
But Shane, I hear you. But here, let me say this, and I appreciate the call as always, buddy. Him playing here wouldn't be for him to play here. Does that make sense? Like, no one's going, that's the centerpiece of our championship team. A.J. DeBonce is the centerpiece of our championship team. God willing. Anthony Davis is, we're all using each other. Right? Again, I keep pointing at it. He's a higher profile player, but the same way C.J. McCollum, we used him, he used us. Neither one cared, right? We're getting our share, Bob Seger. But spun him to Atlanta. We got picks, or that was part of the deal. That's the idea here, is for that. Now, it becomes more complicated if you've got to sign Davis to an extension. I still think that would be the case, though, by the way. He wouldn't be signing with the Wizards to be with the Wizards because their timetable doesn't match up. They're not going to count on him. They're hoping that Sarr is their Anthony Davis, right? The pieces don't totally fit for them to be great. They fit for them to be better, but I still think he would be spun. But he'd have a contract attached. It would just, facilitate for the next thing. The thing that I worry about, though, Grant, and I brought this up before, but I really mean this, because there are so few premium, honest-to-goodness difference makers in the NBA, whereas in the NFL and Major League Baseball, you can always go, I'll find the next 2-war player, the 2.5-war player, the 3-war player. When you've got one of these dudes in the NBA, there's so few of them, they've got all the power. The players wield the power, and really, their agents behind the scenes, especially Rich Paul, wields the power. If you don't play ball with them, what does that mean long term? That's the open-ended question here that I'm really worried about.
I don't know. I can't allow that to box me into a terrible decision.
Agreed.
Any kind of fear about retribution from an agent or agency or upsetting LeBron and like that group of NBA stars or whatever, I can't worry about that. I got to do what's best for Biz. I got to do what's best for the Wiz. 4 years and $275 million is the max they can give him. Here's what makes me uncomfortable. When you watch some of these shows on television that talk a lot of NBA all day long, I saw the FS1 one with Nick Wright and Chris Broussard today. They were throwing out the idea of the Wizards paying Anthony Davis like it wasn't a crazy thing. That's what bothers me and worries me. Like, am I the one on crazy pills? 4 years and $275 million for Anthony Davis should be a complete non-starter. That is not an acceptable idea. If the idea is, they could just extend him and build around him, wrong. I mean, he's only 32, going on 50. It's hilarious to me that actually Jimmy Butler's 5 years older than Anthony Davis. You realize that?
Yeah.
Like, they would be going from a 32-year-old to a 37-year-old. Anthony Davis, from a sheer age standpoint, is not done. He's not like some, based on age, broken down final breath player. But we all know the mileage and the durability concerns and the injury history. The Trae Young contract, which I did not like, can be explained away and I think could still work very well for them. A 4 and $275 for Anthony Davis is, to me, like organizational malpractice.
But
that needs to not be a consideration, period.
If it is to have him be the centerpiece here, but even if it's just that he's gonna be traded in 7 months. Even then,
after they sign him for $4 and $275,
yeah,
and you think that they got him for nothing? Someone's going to take on 3.5 and 2 whatever of Anthony Davis? I don't see that.
It's this is the league now. I mean, again, he was traded at the max a handful of years ago from New Orleans to LA.
That's a lot of basketball ago. They got him for AJ Johnson and a bag full of random candies from the candy aisle.
Yeah, the Brandon Ingram and a whole bunch of other guys. And I'm not saying it would go down like that exactly, but the huge money stuff, it seems prohibitive to us on the outside, but there's a reason Jimmy Butler's got to be included in the deal because the contract is so exorbitant. Anybody here make over $55 million? There's one guy. He's got to be part of the trade. It's for the next one. I don't see him signing here as he's the franchise. If that's the case, if they're thinking is he's the franchise, I'm with you. Let's do a picket line. Let's storm around with signs and say no, thank you to
that. But it's bigger for me. That's not something I play along with. The Trae Young thing, yeah, okay, you could talk me into it. You need a offensive engine. You need your guy to set up the kids. He's going to make everyone better. He's going to get them their shots, whatever. $4 and $275 from Anthony Davis ruins so much of the goodwill that they have built up. I have zero interest in that. I don't know if I'm in the minority, the majority. I don't know where I am with Wizards fans on that. But to me, like the second I found out they did that extension, if you're doing a deal and the selling point, Danny, is, well, they might be able to trade him soon. That's not a good reason to do that.
Right.
Like they could trade him, as we're finding out now, without doing the deal. There's a team that wants him currently. If he gets no deal, shows up, plays 15 games, creeping up on the deadline, someone will trade him for something. I don't think you're getting a ton more at $4 and $275 than you would if you're just trading him in November or December this year after he's played a little bit of basketball.
No, I'm with you. I guess I'm just trying to, not devil's advocate. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. It's just that this league in contracts just works differently than everybody else. The NFL's got their own version of that, where you go, this is worth $100 million. Actually, it's worth 27. That's the guaranteed money. It's void after 2 years. They can just cut him. That's their version of this. Baseball is pretty true. This one is murky. We're coming close to having enough years and data on this where I understand you got the max money. I get that you got this many years, but not really. Whether you're the centerpiece or not, I think it always kind of varies. I mean, look at Charlotte and LaMelo Ball, for example. That was the guy they were building around. Oh, my God, thank God we got rid of him. It turns that quickly, and somebody's always going to be desperate to take on big money to fit some of these contract rules.
Yeah,
cap rules.
They'll immediately start selling it either way, by the way, as like, this is our guy, just like with Trae Young. You don't know how it's going to end. I want to skip all of that. I don't want to do any of that. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Brandon Ayuk had a busy weekend on social media. We'll get into that next.
Sports Update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? The Nats are shipping up to Boston tonight after a series win in Baltimore. This continues a 6-game road trip before returning home Friday for a weekend series against the Pirates, highlighted by an 11:05 4th of July first pitch. Tonight's game against the Red Sox starts at 7:10 with a 6:40 pregame right here on 106.7 The Fan. It is Miles Michaelis against Ranger Suarez. Anthony Davis is the talk of the town in the NBA today. The Golden State Warriors are planning a pursuit of AD via trade this week, also targeting LeBron James in free agency, according to ESPN. This comes after Draymond Green declined his $27.6 million player option this morning. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in D.C. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin D. Domenico on The Fan.
G&D welcoming you back live in studio in D.C., exclusively sponsored by the law firm Kondorian Murad.
They can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Brandon Ayuk was at it again. You didn't think he would get off social media all weekend, did you? This was actually a shift in tone, if I could say that. It's been kind of like a lot of videos, not a lot of talking. When he talked, it was short and sweet and fun, and he would talk about, I'm going to go on tour, buy your tickets at commanders.com. It's playful, I would say, jabby and very much predictive of him wanting to be a Commander. This was more his side of the story, I guess you could say, although I wasn't enlightened necessarily as to exactly what San Francisco did, but there was some vitriol and animus toward the Niners, calling out John Lynch, calling out Kyle Shanahan and others. So I would say business picked up on the Brandon Ayuk versus the Niners front.
I would say so. Again, the thing that I've always left the door open for, as critical as I have been of him, and I still think he's a buffoon, but what is your story? There are a million avenues for you to actually say, here's where I was aggrieved. Here's where it went bad.
Went wrong.
So the reason I didn't show up at all, the reason I wouldn't respond to any text messages or wouldn't go to the facility or wouldn't do any of the normal things that thousands upon thousands of NFL players have done and will continue to do before me, during, and after me is X. I don't feel like I got that yet, but I do have something, and that's all I've kind of asked for, so I can make a call on my own. Again, I still would say I side with where I've sided before, that if you're upset at the 49ers for being mean, wait till you hear about what your favorite team has done 10 trillion times over. Where's John Allen? Did Marcus Washington finish his career here? Where are the millions of players that have come through? Oh, Jordan Reed, you got concussions. Thanks, see you, bye. That's mean. You don't think teams are mean? Sorry, you've just discovered the NFL, a cutthroat business with some hard asses in charge. So I don't have much more sympathy than I did before, but at least I will give him credit here. Hopefully you can hear it. I'm saying I've only wanted to hear what your side is instead of a weird skit that's sort of alluding to something. What's your side of the story? I got a little bit of that, so I guess that's a step.
I agree with you, but I don't think he actually presented his side of the story. He said he was upset with them, but he didn't explain what they did.
No, it's not even close.
That made him upset or made him not show up. But let's just let you hear from Brandon Ayuk. As I'm not going to call this explains his side. I'll say talked about his relationship with the 49ers.
Oh, you thought I was done? Man, get your ass up. Come here. All right, y'all. So I understand that a lot of y'all is new here. And so I'm going to just fill y'all in and give y'all the details so that everybody can understand. The reason why the agent being fired is such an important detail in this whole story is because that agent is also the agent of the general manager for that one team. And that agent really started this whole because I fired his ass, but he want to text my wife like he's smart. You don't ever text my wife. Your ass fired. Your ass grass. Get up out of here. Get gone. So he is also the agent for the general manager of that team.
All right, pause it there. So the agent is Ryan Williams, who no longer represents Brandon Ayuk. Ryan Williams has for a long time had a relationship with John Lynch. By the way, agents and GMs generally have very good relationships, but they're particularly close. Buddies. I think one was in the other's wedding, maybe. His claim here is that his agent was, I guess, operating on behalf of Lynch and not him. And maybe there's something to that his agent was giving him advice pro-San Francisco, anti-him, that was not beneficial to his brand because he was working on behalf of, in cahoots with John Lynch. I remember watching that Netflix documentary on the SEC, and Garrett Nussmeier, thank you, had the same agent as the head coach of LSU, Brian Kelly. And I thought that was really, really weird because, like, Brian Kelly's on the phone with his agent. We're listening to this conversation. He's like, yeah, we got to get Garrett to hang out. We'll be fine. And then the agent's telling Garrett Nussmeier, like, maybe we'll stay in school. And I'm like, this is kind of weird to have the same agent as your coach. There's definitely a conflict of interest.
In general, the way it's supposed to go is for an executive, for example, let's say Grant's the GM and I'm the player, and Darius is your agent. Darius is dealing with your superiors about your contract. That's generally how it's supposed to go. And then when I'm dealing with my superior, you, about my contract, Darius can put his I represent Danny hat on and we can negotiate the best terms for me. That should be different than you negotiating the best terms for you. And yet it bleeds together in practice where in order to keep your client happy, you're performing, kind of these services interim, right? Whereas it makes the nicer you are to that guy.
Imagine if CK was negotiating with your agent.
Exactly.
And your agent was in CK's wedding and was also CK's agent. That would make you feel probably uncomfortable and might backfire on your relationship with that agent. So I don't have a big problem with this. I appreciate that explanation. I think that information was out there publicly, but I'm sure there's plenty of listeners who haven't heard us talk about that or that don't know about that, all right? By the way, the beginning of the interview when he's like, you thought I was done? Get up. Come here. He's like acting like he's whooping them, like all these videos have just been a beat down of the Niners. That's not what this is. You look like an idiot. That's what this is. But he's like, get up. I'm not done yet. Like he's just been whooping them with every video he puts out. I don't know if that's how this is being taken by most sane people. All right, let's continue.
So he is also the agent for the general manager of that team. And these all weirdos, creepy predators. I would never, ever, ever these. I would never, ever, ever with these. I don't care how long I gotta wait to get to you, my baby. But if it involves with
all
them.
Right, so pause there. When he said my baby, he shows a football of the Commanders. Now, this is where people on Twitter who have YouTube shows about the Commanders love him because he likes their football team. Cool, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It is also weird that he's so obsessed with the Commanders, if I could say that. Like, he's not saying my baby about his best friend Jaden Daniels, I don't think. But he shows, like, a game-used, like, game ball, football with the Commanders logo, and he's like, to get to you, my baby. Did I miss a Super Bowl championship or a 2 or 3? Like, his interest and fascination and obsession with this organization, while I guess I should just say, oh, it's awesome and think he's cool, I guess, it is weird to me. Like, I am more the Bengals and the Titans than I am the Niners or the Eagles. But stars are aligning. Your best friend is my quarterback. So I'm cool now. That's great. But do you get what I'm saying? Like, he is acting like the Commanders are something the Commanders have not been at any point.
It's like when there's no good NBA teams. You're like, I can't wait to join the Celtics. We ain't the Celtics, dude. You know what I mean? We're the Bullets. But yeah, to say that is in a sea of odd, that fits into the ocean. Yes. That's a crustacean right there by the shore.
Weirdos, creepy predators. I need a little more detail on, like, I use predator differently, I think.
I think I do too.
But weirdos could just be, like, people have different diction, vernacular, whatever. People on Twitter will be like, you're a lame to me. Which is like, I've never heard it said like that. Like, you're a lame. As if it's a noun. So I guess weirdos is just what he's choosing to call them. Okay, that's fine. I would say, I say silly geese. No one else says that. That's just a thing that I say. So that could be his weirdos.
Sure.
Creepy predators is an interesting one.
Yeah, weirdos, okay. Creepy predators, good heavens. What?
That seems like an escalation.
That is a.
I mean, that is such an escalation. Like
Do
they're weirdos. I don't trust them. They're creepy predators. Like what?
Do the police need to be involved? Is that what you're saying?
Do we need to find out if there's some files out there? Like what are they doing in their free time?
Like is there? Yeah,
quite the allegation.
Does a detective need to be included in? You call the tip line out there, Big Cat.
So Chris Hansen looming in front yard somewhere.
Man.
Creepy predators.
Creepy
All right.
predators.
Anyway, continue.
I don't care how long I gotta wait to get to you, my baby. But if it involves with them first, I'm waiting. General manager gonna pull up to my house. Oh, weirdo. Like, bro, don't pull it. So I'm looking at my camera, my front door camera. I see a big old white boy, white man, former NFL safety. And I'm like, oh, hell no. And I know my wife is about to be back home soon.
All right,
so I have to call
pause real quick. So the white man he's referencing, the white boy, I guess he said? Is that what he was referencing?
Both, I think, yeah.
So that's John Lynch, the general manager of the San Francisco 49ers, former NFL safety, Pro Football Hall of Famer. John Lynch came to his house. There's a couple ways to view this. Clearly, Brandon Ayuk thinks this is a massive overstep, right? I think there's probably a case to be made on the other side. You don't have to agree with this or disagree. He could be doing a welfare check. Like, this is one of his employees.
Yeah.
This is a guy he's trying to either patch up the relationship with maybe or have a conversation with. Because I can tell you that posting videos on social media is not helping end this charade. So maybe John Lynch is going, he's not answering his phone. We know that. He's not responding to any of our communication. He won't come into the facility. I'm going to show up at his house and try to talk to him man to man. I don't have a big issue with that. This is not like it's some random person. He's referring to him as a white man or a white boy. It's his boss. You know, it is his, it's a person from his organization. He knows who it is. So what are you scared of exactly? He's like, my wife's about to be home. She's going to be nervous. She'll recognize John Lynch, I promise. You guys have been at some company party. She's probably been around the facility. She might know what the general manager of your team who's paid you millions and millions of dollars looks like. I guess it could be that she pulls up, sees a white guy on the porch, gets very scared, jumps back in her car. But I'm going to assume that she would say, oh, John Lynch is here? That's super crazy. That whole thing was strange to me.
Right. The context is incredibly important.
And the same people, by the way, that are screaming at me like, the San Francisco 49ers should handle this like men and talk to Brandon Ayuk. Okay, let's do that. Let's have a beer and sit on your back deck. And he showed up.
Would that start with a text message being returned? I don't know. How do you have that conversation? Yeah, so the context matters. If John Lynch showed up at midnight with a baseball bat in his hand, ready to kick the door down.
In a mask like he was going to abduct some TV lady's mom.
Yeah, you've got a case there. But for someone, now, again, what time of year is this? Is this... the beginning of he's not responding? Is it months after he's not responding? Is it days? Is it hours? Again, the idea that John Lynch is going, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to knock on that son of a bitch's door. I'll get his ass. I'll drag him back to practice. I bet you it wasn't. I bet you he's trying
They're going fool the town. Him and Kyle go, we're going to hurt some people. You can't ask any questions. And then Kyle looks up and goes, who's Kyle we take?
Who's Kyle we got to take?
And then they just show up at BA's house with a couple of bats and tennis rackets. And is there a picture, by the way, of John Lynch? Like, that would be a hilarious image if Ayuk actually used his...
Like his Ring camera, and Lynch is like, is anybody? Hello, Brandon.
I just think
I just want to chat.
The reason I ask is I did see a picture of, like, John Lynch on a porch, like, looking into a window. And I'm assuming it's just AI, like, fake slop, whatever. But it would be hysterical if Ayuk actually did post, like, John Lynch knocking on his door.
But so, again, if the... Just all you have to do is kind of throw out there the vagary of something, like the way he's making it sound is Lynch came over to intimidate or to rob him or to break into the home or to yell at his wife or something like that. Like, I understand he came over unannounced. He tried to announce himself, but you didn't respond. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's never a single instant of, I told John Lynch not to come. If you put up the stop sign and said, don't bother me, leave me alone, and he came anyway, again, call the local law enforcement.
I want to go back because I've seen a lot of people siding with him on this John Lynch showing up at his house thing. I think it's so strange. Again, this is not a threat to society. This is not a person that you got into a fist fight with at a bar the night before. This is the general manager of the organization that you are under contract with. it would not be crazy, by the way, if you were refusing to come to work at the Fan, Danny, refusing to come to work at Odyssey, while posting constant videos about Odyssey and calling our bosses names and doing all this stuff. If someone from Odyssey, after you didn't respond to anything, was trying to get you to come back to work, knows where you live and just goes and knocks on your door. That's not that crazy. That's not that weird to me. Am I wrong about this? I mean, Darius, am I off base here? This is the boss. This is a person that he works with, knocking on the door when he's not responding to anything, just posting weird videos. If you refused to come to work and just kept saying weird things on social media, would it be crazy to you if Drab or CK showed up at your house to be like, dude, what's going on? You all right?
Doesn't seem crazy at all. No, just seems like workplace fellows who are concerned for your well-being and wants to know what's going on and how they can fix the situation if possible.
And I'll even be more, assume there's more nefariousness to it. Like, let's say John Lynch and Brandon Ayuk hate each other's guts and he said terrible things to you or whatever. I don't think that's the case, but let's just assume it is. Even still, to show up is not the craziest thing in the world to try to say, hey, we got to figure this out, man. Let's get this thing over with.
But again, if the accusation is
sign these papers,
he showed up to do harm, if he showed up to do something negative, if the point of showing up wasn't anything other than, hey, are you coming to play at all? Like, should we expect you at work at some point? Like, did you break your leg? Do you need a life alert? Did you fall and you can't get up? Like, what's going on? If the implication is he showed up to do something bad, talking about John Lynch. He was there to vandalize the home and paint graffiti and break a window and who knows what. If that's the accusation, and again, call law enforcement. Stop wasting time on a video after the fact. If it's anything other than, again, sort of the mere hint of it is trying to paint himself as some kind of victim of something. And again, I find that absurd.
All right, let's continue with the Brandon Ayuk video.
And I know my wife is about to be back home soon. So I had to call my wife and say, it's a big-ass white man at the house. I don't know what he doing over there. He was not invited. Creepy. So if you on your way home, probably just spin the block a few times because I don't know what bro on. The same general manager that tried to run me down and come apologize for his head coach because his head coach got a temperament of a toddler and was speaking out the side of his mouth to me, knowing that you got it, bro. You got it, bro. What I'm going to do in here, beat you up? Come on, bro. Come on, bro. You just talking crazy because you know you can talk crazy.
So, that level of thinking bothers me, too. That, what he just said there was, to me, Kyle Shanahan was disrespecting me because he knows I can't fight him. That's not how a grown-up normally would think about being disrespected in the workplace, right? I mean, you see what I'm saying?
Sure. And again, this isn't an office.
He's like, he knows I can't swing on him. Correct, because you're a grown-up and he's a grown-up, and that's not how we handle our issues.
This isn't an accounting firm either.
This is a place of work.
Yeah, it's the NFL. It's slightly different. Coaches have been known to say some things, but you heard it in there. When he said chased him down, I'm first going, oh my God, did he try to run him over with his car? Is that what happened? No. He ran after to try to apologize and, mend a fence.
Yeah.
Build a bridge.
That's what he just said.
He tried to speak to me. How dare he? How dare you, John Lynch?
He said he tried to apologize on behalf of his coach.
Yeah, because the coach has a fiery temperament, probably fed up.
Kyle is very much a hot under the collar, at least when I was around him. That was definitely a thing with players and otherwise. I don't know what temperamental means necessarily, but there's some ups and downs and ebbs and flows, and I believe that there are going to be players that butt heads with him. I don't think that's crazy. And Ayuk might have a couple of good points about if he got on his bad side, things he might have said or did. I don't know what they are. Again, it would be nice if you could use some of these 3 minutes to tell me about that. You chose not to. But then you say what Lynch, who's a weirdo, is guilty of is trying to chase you down to apologize.
You mean doing what a GM's supposed to do?
Okay. And I have a wife. I wouldn't want my wife showing up when a threat is on the porch or someone who we don't want there is there. So I respect that he's saying, hey, drive around a little bit. You don't want to be involved in this. But this is Pro Football Hall of Famer, general manager of a football team, suit and tie wearing John Lynch. Let's acknowledge this is a person that she knows who has some relationship with him, presumably.
So remember there was then Redskins. Scott McCloughan spoke to Bashad Breeland after a rough day of practice. Remember that story that pissed off Bruce and everybody, and they got their pantaloons in a bunch, and that was part of McCloughan's downfall, and then they ran him out of town. But that's what a GM's supposed to do, by the way, is hey, I can be the good guy, even though he's going to ultimately be the bad cop. He'll cut you, he'll trade you, he'll move on from you. But that could be absolutely one of the roles. Is, hey, this coach is under all the pressure in the world, screamed at you. I got news: a football coach is going to scream again at another player. I can be here to help mend the fence. What do you need? How do we work it out? What can we do?
Who is Adam Peters' mentor? Would you say?
You say Lynch, Shanahan,
I would say
Belichick,
John Lynch.
any of those guys. Yeah,
I would say John Lynch.
Yeah.
Who is being spoken about like this in this video? Which again, I don't care about John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, Brandon Ayuk, necessarily, and how they're. This is a fight we're just seeing from afar. Okay, you're going to say things, but what I do mean is, like, how is he so sure that all of these videos are going to help him with Peters in Washington? You're talking about his mentor, but I digress. All right, continue.
Knowing that you got it, bro. You got it, bro. What I'm gonna do in here, beat you up? Come on, bro. Like, come on, bro. You just talking crazy because you know you can talk crazy. But you feel me? You gonna respect me, or I'm gonna get on, bro. I'm gonna get on, bro. So the story is, I don't with them, and I never will. But I forgive. You feel me? You feel me? I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to grow. I'm trying to heal. So I ain't finna hold it against, but we is not cool. We won't be cool, and I will never be stepping in that building except for on October 19th when I come through with that motherfucking belt.
That's referencing when the Commanders play the 49ers, and he plans on going for 200 yards against San Francisco. But the summary there is, the story is, I don't bleep with them and never will. We're not cool. That's his side of the story. We had that part. I'm looking for why. And what we got there was John Lynch came to his house. Doesn't like that.
After you left already. Why'd you leave? Say that. Next video. Request line. Oh, let's get Carson Daly on it. Why did you stop showing up? Why did you stop talking to everybody? Why wouldn't you respond to anything? I want that story.
800-636-1067. You want to respond? That was Brandon Ayuk over the weekend. That was the most detail we've gotten on his relationship with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. Apparently, Lynch came to his home to try to talk to him, and you heard how Ayuk felt about that. This is The Fan.
Nationals are up in Boston tonight, starting the back half of a 6-game road trip following a series win in Baltimore. Tonight's game against the Red Sox at 7:10, 6:40 pregame, right here on 106.7 The Fan. It's Miles Mikolas against Ranger Suarez. Anthony Davis, the talk of the town in the NBA today. The Golden State Warriors are planning a pursuit of AD via trade this week, also targeting LeBron James in free agency, according to ESPN. This comes after Draymond Green declined his $27.6 million player option this morning. In golf, it took an extra day to finish the Travelers Championship. Victor Hovland coming out on top against Scottie Scheffler in the first playoff hole this morning, earning his 8th PGA Tour win. In the World Cup, Brazil just knocked off Japan in the final seconds in stoppage time, beating them 2-1 in the round of 32 to become the second team to advance to the round of 16 in New York City on Sunday. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Another video from Brandon Ayuk, this time talking about John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. Did more insight from him on how he's feeling change anything for you? And what do you make of him being so bothered by John Lynch coming to his home, presumably to try to have conversations about where they go from here? 800-636-1067 is the number. Let's start with Jerry in Southern Maryland. What's up, Jerry? How are you?
Going on, gentlemen?
Hey, buddy.
Chilling.
I'm going to preface this by saying sign the Diggs brothers, because forget all this, but you asked about John Lynch coming to the Ayuk store, right? When I was a young man, I worked a very important job as a kennel technician at a small town kennel. And I was out a little late one night and I didn't show up for work, no call, no show. My boss, 80-year-old lady, showed up to my door by lunch, knocking and screaming my name. I think a whole lot more threatening of an aura than John Lynch.
So your boss came to your door and sorted out why you weren't at work that day?
My roommate came up and was like, Hallie's here looking for you. And I said, just ignore her. She'll leave. And
eventually she will.
Eventually she did. My roommate was like, she's not leaving, bro. I was like, I don't care. I don't feel good. Let me sleep.
That's hilarious. Thanks for the call. Yeah, I don't think a boss going to someone's home is normal per se. But again, two things are true. One, the NFL is different than a lot of jobs. So that goes in both directions. Like sometimes it is more helpful in explaining things. Sometimes it makes it more complicated. But this is a unique circumstance where they can't move forward, presumably. I guess they could cut him anyway, but they're not going to until he takes himself off this exempt no-show list. They're trying to get a hold of him. He has said publicly he's not responding. He's not calling them. He's not texting with them. He said it in different words. I don't bleep with them. He is not in any way interacting with them, and they're trying to interact with him. It is not crazy if you did that, Danny, that someone from Odyssey, especially if you're no-selling them on every point of communication while just ruining their name publicly, they might show up at your house to try to have a conversation.
Well, so do you remember this? This happened several years ago now when I broke my ribs and then had to go to the hospital because my lung was punctured and the whole thing was a mess, right? So I turned my alarm off and I was home over the weekend just so I could try to give myself some extra sleep. Well, I forgot to turn it back on for our Monday morning show. And 10 o'clock rolls like 9:15, 9:30, 9:45. I'm soundly asleep, comfortably sleeping for the first time in years since we had kids. And so you're calling, our boss is calling. So finally, our boss had to call my wife.
How dare him?
Very unusual circumstances.
Brandon Ayuk did not like when his agent reached out to the wife or the general manager.
Yeah, or, literally didn't even do that. He came to the house and said, hey, Brandon here. But just trying to make sure, hey, is he okay? And so my wife finally gets in touch with me. I pick up my phone. I'm like, hello, I'm so well rested. This is great. And it's like, yeah, you're well rested because you overslept by 3 hours. And I panicked and came into work. But the point is, that's one day of not responding and not being on time. Imagine months of me not responding at all in any capacity to text, to email, to phone call, to overture, to media, through teammates, through intermediaries, through agents, through coach, position coach, anybody with his phone. He could not and would not be reached. Why did that happen? Then cue the backdrop of John Lynch going, Let me try to go over there.
Well,
Brandon, you around, buddy? And that's the grievance.
The other part is, in terms of his relationship with John Lynch, other than knowing that he does not like the Niners or Lynch or Shanahan, because they won't trade him or cut him, essentially. The only thing we now know about their relationship is that John Lynch chased him down at one point as he's leaving the facility so he could apologize for something Kyle had said to him. That is the extent of what he has told us about specific interactions with the guy that showed up at his house. And yet he's acting like, as you said, he showed up with like a bat or a firearm or something.
He had a machete in one hand and a flare gun in the other.
Going full Denzel in Training Day, tapping a gun on the glass or something like, hey, anybody in there? That I don't think that was the tone of the meeting, but I could be wrong.
I actually have, Grant, I don't know if you knew this. I actually have live audio from when Danny found out that CK had texted his wife.
Oh, let's hear it.
But he want to text my wife like he's smart. You don't ever text my wife. Your ass fired. Your ass grass. Get up out of here. Get gone.
That is exactly what Danny said when Chris Kiner texted his lovely wife, wondering why wasn't Danny at work.
And I didn't know at the time, but I thought I had the authority to fire him, and I didn't.
Right.
But like I was aggrieved in that moment. So I'm going, that's what I can't believe I said that in retrospect. It's embarrassing to hear out of yourself.
Let's go to Reggie in D.C. What's up, Reggie? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey,
Okay,
buddy.
look here, man. Y'all have a very diverse fan base. So let me give you what Brandon Ayuk said, and I'm gonna give it to you from your brother fan base. Okay, I'm gonna give it to you from the cultural fan base.
I appreciate
Help translate for us.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
Listen to me now. He said that Kyle Shanahan was talking crazy. That wasn't football. Kyle Shanahan crossed the line. He said something that Brandon Ayuk literally said, if we were anywhere else, this would have been different. And I'm going to tell you why. When me and my wife argue, right, and my daughter or my son, Dad, what's wrong with you? Your mother down there talking crazy. Talking crazy is not the normal. You throw something out, I'm fussing at you because the dishes are in the sink. No. When we say, the brothers say talking crazy, that means you said something that as men you're not supposed to say. I promise you that. And when Kyle Shanahan, or John Lynch rather, he came on the press conference and said, Brandon Ayuk is no longer part of the 49ers. We don't see him in the future. Whatever he said during that press conference. Why are you coming over my house? You broke up with me. Now all of a sudden now you just want to come unannounced? You already went. I didn't say anything publicly.
Well, we don't know what the timeline of that was, though, in fairness. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's true. That part is true. But
Right.
even with the timeline, why are you popping up when you already made it clear that I'm not in your plans? Now, any of the brothers that call after me, all of them will attest to, when you hear talking crazy, that's not football. I'm screaming at you because the hitch was 8 and it's supposed to be 10, and, what are you doing? No. You said something that crossed the line.
But the only thing I'd ask, though, Reggie, it's a good call, and I appreciate it. What I would ask you is, we're just taking him at his word, I suppose. Yes? Like, based on what? I mean, he is not acting like you're not bringing him in as a witness to keep yourself out of prison this week. That wouldn't go well. This is not a person that's acting normally. Like, what he just said about John Lynch, who came to his house, was that the interaction he let us in on that was supposed to make us hate John Lynch was that John Lynch came to apologize to him. Like, that's the interaction we've heard about.
Tried to smooth something over.
What's so crazy about that?
Okay, but Grant, think about this, though. Okay, think about the big picture. You guys said that you don't want me. I never said anything. I was quiet on Twitter. I didn't say anything. Cut me. Why are we going through this song and dance, right, when you already said that I am no longer a part of your plans? Why haven't you cut me?
Because they've said, I don't believe they can, for the record, but they have not said that he's not a part of their plans necessarily. They've said they're going to trade him. Right.
No. Remember, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan had a press conference.
No, I know, but they've said they're trying to trade him, not that they're just going to release him for nothing. I don't think this is what they can actually, they can't get anything, but they've said a million different ways they're holding on to him to try to trade him.
Okay, understood. But you already know his trade value is you probably can't even trade him. You can't trade him.
I agree. I've said that every single day.
Yeah, we agree there.
I agree with you. I'm not saying they're not being petty at all. I'm saying that they're telling you we're trying to trade you. He also has to do something he hasn't done yet, which is go sign the paperwork to get off the exempt list. Why hasn't he done that?
Right now, right. That part again. But I'm thinking honestly, Grant, whatever happened in that office, in that meeting, in adding on to what I had to go through to get my contract. Now remember, George Kittle said, I seen him run 22 miles an hour week 6 or week 7 and drop on a dime. Stop on a dime. Why didn't y'all activate him then? So then that's a teammate saying, I saw him play. He's running 22 MPH and stop on a dime. Okay, why is he not activated? So obviously there's something there that's just not always always on the Brandon Ayuk. He's losing his mind.
A couple things. One, he got kicked off the practice field, remember, at one point for not wearing what he was supposed to wear or something. I don't remember the specifics, but it was like shorts versus pants or whatever. So I'm sure there has been butting of heads for a long time. He does whatever he wants to do. They probably don't like that very much. He's not the first player, by the way. They then gave him $120 million and guaranteed him $76 million, and he had to rehab, and he didn't do it.
Well, now, Grant, let me ask you this, though. Let me ask you this. Oh, man. Oh, let me ask you this, Grant. Kyle Shanahan, what kind of guy? Because I think I might have been a time you might have been out there, a lot in the on the.
I covered him every day for 4 years.
How was he?
I said this earlier. He is a guy that I think he's one of the smartest football people I've ever been around. When he got hired, I wasn't convinced he'd be a great coach because of his people skills. I definitely think he's going to have run-ins and butt-ins with players. We saw it here occasionally. We've seen it with Ayuk. I think that's going to happen. I think he can be. There's a lot of guys that will swear by him. Guys like Logan Paulson will tell you, he is the smartest person they've ever been around. But I think if you do,
he can rub people the wrong way for sure.
There's going to be some spats along the way for sure.
Okay, so then from what you know, based on your experience, are you surprised at this? What you know about Kyle Shanahan? Are you surprised? Because you just said his people skills a little bit off.
Yeah, that a player would have an issue with him? Absolutely not. That a player would leave $80 million on the table and be Steven Spielberg directing videos trying to get his way out of there rather than showing up and doing what he has to do? Yeah, I've never seen that before.
Okay. Listen, man, I love y'all show, man.
I appreciate you, Reggie. It's a great call, buddy.
Awesome call. We appreciate you, Reggie.
But again, to the genesis of it, to Reggie's point, again, the timeline's murky. When did John Lynch show up? Did he show up, get no answer on the door, and then that's when they finally said, okay, he's not part of our plans anymore? Did that happen first, and then John Lynch went over there? Again, we're trying to break down some of these very murky pieces and bits in terms of when some stuff happened. Again, the original, however to say this, the original sin, so to speak, is we'd love for you to just do the normal thing and come here and rehab, and then he went radio silent. Something happened that led to that, right? And that's kind of the whole getting caboodle here for me.
More importantly, I have something I've been meaning to say to you. Because like a week or two ago, we were coming over to your house for lunch.
Yeah.
And you had texted Allison right before we got there about like the potato salad.
Yeah.
And I wanted to tell you something.
But he want to text my wife like he's smart. You don't ever text my wife. Your ass fired. Your ass grass. Get up out of here. Get going.
Get her name out your contacts.
Well, we tried a couple times to like find a nice birthday gift for you. I actually worked on something where I got you the hydration thing that I thought you might like.
Yeah, and guess what?
Is it okay to text her then?
The nerve of you.
Your ass fired. Your ass grass. Get up out of here. Get going.
Okay.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in. Hey, Mom, a new Brandon Ayuk just dropped. You're listening to The Fan. We're blitzing at 4 o'clock on Grant and Danny. Welcome back. You're listening to The Fan. 4:45, we'll tap into a member of the Golden State Warriors beat on the likeliness that they can acquire LeBron James and then pull off a trade for Anthony Davis to come over from the Wizards. Right now, though, we're getting a reaction to Brandon Ayuk's video. Very upset that John Lynch came to his home to try to talk to him. Went in on San Francisco. I would say he told his side of the story, but he really didn't. He just said, I don't bleep with them, and I never will. We're not cool. And I feel like we knew that already. That was pretty obvious. We want to know the why. We're trying to figure out how we got here. He didn't necessarily go into that. To the phones we go. Mark is in Landover Hills. What's up, Mark?
Hey, what's happening, Grant? What's happening, Danny? How you guys doing today?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Very well, thanks.
Man, I'm hanging in there and chilling, listening to some good sports reporting by you guys. And Grant, you're 100% right. There's nothing weird about John Lynch going to his house. And like I was telling Darius, I think the problem here we've talked about before is, number one, these people on both sides seem to have a confrontational relationship going on when they're supposed to be teammates. And I don't know why either side would have any problem with trying to come to a happy medium. I mean, it's just totally spiteful and hatefulness that's involved in it, and it shows really a lack of, I brought this word up to you guys before, fidelity on the part of both sides. There's not a wrong or a right here. Both sides are wrong, and it sets a really bad example for other people to listen to and see with BA's antisocial posts, because that's what they are. He's being antisocial to his teammates and the management, and they're being antisocial to him. So it's pretty ridiculous, the whole thing. And, hey, man, I'm going to get off here. I know Darius said you guys had a lot of calls.
Yeah,
I appreciate you as always, dude.
Fidelity implies strict and continuing faithfulness to an obligation. That's a good word, and he's right about that. People will occasionally ask me, or I think you heard it a couple calls back with someone kind of suggesting, like, what about the 49ers? I don't think that they are in the right necessarily either, or I don't think that their hands are completely clean. I think if they're being charged with being super petty, guilty. If they're being charged with hanging on to him longer than they need to, guilty. I'm not trying to sign the 49ers, though. You get the difference? It's like, to me, I am on dates with someone that I find out was involved in this like shady affair relationship previously with a married person. They both screwed up. I'm not trying to get with or date the other person. I'm worried about your actions here, Brandon Ayuk. And he is taking a slap to the face like it's being run over by a car. Well, he's leveling up. He's making a mountain out of what is a fairly normal league molehill to be at odds with a player that you're mad with.
That's what I said at the top of the show, and I'll reiterate it. You've just discovered the NFL. If you're like the 49ers are bad guys, I can't wait to show you what every single team, including your own right here, if you're a Washington fan, has done 100 times over. You know how many guys they've cut because they're not quite as useful as they were before? You know how many guys they've moved on from? That knee injury is a little bit more serious than we'd like it. Or this guy's concussed, so we can't pay him?
Here's an easy one. Terry McLaurin last year.
Yeah.
Whatever side of that you were on, they dragged him through a desert over, coals and nails, and they made his life miserable. All he had done is do everything to help them win and be a good soldier and be a leader in the community, and the league happened. I'm not saying they were right, they were wrong. He was right, he was wrong. Business happened, where they put their flag in the ground and said, this is what we're doing.
Yeah, this is not the NBA where players have all the power. Some guys do, quarterbacks do, but for the most part, they will cut you.
Brandon Ayuk chose to hold a grudge, to stop showing up. Terry got hurt last year. Yeah. He had to rehab. There were a lot of weeks where he wasn't playing. The Ayuk playbook was very different than McLaurin's. McLaurin's forgive, forget, move on. Is there still some hostility or anger, deep down resentment? I don't know. You would never know because he's a grown-up, because he's a professional, because he acts like an adult, and he shows up to work, and he puts his pants on like a big boy, and he just goes and catches footballs and rehabs when he needs to. Ayuk didn't do that.
Right. So, again, I just do not understand the perspective of there's a vast chasm where you assume the entire thing is filled with 49ers malfeasance. The whole chasm is 49ers malpractice. They're mean, they're bad. Kyle Shanahan's a jerk. John Lynch is stupid, or whatever. And then Ayuk's on the other side reacting to all of that. I find that inconceivable that anybody would give that much of the benefit of the doubt to this guy given how he's acted.
Let's go to Kevin in Arlington on the Fan. What's up, Kev?
Hey, guys. So
the way Brandon's handling this is off base and off-putting and so on and so forth. Let me just make it really simple. This is an ugly divorce. They are at the point of no return. There is absolutely nothing sensible about Lynch going to his residence. Okay? It's over. And
what was the word you said? There's nothing what?
There's nothing left to talk about. It's over. It is broken. Okay?
Well, we don't know when Lynch came, though. It may not have. I don't think it was yesterday. It could have been 5 months ago.
There's a lot in the public domain about what they did or didn't do that led up to Brandon basically saying, I'm done here. And all I'm saying is there was never any reason at all for John Lynch to go over to his residence. That's like, look, it's like they won't sign the divorce papers in San Francisco, okay? They want something more. They're not going to get it. So I'm just trying to say, as much as Ayuk annoys me, I mean, I'm sorry, the Niners, it's malfeasance on their end as well.
So, but if Lynch went to his house months ago, you feel the same way?
Like when they're trying to reach out to him and he's not responding, coming over and be like, hey, dude, are you okay?
When Pierre Garçon was hurt, he went to Mike Shanahan's house to get treatment like in Denver. This is not that crazy that you would be heavily involved with higher-ups in your organization on a personal level. If he came over yesterday, I agree with you. That's kind of weird. But even still, he's the GM. He's not holding a bat. I mean, he's trying to have a conversation, whatever. But if this was months ago, you think that's strange?
Well, what I would have done if I were Brandon, who obviously is very passionate about this and feels like he's been wronged tremendously, so much so that he's walked away from tens of millions of dollars, I would have gotten a restraining order. And I would have had an agent basically say, we're done here. And, eventually you're either going to have to cut him or you're going to have to pay the bonus or whatever it would be. To me, it's a marriage that's broken and both sides are at fault. I didn't realize we were talking way back when.
We don't know.
Thank you, Kev.
I have no idea. He didn't say when this was.
Yes, but to Kevin's point, I know it sounds like almost laughable, but yes, if what Ayuk is saying is to be believed on its face, if it's this serious where you and Kyle Shanahan almost came to blows and you think John Lynch is harassing you again, law enforcement needs to be involved. Seriously, if it's that dramatic. My guess is that it isn't, by the way. My guess is that it's an employer, really, in this case. You won't respond for months in any of the open lines of communication that are usually dictated or are usually available between coach, player, general manager, organization, etc. Hey, you missed 7 straight rehab appointments. You okay, man? Did something catastrophic happen? What's going on? It's a wellness check. If he comes to the house, again, in a threatening way, by all means, law enforcement. Go that's the route you go and document these sorts of things. After the fact, like this loser came to my house or whatever, and it's creepy and he's weird, and I accuse him of being something way beyond a nosy general manager. All these veiled things, it's nonsense.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll get you a Beltway Blitz. More on this as the day goes on. You're listening to the Fan.
Sports Update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Announced today in D.C., the Nats have placed lefties Mitchell Parker and Richard Lovelady on the 15-day IL. Corresponding moves, they called up left-handed pitcher Carson Palmquist and righty Riley Cornelio from AAA Rochester. Nats are up in Boston tonight, starting the back half of a 6-game road trip following the series win this past weekend in Baltimore. Tonight's game against the Red Sox starts at 7:40, a 6:40 pregame. 7:10 with a 6:40 pregame right here on 106.7 The Fan. It's Miles Michaelis against Ranger Suarez. At 4:45 today, Monte Poole from NBC Sports Bay Area will join to discuss the AD trade rumors to Golden State with a possible reunion with LeBron out west. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
It is time for your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny, brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condori and Murad. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Whether you need estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, whatever it is, they will take care of you. Be sure to let them know we sent you, kmlawyers.com. You'll get a discount at kmlawyers.com if you mention the show. On this Beltway Blitz today, we've got a lot to cover, but we will get you started with the Wizards and the Commanders after the Nationals. Mark Zuckerman joins us now. Of course, you can check out his Substack for all things Nats at Nats Journal with Mark Zuckerman. Mark, I heard you just did something pretty cool. Rare trip to Fenway Park. Were you out at the left field Green Monster?
I was, guys. A good majority of the team actually went in there to check it out. A lot of them for the first time signed their names. I have done it before. It's been a while. And just kind of cool to see how that was for everyone. I signed my name. I found Joey Meneses' name on there from a couple of years ago.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it's really cool. I know it's not something everybody gets to do, but if just in general, if you haven't been to Fenway, it's absolutely worth it. It should be on your bucket list.
Oh, it's one of those stadiums, ballparks, facilities as a sports fan that you got to experience once. So are there, I would imagine there's some guys on the Nats that are there for the first time that are in the Green Monster. That's got to mean something to them.
Oh, yeah. No, the vast majority of them, I think, actually on this team have never been here before. But even someone like Blake Butera, who grew up a huge Red Sox fan. He went to Boston College, so he actually has played on this field before in college, but he had not been inside the Monster before, and so that was really cool to see him get to do that. And it's, I think we sometimes get a little jaded in this profession and forget, like, these guys are fans just like we are, and it means a lot to them to get to experience these kinds of things, especially for those who are rookies or have only been in the league for a couple of years.
Well, Mark, for the on-field part of this thing, the Nats did the thing again, where it looked like, okay, here come the wheels falling off. Look at this bullpen. They are covered in kerosene and jumping into a fire, and yet they blew a lead in the second game of the series against the Orioles, but somehow just whisper quiet, nice and calm, won 2 out of 3. It seems nothing shakes these guys. What can you tell us?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say at this point this is who they are. Now, I mean, that doesn't mean they're guaranteed to finish with a winning record or that, every time that they have a losing couple of days that they're just automatically going to bounce back. But I think they've done it enough now to say there's some truth to this, especially from an offensive standpoint. I mean, despite whatever happened in the last week, you can't blame the offense at all for any of that. And so they have just been relentless day in and day out. Luis Garcia Jr. is just having the greatest month of his life right now. The fact that they just won those back-to-back games despite James Wood and C.J. Abrams going combined 1 for 15. So that tells you how they do have, I think, some staying power in this lineup. It's not just the two big guys. And I think the rotation deserves credit, too, because they keep putting the team in a position to hand it over to the bullpen and try to close it out. So there's really only one phase of the game right now they're not doing well, and they still found a way to do that, yesterday to pull out a win as well.
Yeah, Garcia this month, 13 home runs. I should say over 30 games, but .320 average, .780 OPS. He's got 6 homers in his last 7 games now. It's been amazing. He's still only 26 years old, by the way. Mark, bigger picture. If you are Paul Taboni, you've got a vision. You've got a plan. Fan expectations are changing. That doesn't necessarily mean anything has changed for him. Does it get to a point where they should, like it would be a mistake not to do something with this bullpen? Or would you not have an issue if they just said, we told you it was going to take time. It's going to take time. You guys are excited, and that's fine, but we're moving forward with 27 and 28 on our minds.
Well, I think that's okay if that's what they ultimately do. But if that's what they're going to do, then I think there has to be some selling involved. I don't think just standing pat and doing nothing is going to be the answer. Either you say, you know what, we never expected to be in this position, and maybe a month from now when they get close to the trade deadline, they're back under 500 or there are enough teams ahead of them that they say, it's just not going to happen. Now, we're not going to do anything to sacrifice our future. We're going to make some calculated moves that help position us better for next year and the year after that. You can understand that. By the same token, if they keep this up and they're right there in the fringes of it, and you say, okay, we're not giving up on this year, well, let's do some things that might help give us a little better chance, particularly with the bullpen. You don't have to sell the farm to get a couple of relievers. I mean, I look back in their history at when they picked up guys like Daniel Hudson and Brandon Kinsler and Matt Thornton going way back. Like, you can't even remember who they traded for those guys because they'd never amounted to anything and they weren't even top prospects to begin with. So there are ways to improve that bullpen without having to give up anything that's really going to help you in the long run. I think that's the dilemma they're going to face over the next few weeks.
So short term, before any kind of transactions, any trades, Mark, they can do kind of what they did. The Mitchell Parker on the injured list, and I'm putting the elbow inflammation in air quotes. And same thing with Dickie Lovelady. Now maybe their injuries are real, maybe it's not.
Parker left with an injury yesterday with the trainer,
which is true. So but there's been an ineffectiveness injured list trip looming for him for a while. But anyway, you can make some moves like that kind of in the short term. You try the Riley Cornelius of the world and a couple guys from AAA. Once that's exhausted, ... Just kind of paint the picture for us.
Yeah, first of all, we should learn more about Mitchell Parker here soon, but I do think there's a chance it's actually a very serious elbow injury. So I don't want to make light of that.
His velo was down 5 miles an hour before he left with the trainer yesterday.
Just on his last 2 pitches, yeah, and there was a sign of something wrong there. So, but to the larger question, yeah, I think what you do is you go find some veterans who've been there, done that. Doesn't mean it has to be a really well-established closer, but just some guys with late inning experience, guys who are not going to be fazed by the moment. And again, I think you can get those kind of pitchers on, for not that much, and even sometimes on waiver wires. I mean, even just last summer when the team was not in contention at all, but they had bullpen issues, they went and got Luis Garcia, the pitcher, and Andrew Chafin, and those guys helped stabilize that group and then ultimately got flipped themselves at the trade deadline. So you can make moves that help bring in some experience, help these other guys without going and getting a huge name that's going to cost money or big-time prospects. And I think that's what they probably do have to look at, because to just ask the same group to keep going out there every single day and win you games, it's a lot to ask them, and it's probably not fair to them because a lot of these guys were never supposed to be in those kind of situations to begin with.
Mark, thank you. Enjoy Fenway Park. We appreciate you.
You got it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mark.
You got to check him out, Nats Journal, on his Substack. All right, let's talk Wiz. Our guy Greg Finberg, Bullets Forever. So, Greg, why don't we just start with all the rumors about Anthony Davis? What do you make of the Wizards being willing to trade him back to the Warriors, and what would that return look like?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like this has picked up real steam over the last couple of days. In terms of a trade, certainly, Anthony Davis wants a contract extension, hasn't been really shy about admitting that. And I doubt the Wizards want to shell out the 4-year, $285 million extension he's eligible for in August for a guy that hasn't played much over the last couple of years, is 33 and doesn't fit their timeline. But that said, multiple reports have indicated that, Anthony Davis is probably going to want to trade if he's not going to get an extension in Washington. And there's apparently this plan from the Golden State Warriors that would have LeBron James and Anthony Davis be this sort of package deal to go to the Warriors, have Draymond Green sign back, and then kind of form this big four of guys on the back end of their careers, but still 4 future Hall of Famers. If you're the Wizards, obviously, if Anthony Davis wants his big extension and you don't want to give it to him, then trading him makes sense. But given you gave up 2 late first-round picks, 3 second-round picks, and a bunch of about $40 million in expiring salary, to acquire Anthony Davis, who has 2 years left at about $130 million on his deal. Trading him to the Warriors for Jimmy Butler's $57 million expiring salary, which would have to be included in the deal, plus about 1 first-round pick. I don't know if that necessarily moves the needle, which is why maybe Washington is, if they're negotiating wants more than that. But that's kind of the baseline package. There's obviously Axel Landeborg, who maybe the Warriors are willing to give up in a deal. But it seems like, if this is going to happen, the Wizards hold more leverage than Golden State, who kind of has to make everything happen now. It could also just be leverage for Rich Paul, who is the agent of Draymond Green. Of
Greg,
Anthony
let me
Davis,
jump in real
and
quick because I
LeBron
want to go
James.
back to Yaxel for a second because that's interesting. I keep getting people that saying they got to get Yaxel. That seems insane to me. I don't think they would give him up in this deal. The Wizards barely gave anything up for AD. Why would they give up an asset like that?
Again, I don't think they will, nor do I think they should, but they don't have the most bargaining chips. They seem like a team that is kind of a little desperate. They got to make things work. They don't have much time with Steph Curry getting older. And I mean, the alternative to this is running back a roster that won't have Jimmy Butler for most of the year and a team that didn't make the playoffs last year. And so if you're Golden State, I think you certainly would have to give up draft capital and Jimmy Butler, and then it's just a matter of how much Washington wants back. I doubt Yaxel is included, but that said, when Golden State doesn't have the most leverage and they also don't have the greatest collection of assets, there's certainly things like that could be on the table in possible talks.
Greg, you mentioned Rich Paul. How much of this is just because he's saying so? Do you know what I mean? Like, he's just sort of willing things to happen as the puppeteer behind the scenes, and the Wizards are either required to play ball or they're not. Like, how much of this is just his kind of creation?
It's very possible that all of it is. This is a guy that's arguably one of the better agents in the league. You see some of the contracts that he is able to negotiate, and you're kind of in awe of how he got these guys paid. So I'm sure he has a lot to do with this, and he wants his guys to get paid. Like I said, he represents Draymond Green, who opted out of his player option today that everyone thought he would opt into to make this a possibility. But at the end of the day, if it doesn't work, then Draymond could possibly just get more years on an extension. He's also trying to get an extension done for Anthony Davis. He's trying to use some of this leverage possibly to get LeBron James a bigger offer with the Lakers. So it could all be positioning from Rich Paul. But at the end of the day, I think, if Anthony Davis is saying you are either going to extend me or the Wizards are going to trade me, if I'm Washington, I don't necessarily think that you have to outweight Rich Paul. I think you have to outweight the Golden State Warriors, a team that has a couple of days to figure out, are we going to bring in LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and bring back Draymond, or are we going to bring back Draymond Green and run back a roster without Jimmy Butler that failed to even be a top 8 team in a really good Western Conference?
How much does the value for AD change now as opposed to if he plays well ahead of the deadline?
It changes exponentially. I mean, the readout on him is he's a very talented player when he's on the floor, but he's barely played the last couple of seasons, especially last season, and that could have been from the Wizards not really having too much motivation or incentive to play him, but also him being realistically injured with that ligament tear in his left hand and some other injuries as well. If Anthony Davis were to play at least the first half of the season, he could very well flip that script and show everyone that he still got it. And if he wants an extension, I don't see why that would be the end of the world. You had a guy a couple years ago with Kristaps Porzingis where it was like, is he the long-term solution here? Maybe not, but he played here for a little bit. He played incredibly well. Then he got traded off to Boston, got more money, and won a title. And he's still playing. He's still all right. So it's possible that he could build up that value, but he's not going to build the value up this summer after not playing since January. He's got to play, and I think the Wizards' plan probably was to at least see him on the floor. They've maintained that throughout this whole process. They acquired Anthony Davis to be a Wizard. It seems like maybe that won't be the case over the next couple of days, but that's something that they got to figure out.
Greg, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Appreciate it, guys.
You got it, dude. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. All right, Kevin Sheehan Show joins us to talk about Washington's football team. Kevin, I'm of this view. The fact that Washington is still interested at all in Brandon Ayuk is disappointing. It's like if I had a daughter and she brought home just a douche nozzle of a boyfriend, and I can't believe that's her judgment. I think worse of them if they're truly interested. Your thoughts?
Well, first of all, do we know that they're still interested? Because I have to think that
great point.
If 3 weeks ago I would have bet that they had interest and maybe significant interest, but at the very least, after the last couple of weeks, there are at least second thoughts. And I, too, would certainly be, at this point, disappointed if they weren't, leaning much differently than they were 3 weeks ago.
But, Kevin, if they're not interested, this is one of those times where they should be getting the word out.
Get it out.
And they're not very good at that. They don't have to be. They operate like the old Patriots, or they don't need to, right? And that's fine when you're winning. It's not as fine when you're losing. Ask Georgetown basketball. But I've never really loved that. But you don't need to take care of the local guys and send it to Keim or Javala or whatever. Schefter could put it out. Where is anyone to say the Commanders aren't in on this guy? Because there's no reason for everyone to be Danny to be. If he's going to start crushing them today, and if you're mentioning on your show, just let people know that it's so easy to do.
Yeah, I think it's not what they do. It's a different group, and and also, Grant, they probably want the ability, if and when he does get released, to maybe kick the tires. I think that's been the MO all along. Although at this point, there's certainly enough there that, I can't imagine kicking the tires is even worth it. And I'm a big Brandon Ayuk on the field fan. I mean, prior to 3 weeks ago, we probably talked about this. I was all in if, the medical checks out and they can get him on a 1-year prove-it deal. But, there's just... This guy isn't a serious person at this point, or even worse. I mean, this is, obviously a guy that would rather spend all of this time ripping his current team rather than taking action to, do what he says he wants to do, which is play for our team. And he hasn't done that.
Kevin, the part that I am having such a hard time grappling with are all the proponents of this who just sort of give this 100% of the blame somehow to the 49ers because Kyle's mean or something. And I'm going, did you just discover the NFL, dude? Where they cut you because you look at someone funny, or because you had concussions or knee injuries, or you're not as useful to them anymore as somebody else that can come in and do it for cheaper? Like, this is on the spectrum of NFL meanness. This is nowhere near some of the extremes after they paid you all the money. I just can't understand how they could just get to that point. Is it just sort of blind faith because he wants to come here? And what have you experienced in terms of callers and people that are endless advocates for Ayuk?
Yeah, I kind of addressed that today because I'm sure we've all gotten some of that. I think on social media, I think it's such a minority and a small percentage of adult people, Danny, that actually think that. And then, for those that actually believe that, life's about perspective. Everybody's perspective is based on their own personal life experiences, professional experiences. And, to me, at this point, it's obvious he is immature. He's not, at this point, doesn't appear to be the brightest bulb in the bush. And more importantly, he's not taking the action he could have been taking all along, or should be taking, to actually affect his future. And this doesn't, seem to be the grand strategy that some people have actually alluded to. Because if it is, it hasn't worked yet. I think it's just, with the people that actually believe that somehow this guy's got it all figured out and the bad guys are the team, it's probably just perspective. Now, there's always his truth, her truth, and the real truth lies somewhere in between, and that may be the case here, but this guy's giving you too many reasons to believe that his skin is too thin, he's way too sensitive, and he's not serious.
Yeah, I think all of those things have to be true based on the last couple of weeks. Last one for you, Kevin, because you've talked in this interview about this. You are a big, big fan of the player. I was at one point in time as well, but I do think we've gotten completely out of whack with how good a player he is, was, what have you. He had one great season. He had one other kind of Terry season, 78 for 10-15. He's had exactly 2 out of 5 NFL years where he's at 830 yards. 2. Now, he was a part of a team with a lot of weapons. I think that helped him probably in 23. Yeah. It may have hurt him as well. I understand that. But it also means, like, if we were doing this for Jamar Chase, put out all the videos, man. Justin Jefferson, no problem. This is not that. I think this is a guy more in line with like the McLaurin level of football. He had the one amazing year in 23.
Oh, don't say that, Grant. Don't say that. I think I disagree with you slightly in that. Keep in mind the 2 years, 22 and 23, were just years 3 and 4 in the league. He was on his rookie deal. And in 2023, and for whatever reason, I just really fell in love with him as a player. And you're right. Part of the reason it was only 70-something catches, even though it was nearly 18 yards per reception, is all of the options that San Francisco has. But to me, in 23, he was top 10 and descending quickly. And I remember saying, during that summer, they're gonna pay him, but he wanted to get traded. I'm like, look, I know you guys love Terry, but I actually like his upside even more. But is he Chase or is he Jefferson? No, he's not that. But I think he was well on his way to being a legit top 10 guy, if he wasn't already.
I definitely think he had a shot. He was a second-team All-Pro, which says something. It was a serious injury ago, obviously, too, and it's been a year and a half since we've seen him play football. But, yeah, if you want to say back-end top 10 at some point, I could buy that with the chance to be better. But my point is he's been in the league now since 2020. It's 2026. He's had one exceptional season. So I think that gets lost sometimes in this conversation of what you're adding.
Wasn't the 22 season pretty good, too?
It was good, yeah.
Especially in the postseason.
He went for 1,015 yards. I mean, Terry does that getting out of bed. But, yes, he had... By the way, Debo had a year like that. Like, some of this is scheme.
Right.
I covered a team that got Jabbar Gaffney to 1,000 and Anthony Armstrong to 900.
Yes. Yeah, right. Yeah.
I agree with you. Part of the reason he only has 56 for 826 is because of all the weapons. That's also why you average 18 yards per catch a couple years later.
Sure. He is a legit, or was, because we don't know what he is now, but he was a legit vertical threat and a phenomenal route runner, and, by the way, an excellent blocker. And would be a great fit for what I think David Blau's trying to do. But he doesn't appear to be serious about that fit, because if he were serious, he would have already applied for reinstatement, he'd have a new agent, and he would have shown up at OTAs or at least gone face-to-face with, like an adult with his general manager and head coach to try to affect an outcome that's favorable for him. But he has not tried to do that.
Not yet. Maybe it's coming. Maybe that could be the next
Maybe he'll show up at John Lynch's house. You never know.
Maybe that'll be the next video.
Yeah. Yeah.
See you, buddy.
Kevin, be good, man.
All right, guys. All right.
There's our guy, Kevin Sheehan, the Kevin Sheehan Show on Grant and Danny, wrapping up our Beltway Blitz. I actually want to get back into Anthony Davis briefly in just a second. What would you need to get back to pull off a trade of Davis to the Warriors? That's next on The Fan.
Breaking news in the NFL, Terrion Arnold is being released by the Lions. This comes after he's been accused of felony charges of armed robbery and kidnapping. Announced today, the Nationals have placed lefties Mitchell Parker and Richard Lovelady on the 15-day IL. Corresponding moves as they called up left-handed pitcher Carlson Palmquist and righty Riley Cornelio from AAA Rochester. Nats are up in Boston tonight. They start Game 4 of a 6-game road trip following the series win this past weekend in Baltimore. Tonight's game against the Red Sox is at 7:10. 6:40 pregame right here on 106.7 The Fan. Starting pitchers tonight, Miles Michaelis for the Nats, Rangers Suarez for the Red Sox. All sorts of news in the NBA today. So at 4:45, Monte Poole from NBC Sports Bay Area will join us to discuss those AD trade rumors to Golden State with a possible reunion with LeBron out west. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin D. Domenico on The Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. One of the major stories in the NBA today is this development out of Golden State that the Warriors are starting to put their ducks in a row to try to add LeBron James and maybe make a play for an Anthony Davis trade as well. They would have Draymond Green and Steph Curry. Green, who's turned down a $27 million extension he was supposed to have signed off on to try to clear the way for these moves. So it's got us thinking about, if this actually happened, what would it mean for the Wizards this season, and what might they be able to get back? This was John Wall on draft night when we asked him about Anthony Davis's future in D.C. and whether or not Davis would last the season here with the Wizards.
I don't believe so. In my opinion, I don't.
So do you think he'll be traded before the season or at the deadline?
I think he could be anything. Anything's possible. It could be a trade tonight. It could be a trade before the deadline. I think so. I think at the same time, he wants an extension. You know what I mean? You see trades just get one. He has 2 years left, 58 this year, 62 next year, which is a lot of money. And you got young guys that's coming up for contract extension, they rookie extension. So I think it's going to be a tough part. You got to see what happens. But most importantly, he got to show that he's healthy to see if he could be tradable.
Davis has never said he wants to be here, and he probably would say that's an overstatement, I guess. He didn't choose to be here. He was traded here. But he's also never said he wants out. He wants to win, and he wanted to know how things would go this offseason and if he'd be able to here. I'm starting to think maybe that just meant, am I going to get an extension here? Initially, I thought, what other moves are you making? Who are you trading for? Do you win the lottery? What do you do with the number one pick? How is this roster going to take shape? But maybe all along it just meant, do I get the extension I want for $250+ million? Because if I do, then I'm happy to be a Wizard. And if I don't, then maybe I'm going to want out and be elsewhere. This was his introductory presser when he was talking about, and he acknowledged the first day after the trade, he wasn't that excited. But from day 2, when he started getting sold on the team by the front office on, he saw a future potentially in D.C.
I've always, since day 1, the trade happened, like, I'll say day 2, the trade happened. I can't say day 1. But day 2, when the trade happened, I got here, like I said, this place is not what people make it seem. And so, you know, it's a testament to the organization, to the coaching staff, you know, the players, you know, the media guy, like everybody here, you know, and I think I want to be able to have fun where I am. I want to be able to compete where I am. I want to be able to learn wherever I am. And this organization like has that. They teach. And who knows? Like I said, I don't want to get y'all too much. Things have to get figured out, but I don't want to do this again. I'll say that. I don't want to do this again, but things have to get figured out.
So then you start looking into the possibility. Okay, the Warriors are exactly what he's looking for, you would think. Back with LeBron, with Steph Curry, with Draymond Green, team that thinks it could win this year. By the way, am I alone in this? I guess this is rhetorical, but I do want your thought on this, Danny. That Warriors team is not a championship lock. I mean, they're a contender. I think they could win a series or two, but where would you rank them in the West? They're still like fourth.
At best.
Fifth.
Even with everybody healthy. With all due respect, it's not 5 years ago LeBron. I mean,
right. It's just a bunch of dudes.
He's still remarkable. He's my age doing what he does in the NBA.
Some of the greats of all time together at the end of their career is kind of what that is. I think they might even finish like sixth. That wouldn't be weird to me.
No, because that Western Conference is pretty stacked. I mean, there's some nice pieces here and there, but you're basically saying, hey, one last time, let's try to put the band together. We don't care about the regular season. We'll do enough in the postseason. But then can you imagine if you're the 2 seed, if you're like the Timberwolves this year or something, they have a great season, they finish with the second overall record, and oh my God, we've got this Golden State team is the 7 seed with the greatest shooter ever to live, LeBron gearing up for one last time, and maybe a healthy Anthony Davis. Wouldn't be a whole lot of fun for people. I wouldn't think they're a serious threat to come out of the West, though, because, again, it's not a handful of years ago. But I understand the point. It's kind of, frankly, what, you sort of think of a parallel. It's not exactly the same. It's a different sport. But look what the Capitals did over the last couple years post-Stanley Cup. It's like Ovechkin's close to this record. We are not going to go full kid. It should be full kid time after, Oshie can't do it anymore health-wise, and Backstrom can't do it anymore health-wise, and all the guys that were part of the furniture here are older, slower, not the same. You could be very justified in wiping it clean, doing the whole thing over again, but it's like, well, we got Ovi's going for the record. We might as well kind of keep the thing on the tracks. You'd be doing a harder core version of that without being able to rebuild on the fly because it's basketball. You'd be going old to go old. So, yeah, they're not a real threat.
The only thing that would be involved in the return, because it has to be, is the $57 million contract of Jimmy Butler. Butler, who tore his ACL 5 months ago and is going to be 37 years old this year, who I don't think helps the Wizards basically at all this coming season. I guess it's possible midway through the year he could come back and play down the stretch this year for the Wizards as they try to get to a play-in game or something, but I would not be that interested in that. So here's my hope if they actually do make this deal. I want a third team involved. I want multiple first-round picks and the possibility of one of those first-round picks maybe being from another team that isn't the Warriors that you could get into the middle of the first round. And I would want some pick swaps as well. The ability to just maneuver and get up the board a little bit. I think that would be the dream. Now, someone could say you're being crazy. You didn't give anything up for Anthony Davis. Why would that be the asking price? I don't have to trade him either. I mean, I could very easily just go into the season. I don't have to play the LeBron James, Rich Paul game of this is the plan that we've drawn up for the latest super operation, and you're just the Wizard, so you've got to play ball. People are like, oh, this is so much pressure on Dawkins and Winger if this is really what Clutch Sports wants. I guess. I mean, right. Or you could just go into the season with Anthony Davis. So that's what I would want. Get me another team in the mix. Get me a couple of draft picks back. I gave up 5, 2 1s and 3 2s. I'll take 2 or 3 picks. I'd like 2 of them to be late first rounders. And then possibly I'll take on that stupid $57 million. I have to. That makes the numbers work. But, some pick swaps and let's make a deal.
Yeah, the timing matters for me. And here's what I mean. They gave up, the 2 first-round picks they gave up, and this is key. Second-rounders are lottery tickets. I don't really care about those. There's only so many that you can fit on your given roster, and there's two-way deals. You can always kind of do that. I know for every Jalen Brunson and Nikola Jokic, there's 1,000 of guys that you've never heard of and haven't seen since. So I don't care about those as much. Those are always kind of sweeteners and deals. The 2 first-round picks one was this year. They sent to Oklahoma. Belonged to Oklahoma City initially. And then the other was a 2030 first-round pick from, ironically, Golden State, right? Those are the ones that they had that they sent off, not their own. If I'm going to get draft picks and you just go, well, you got a 2027 first-rounder for the sake of argument, you didn't really gain an advantage. Yes, you did, because it's a future first-round pick. Now the draft has already happened. Teams are more established. They kind of figure out who they are and where they're going. You'll have another year of figuring out, is Bob Carrington a thing? Is Keyshawn George a thing? Is Will Riley a thing? Whatever data you want to accumulate to figure out who's going to be here, who's a commodity you can move on from, etc. A 27 or 28 first-round pick, to me now becomes that much more valuable as I'm ascending and you figure out what all these teams are that are going out to compete, not compete, go into the tank, rebuild, be good, or otherwise. A first-round pick from Charlotte, for example, coming into this season would have been more valuable than one of the next couple of years. They think they're going to be pretty good. They're ascending. They got Con Knipple and Brandon Miller and a bunch of guys that they like. Versus you look at a team that may be on the way down. That becomes a more enticing first-round pick. So I need 2 1s, but I need them in the future. I need to have a timeline and a crystal ball to go, this is when Golden State's going to fall off the cliff, for example. Call it 2029. give me that first-round pick. I need something else, as you said, a sweetener in there as well.
We've got pretty shocking news out of the NFL. We'll hit as soon as we return. Also, a NBA trade involving a superstar. That's coming up on Grant and Danny. We're going to catch up with Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the Warriors as well. All in moments on the Fan. So a lot of news coming in today to the Fan, starting with Terrion Arnold, the cornerback for the Lions, who was a first-round draft pick out of Alabama, 24th overall, just 23 years old, just finished his second season in the NFL. Remember we talked last week about the very serious allegations where he allegedly coordinated a plot where 3 grown adults were lured to a apartment and then held against their will. He was charged with kidnapping and all kinds of different things. The Detroit Lions released him today. They originally stood by him, said they didn't think he was involved. They didn't think it was a big deal. This was back in the spring when they talked to him and said, they had a conversation with him. But I guess either their investigation or some of the things they found out since, we found out he's actually able to take part in training camp this morning. He was supposed to be at training camp. He no longer is going to be ineligible because he doesn't have to wear an ankle bracelet or anything like that. But the Lions don't want him at training camp. They cut him today.
Yeah. So, again, we always talk about this. Teams are football teams. They're not investigative bodies. The NFL puts on football games. They're not an investigative body. But they do have their own wing. They do have their own ability to find some things out. And I'm guessing, again, I don't know anything, all alleged, whatever I have to say so no one yells at me. I think it seems like they found out that there's enough there where they said, we want no part of that. Right? So if it's meritless, you go, no, it's easy to stand by the guy because it's the first-round pick from last year that can play. But I think they found out enough that they said, no, thank you.
The Portland Trailblazers have acquired John Morant in a trade, according to reports. We'll get into that in a little more detail in just a few. But it sounds like the Grizzlies shipping NBA All-Star John Morant to the Blazers for Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray, according to Shams. Let's go to the Ruud Guest Hotline right now. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And talk to Monty Poole, covers the Warriors for NBCS Bay Area. He joins us now. Monty, thanks for a few minutes. How are you?
I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
There's a lot going on today. Our heads are on a swivel here, but I wanted to start with this Anthony Davis discussion. So what's going on in Golden State that all of a sudden it looks like LeBron and AD are in the plans?
Well, it began with, let's go back a few years. The Warriors have always liked Anthony Davis, okay? The Warriors front office has, but there was never any deal that materialized that could suit both him and them and the team on which he was playing. So now, fast forward to today, to this morning, when Draymond Green opted out of his contract, $27.7 million, and basically said, oh, you know what, guys, let's lower the cap money, extend the deal 2 or 3 years out, and that way you guys will have some room, some latitude to fill out the roster. Okay, now, once he did that, the door to LeBron James and later Anthony Davis swung open a little bit. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but what it means is that a couple of things. One, the Warriors have sniffed around LeBron previously, and LeBron has said in the past that he would love to play with Steph. So that's always in the back of their minds, been there for a couple of years. The Anthony Davis thing comes in is because now if you get LeBron and AD, you really love your team. Now you're looking at your roster and saying, well, you know, LeBron's 41, going to be 42. AD is hurt a lot. Steph's 38. What are you really doing with your roster here, bringing in all these senior citizen NBA-type players? But the reason why there's some fire to this smoke is that Rich Paul represents Draymond, LeBron, and AD. So they have the same representative, the same agency, Clutch. And so if Rich Paul has anything to do with it and Anthony Davis is willing to move, which from what I understand, he's open to the possibility, what would have to happen then is for the Warriors to figure out a way to make the salaries work. And that's going to be the hard part. Because right now, that means they have to trade Jimmy Butler probably because his salary is the only one that could come close to matching Anthony Davis.
From the Wizards' perspective, and Amani, you didn't do this, okay? This is not your fault, but you're sort of caught in the middle of our lifelong identity crisis and problems that we have. We have our own stuff we're going through here. Like, it always feels like there's always a team that's like Little Sisters of the Poor, and when the big teams decide, like, we could use that guy, we're like, oh, right away, sir. Here's your commodity. And it's like so frustrating because there's not much in it for the Wizards right there. They're getting Jimmy Butler, not 5 years ago Jimmy Butler, who's playoff Jimmy Buckets, ACL maybe never plays that well again, upper 30s Jimmy Butler, and maybe a first-round pick, and that's not even what they paid to get Davis, and it seems like they just have to go along with it because LeBron and Rich Paul want it. You see where I'm coming from there?
Yeah, I can kind of understand that, but I don't know if one draft pick gets it done. If I'm the Wizards, I'm looking for more than that.
Yeah.
Looking for maybe a player and a draft pick or 2 draft picks before I say, okay, maybe we can do this. Because from what I understand, the Wizards like the idea of pairing Anthony Davis and Trae Young together. And so if they like that, then I would think they would be reluctant to move off of the possibility. Now, and also from what I understand, the Wizards actually want to, quote-unquote, compete this year. And so if they're going to do that, trading Anthony Davis would seem to be against that approach. So I'm curious to see what it would take, and I still don't think it's going to happen, but the possibility exists because there is discussion